This guy is our main character. In his previous life, he was bedridden due to a terrible illness, only hoping to live a little longer in his next life. Who would have thought the author would reincarnate him as a dragon, with an average lifespan of at least 10,000 years? Not only that, his clan were all influential figures. His father is a Tier 0 dragon, the highest level on the continent. All his old man had to do was act, and an entire kingdom would be plunged into destruction. His grandfather is one of the 12 elders of the dragon god's temple. As soon as he awakened, his attributes shocked the elders, because he had awakened 4 attributes, which was considered the first case in history. Even the ancient Dragon King only possessed 3 attributes. His existence even threatened the beings above, who sought to destroy him by any means necessary. And okay, no more rambling, let's begin. The story has finished its first season. Hope you enjoy the recap. The opening scene shows a sky as crimson as blood and a gigantic, badass-looking dragon. Below, a crowd of warriors is confronting a ferocious dragon. The man with fiery red hair grimaced fiercely and shouted intensely, "That's Kenderzik, brace yourself. Genlocker, I will end your attack on the Empire right here and now." And today, faced with his bold words, the dragon found him extremely annoying. "You insects, you never get tired of making empty noise, do you?" Despite being surrounded by a crowd, Genlocker showed not a hint of fear, and was instead determined to send them all to their graves. "Half of this empire is still too little to compensate for the death of my child. I will send you all to hell soon enough, and then I'll continue to crush that pathetic empire." Then, both sides charged at each other, starting the combat. A battle as tense as a drawn bowstring. But then suddenly, everything became animated, as if the whole thing was just a reenacted story. "I'll kill you." The sound of a beating heart. It turns out this was just a scene from a fantasy comic. "I'll kill you." That entire vivid scene was imagined by the main character through the comic panels on the screen before him. He stared at the comic with an extremely focused gaze, but one that also held a deep weariness. On the computer screen, the scene of the fiery, deadlocked battle between the two sides was still displayed. The young man with a gaunt face, looking like he was about to shut down, lying motionless on the hospital bed, is Lizer. And the terrible disease that put him in such a pitiful state is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, more commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. This is not a simple illness, as it causes nerve cells to gradually die, leading to the paralysis of the body's muscles, and eventually, death. Lizer recalled the moment he was stunned into silence when the doctor delivered the devastating news. "When I was diagnosed with this disease at the age of 25, I knew it was my death sentence. At such a young age, with no family, the money I had worked so hard to save." He became utterly devastated and miserable upon realizing that this was the end of his bright future. And a healthy body, with so much left to experience, it was all destroyed by that disease. 4 years after being diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, at 29 years old, and all I have is a withered body. At this point, Lizer was like a dry, yellowed leaf, about to give way and fall from the branch. However, he still had one thing left. This amateur webtoon. The heartbeat from the monitor was still steady. It sounds sad, but perhaps this story was the only thing that kept him company during his final days. "This is truly all I have." Luis stared blankly ahead as if his soul had left him, as he realized that perhaps the Grim Reaper was coming to take him away. The heartbeat was normal, but suddenly, the next second, the heart monitor began to beep incessantly, signaling an abnormal heartbeat. Now, reflected in his deep eyes was only the image of his heart rate line, as it gradually weakened. It seemed Luis could no longer fight the illness, and his eyes began to grow heavy, preparing to end his youth right here. So this is it. The last thing he saw in his life was the sight of a doctor frantically rushing toward him. Luis's vision started to fade. Now, there was only pitch-black darkness, just like his unlucky fate. In the end, I still didn't get to see the ending. Luis had already anticipated this outcome. Of course, this is how I die. The fluctuating heart rate line changed from green to silver. Suddenly, in contrast to the endless darkness, a blinding light flashed like the sun. Luis slowly opened his eyes, but the sight before him was none other than Genlocker, the character from his favorite webtoon. Upon seeing Luis, the man looked as happy as if he'd won the lottery and broke into a huge grin. He was the only one who had no idea what was going on. "What is this?" Then, he was lifted into the air, but the strange thing was, when he looked in the mirror, he saw that he had turned into a tiny little dragon. Faced with this surreal sight, he couldn't believe his own eyes. "What? I thought I had already kicked the bucket," but now finding himself in this situation, Luis couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He just couldn't accept this absurd resurrection, so he let out a scream loud enough to shake the castle. What in the world is happening? And that is how the story began. I've turned into a dragon. After he calmed down, he put his hands on his hips, huffily. At first, I really thought I was going to pass out. Although this whole thing was a huge shock to Luis, he had now gotten a grip on himself. I've already moved past the denial stage. Now, Luis paced around the room, exploring this new world. And after getting over that, I tried to figure out what was happening here. Before long, Luis started to adapt to his new identity. But once I accepted reality, I realized that I had been reincarnated as a dragon. You know, to him, this was incredibly cool and awesome. In all the novels and webtoons I've ever read, there's never been a weak dragon. How could I possibly complain about being reincarnated as a dragon and becoming the strongest creature in the world? But it didn't stop there. The most important thing he focused on was that the average lifespan of a dragon is 10,000 years. Now, possessing such an overwhelmingly powerful strength, he was reminded of his miserable past life. I had to start working from a very young age. Not only that, but Luis also contracted a terminal illness, and in the end, Luis's life came to a regretful close, as he hadn't been able to accomplish anything, a lot. Then got sick and died in the prime of his life. But this time is different. He's been reincarnated as a dragon. A long and healthy life is the blessing of a lifetime, and just the thought of it made him so happy that he was grinning from ear to ear, but just a few seconds later, his attitude started to change. Am I getting too excited? At this rate, I can overcome any obstacle with ease. He couldn't stop wagging his tail, showing how incredibly excited he was about his new life. I am a dragon. Just then, Genlocker walked over and lifted him up. My dear Luis. He gently held Luis like a baby and affectionately asked, "Why do you look so happy?" Then Genlocker carried him to his first meal. All right, let's go eat. In the small room, lit by a single candle, it looked very cozy. Luis was given a cute yellow bib to wear. However, his face suddenly turned dead serious. His eyes widened as he looked down at the food before him, breaking out in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered. And as expected, a dragon's food was anything but simple. It was incredibly bizarre. It was a pile of red mush served on a plate. Seeing him freeze up at the sight of this strange dish, Genlocker asked with concern, "What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? This is the best dish, and it's fresh, so hurry up and eat." A moment ago, he was overjoyed about being a dragon, but now his face was all gloomy. Why didn't I think of this? However, he'd already committed, so he had to reluctantly see it through. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, so as a dragon, he had to follow the dragon's rules. Luis mustered all his courage, picked up a piece, squeezed his eyes shut, and took a bite. Talk about a quick change of heart. 1 second he was disgusted, and the next he was completely hooked on the dish. Wow, this is actually pretty good. He didn't want to eat it at first, but after one bite, he couldn't resist the craving and grabbed more. The more he ate, the more delicious Luis found it. Seeing him eat so enthusiastically, Genlocker was also very pleased. "Is it good, son? There's still plenty left. Eat more." Looking at his expression, Luis was quite judgmental. "Your eyes are literally sparkling." However, the next second, Luis suddenly said something that stunned the old dragon. "I don't want to eat anymore, Dad." Hearing those words, he couldn't believe his ears. Dad? But what he thought would be a touching scene turned out to be a total letdown. What's wrong with you? It's supposed to be father, right? He couldn't let him just say whatever he wanted, so he decided to correct him. "Say it now, father." But in response to Genlocker's attempt at parenting, Luis just gave him an incredibly awkward stare. He felt this whole situation was a bit unfitting for a dragon. Oh my god, I'm a dragon, you know. But then, Luis also noticed something. What? Come to think of it, I don't even know his name. Do I? While the old dragon was getting all teary-eyed about what to be called, Luis spoke up and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" Genlocker still didn't answer right away, instead asking back, "Is that the only thing you're curious about now? Your father's name is?" He held the food in his hand, eagerly awaiting Genlocker's answer. But as soon as he heard it, Luis froze for a good 5 seconds in speechless astonishment. "Genlocker?" The old dragon confirmed it. "That's right, your father's name is Genlocker." At that moment, a memory started to surface in his mind. He remembered the ferocious image, when the monster inside him had truly awakened. "I will destroy you all." He thought he'd been reincarnated as a dragon, but it turns out he just became a dragon from a comic book. Hearing that voice, his eyes shot open as he stared ahead, unable to believe that the person was actually his own father. At that moment, the chandeliers on the ceiling were still hanging peacefully in place, When he saw Luis looking at him with an utterly bewildered gaze, he couldn't help but be confused. He hadn't even done anything, yet Luis was already pressed up against the door, with a look of pure terror on his face. "Hey, Luis!" Luis couldn't handle the shock, so he immediately burst through the door and ran outside, wailing his eyes out. This can't be happening. He knew Janakar better than anyone, so he shot out like the wind, his mind in complete turmoil. No way. As Luis ran, he repeatedly denied to himself that this couldn't be real. No way. A moment later, he reached a room and threw the door open. Stepping inside, before him was a magnificent, spacious room filled with countless books. He walked over to a bookshelf and quickly reached up to grab a book. Luis frantically flipped through it, turning one page after another, with intense focus. After a few moments, he finally found what he was looking for and stopped, staring intently at the page. What Luis had been searching for was the history of this land. The HW Empire is the name of the empire, from that amateur webtoon I read before I died. It's like life just loves to mess with me. He let the book fall from his hands and looked up, his heart sinking. I wasn't reincarnated as a dragon. I was reincarnated into that webtoon. Then, all of a sudden, Luis remembered something. Just then, Janakar found his way to the library and called out to Luis, scaring the living daylights out of him. When Janakar saw him, suddenly acting so strangely, he brought over a plate of fruit and gently asked, "My son, are you hurt?" Faced with Janakar's concern, Luis found it completely at odds with the aggressive image of the man he remembered from before. He was such a kind and loving father, but then there was, "All of you. I will kill you." Is he really going to become a genocidal maniac? What the hell is this? The mere thought of it made Luis's heart ache, and in his mind's eye, he couldn't stop seeing the image of Janakar rampaging through this place. "I will never live peacefully again. Because of your arrogance, I must drown this entire continent in blood." However, at that moment, the look on Luis's face suddenly brightened as he remembered a crucial detail. That's right, Janakar only goes on a rampage after his son is killed by a human. But as soon as he thought that, he froze in his tracks. Something felt terribly wrong. Does that mean? Afraid that he himself was that ill-fated son, he hastily asked, "Father, do I have any older brothers?" But it seemed his terrible fate was sealed, as his father replied, "An older brother? No, Luis, you're the eldest child." Hearing this, he started breaking out in a cold sweat, frantically waving his hands as if to ward off the bad news, and immediately asked Janakar, "So, are you planning on having any more kids?" But life isn't a fairy tale. His father just gave a bright smile and completely crushed his last hope. "Nope, I promised your mother we would have only one child and raise him well." The situation became as tense as a drawn bowstring, and the atmosphere grew, so it felt even heavier when he realized his future fate. So, does this mean no one hatched before or after me? It meant that his life, which had just begun to blossom, now felt like it was collapsing, as if the world were ending. The child who gets killed. That is me? The mere thought made him dizzy, his head spinning. In the webtoon, Jen Locker lost her child and took revenge on the entire empire. Suddenly, after realizing this earth-shattering truth, he was so shocked that he fainted on the spot. Luis was now utterly bewildered, realizing he was just a minor character, nothing more. I'm just the key to starting the story. The child of a villainous dragon who will disappear and vanish into thin air. Right before the story even begins, Luis felt tears streaming down his face, silently mourning a life that had to end before it even truly began. I've become a dragon born only to die. The space outside was now incredibly dark and quiet, without a single soul in sight. Only one room emitted a soft, gentle golden light from within. It's true that being rich doesn't always bring happiness. Even though Luis was rolling around on a high mountain of gold coins, he still couldn't feel a shred of joy knowing he was about to meet his maker. He lay sprawled out, endlessly brooding and sighing in exhaustion. Just like in my past life, I'm still fated to die young, even though I'm living in the lap of luxury, with a family that has nothing but money. When he knew he was about to be 6 feet under, all these coins suddenly seemed fleeting and meaningless. How am I supposed to spend all of this now? Die? Die again? Did I trade everything just for this? But, with his incredibly strong survival instinct, he couldn't just accept this fate and decided he had to do something about it. No, I refused to die such a pointless death. This time, Luis wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. He decided to act. To change his fate, he flew up to a high bookshelf and grabbed a book. Out of all the books available there, Luis chose one with a brown cover. Flipping it open, he saw that the inside was densely packed with countless words. To change his fate, he first had to remember the story's plot so he could prevent it from happening. The year she went berserk, I have to remember it. Luis began to reason with intense focus about what he needed to get started on. Jen Locker only went on that rampage after losing her child, right? If I can just figure out the timing of that event, it means I'll know the exact moment I'm supposed to die. And that year is. After racking his brain, he finally recalled the first crucial piece of information. The year 3589 AD. Luis's face filled with panic, his eyes wide with shock. This is it. He picked up an ink pen and began to write a few lines on a blank sheet of paper. Luis jotted down his predictions for the future. The current year is 3090 AD. So by that time, I'll be about 498 or 499 years old. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret as he wrote, so I'm going to die just 1 year before I'm considered an adult. To die while I'm still just a kid? But this time was different. This time, he had to act, instead of just waiting to die. No. The hell I'm dying. He made a firm resolution to himself that he absolutely had to survive for the next 499 years. I will not give up. A fierce flame of desire to live now blazed in Luis's heart. Just you watch. The scene shifts to a, meanwhile, in another room, it was time to eat. Luis, wearing a bib, was sitting at the table and slurping up the bowl of soup in front of him. Just the day before, Locker had seen him eat like a bird, so he couldn't help but be surprised to see him now eating like a starving wolf. After Luis polished off every last drop in the bowl, he put it down and cheerfully asked for more. Can I have another bowl, please? Seeing Luis eat so heartily made him very happy, and he immediately scooped a large ladleful for him. All right then. Jen Locker placed a full bowl of food in front of him. Luis looked at it, his face full of determination to finish every last bite. Here you go. There's still plenty more, so eat as much as you like. Suddenly, while they were eating, a bug started flying around above their heads. However, that bug didn't seem harmless at all as it flew straight towards Luis's food. It could have landed anywhere, but it landed right on the spoonful of food Luis was about to put in his mouth. Seeing Luis about to eat the bug, Jen Locker could no longer contain himself and became extremely panicked. My son, truly the reflex of a parent seeing their child in danger so fast, he immediately knocked the food away. Suddenly, while he was enjoying his meal, Jen Locker ruined it, which made him very annoyed. What's wrong? After confirming for sure that the bug had kicked the bucket, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You were almost in big trouble, you know. The next second, Jen Locker held the bug out and explained it thoroughly to Luis. This is an artificial creature that I'm researching, but it's not dangerous to our dragon kind. But because you're still young, it's better to be safe. It's very poisonous. Hearing Jen Locker's shocking words, he jumped in surprise, his face utterly astonished. Poisonous? But seeing him so scared that his face turned pale, he quickly reassured him. But you haven't eaten it yet, so you should be fine. While Jen Locker was still wondering how that bug got there, Luis still hadn't gotten over the shock of his near-death experience. That was close. I need to be more careful. He then entered a large room. Inside, a red carpet was rolled out, with suits of armor standing guard on both sides along the entrance. Faced with this magnificent sight, he was extremely excited, his eyes shining as bright as car headlights. However, Luis had no idea that his 80-second trial was about to descend upon him. The eyes of the suit of armor glowed red, and then it no longer stood still, but began to move, raising its weapon to ambush Luis from behind. But with his keen sensitivity to his surroundings, he quickly realized something was wrong. Too late. The axe still came swinging down as fast as lightning. He turned his head, and seeing that he was about to be struck, he started wailing in fear again. Wasn't Jen Locker amazing? He flew in from nowhere like a god and blocked the axe with his hand, saving Luis from the situation. Daring to touch his son meant a death sentence. Jen Locker lunged forward, quickly pushed Luis aside, his own eyes turning red as he radiated a powerful killing intent. He placed his hand on the axe, and his whole body emitted that purple aura. The next second, Jen Locker completely obliterated the suit of armor with an explosion. Seeing Luis's pale, terrified face, he hurriedly bent down to check on him. Luis, are you all right? Faced with their mysterious corruption, he was also at a loss. This is strange. I'm sure I made careful arrangements so they wouldn't harm you. His new life had only just begun a few days ago, but he kept running into disaster. Did I almost die twice in just one day? No way. For the next few days, no danger occurred, so I was convinced. Jen Locker then led Luis to a lush green field of flowers. He frolicked around, full of energy. It's so beautiful. He looked ahead and was stunned to see a majestic, enormous mountain. Seeing Luis's fascination, Jen Locker explained further. It's called the left fang of the earth, one of the two giant mountains located at the continent's end. It's also famous for its nickname, the home of the gods, that mystical place. Seeing it with his own eyes, Luis realized how truly magnificent everything was. It might even surpass the Ever. It looks completely different from what I saw in the books. Suddenly, while Luis was happily playing, a blue butterfly flew by. He was delighted by the blue butterfly's appearance and chased after it relentlessly. So beautiful, I love it. However, the fun didn't last long as the sky suddenly rumbled with thunder and dark clouds rolled in, shattering Luis's cheerful mood. The sky turned pitch black, with not a single ray of light, looking incredibly ominous. But in just a few short seconds, a bolt of lightning with immense destructive power struck down where he stood, nearly turning Luis into a roasted dragon. He was hit by the unexpected blast, and his whole body went limp, looking utterly pathetic. What is this? Seeing him so unexpectedly attacked, Genlocker grew extremely worried, his face pale as he rushed over to check on Luis. But it was too late. Before he could do anything to resolve the situation, Luis was struck by another bolt of lightning from above. But this time, it was with even greater intensity. After taking 2 consecutive hits, Luis's body was now crackling with electricity. His body trembled, about to collapse. I get it. Could this be the script? But the heavens weren't done with Luis yet, conjuring several more lightning bolts, preparing to strike him a few more times. Life is not a dream. Fate has been decided, and Luis could no longer escape. A lightning bolt, many times more destructive than the previous ones, struck Luis one last time, sending him to meet his ancestors. Do you want me dead that badly? He was attacked repeatedly without a chance to fight back. Genlocker couldn't do anything to save him, and could only run to embrace Luis's cold body, sobbing uncontrollably. Scene changed to inside Luis's bedroom. Just when it seemed Luis was a goner, thanks to his ancestors looking out for him, he luckily managed to survive. I almost went to meet my maker. However, Luis didn't think this was just a coincidence. He was sure something was hidden behind it all. Struck by lightning 3 times in the same spot, the images of being repeatedly attacked by those deadly bolts replayed endlessly in his mind. Faced with this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. What are the chances of this happening in such a short period? But the more he reasoned, the more Luis realized he couldn't escape his predetermined fate. That's right, it's because the script wants me dead. But even so, Luis didn't expect it to happen so soon. But right now? After that, Luis didn't expect things to happen so soon. But right now? Then Luis. He started remembering the plot and felt like something was off. I'm not supposed to kick the bucket for another 498 years, and I'm supposed to die at the hands of a human. What? The thought of him, a supreme being, being destroyed just like that, made him feel a bit unwilling to accept it. No way. Is it because I don't want to die? Even now, Luis still couldn't accept the truth, that he had no major role and was just a background element. Damn it, the story can only begin after I die. But then I wondered how that baby dragon in the original story managed to survive for 500 years. I mean, he had only just possessed the dragon character and was already suffering one disaster after another, so he couldn't help but wonder what he would have to go through next. How the hell? His heart was now filled with conflicting emotions about his future. After sitting stiffly on the bed for a while, Luis slowly got off. Even though fate had slapped him around a few times, Luis's will to survive was now stronger than ever. There's no more time to think. I have to do something. From outside the room, one could feel his powerful desire to live. I need something that can save me from this death. After making up his mind, he boldly went to Genlocker's room and threw the door open. Father, seeing Luis finally call him father, a bright smile bloomed on his face, and he was overjoyed. Genlocker gently bent down to ask, "What is it, son?" He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Father, do you have any devices at home that can be used to protect you?" Hearing him ask such a strange question, he was a bit surprised, but then, he replied, "A device to protect me? I do have one, but it's still too early for you to use it." Then, Locker explained in more detail. To use it, you'll need a power called elemental power, and it also takes a lot of training to be able to use them. Seeing that Luis seemed curious, he gently patted his head and said, "You're still too young. Wait until you're older to learn, okay? Just a few hundred more years." However, he knew very well that if he waited a few hundred years, he would already be 6 feet under, so he was determined to insist. "No, I want to learn right now." Faced with this stubbornness from Luis, was Genlocker just going to give in? Luis let out a long sigh, his face full of determination. "I don't want to wait. I want to learn right now." Genlocker was flustered. "Huh?" He became flustered. But you're still too young. Luis ran over and clung to his arm, his eyes sparkling. Can't I? I can't learn just because I'm young? Genlocker scratched his head in thought. But usually, you can start learning after you've passed the hatchling stage. His eyes looked pitiful, yet still sparkled. He couldn't resist and helplessly agreed. All right, I'll teach you. Luis was so happy he waved his front paws around wildly. Really? Then teach me right away. Right now, Genlocker continued. But before we begin, he smiled. There's a place we need to go first, he asked curiously. What place? Genlocker snapped his fingers. He said, it's the place where young dragons go to discover their element for the first time. You have to meet the elders first. Luis ran out the door, happily shouting as he went. Father! Genlocker immediately hugged him, laughing. I'm right here. Luis looked up and asked, but how will we get to the elders' place? Suddenly, around Genlocker, purple sources of light appeared. To get there, we'll have to fly, he said with a smile. Luis raised his small arm to shield himself from the purple lights. Those purple lights gathered together to form a large circle. Luis watched in alarm, thinking to himself, is he transforming into a dragon? In just a moment, Genlocker had transformed into a huge black dragon. With an admiring gaze, Luis shouted, a real dragon? The dragon gently bent down and said to Luis, come on, climb on. He cautiously stepped onto Genlocker's huge hand. Then he flapped his massive wings. Hold on tight. In an instant, the dragon shot up into the sky. Luis, in the palm of Genlocker's hand, was scared. It's so high! The dragon flapped its wings, soaring through the air. Terrified, clinging tightly to the claw, Luis shouted, how much higher do we have to fly? Genlocker glanced at him and chuckled. The journey is still long. He shot up into the blue sky. Luis looked down. Are we going to pass through the atmosphere and fly into space? Genlocker spoke. Luis, we're almost there. By now they had flown into space, and in front of them was a shining castle. Luis was so surprised he was horrified. Oh my God! Genlocker glanced over. Surprising, isn't it? This place is also known as the Holy Land of Dragons. In front of them now was a castle floating in the air. It was the Golden Flower Castle. Genlocker landed on the ground. Luis looked up with an admiring gaze. Whoa, it looks even bigger up close. Genlocker transformed back into a human and walked beside him. All right, let's go in. The two of them stepped inside into a vast space, and a voice spoke up. So you've arrived? It was Sandurgia, the leader of the 13 Dragon Elders. Genlocker bowed respectfully. Greetings, sir. I am Genlocker, son of Pamus. Luis was still in shock, stammering. Hello, Pamus. One of the 13 elders laughed and said, Huh, is that your son? He looks smarter and more polite compared to Pamus's grandson. The dragon next to him immediately got annoyed. You old geezer, Genlocker spoke. It's been a long time, father. Pamus, one of the 13 elders, said, Yes, it's been 623 years. The last time you came here was to introduce your wife, Valentina, wasn't it? Then he angrily continued, And hey, you should have brought the boy here as soon as he was born, right? Why is the first time I'm meeting my grandson with all these old geezers around? Genlocker explained. Luis is only 1 month old. Did you want to force him to come here? Pamus gritted his teeth. Then he observed Luis. Luis looked up with his innocent face, staring intently. Pamus and Luis just stared at each other, when suddenly the boy's eyes started to sparkle, his face adorable. Grandpa Pamus was startled, as if he'd been love-struck. His cheeks flushed red. He laughed loudly. That's right, I'm your grandpa. How can my grandson be this handsome? The two dragons next to them talked. This old guy seems to really dote on his grandson. He's been waiting for a grandchild for a very long time. Let's let him enjoy this moment. Sandurgia said. So you want to know about Luis's attribute? Isn't it still too early? Genlocker replied. Yes, I thought so too, but Luis has expressed his wish for this. So Pamus, standing beside them, smiled. Great. This kid really has a thirst for knowledge, just like his grandfather. Sander said angrily. Shut up, you old geezer. He glared at the humming old man with an annoyed look, always muttering. Step into the center. Luis. Luis became anxious. Father. Genlock raised a hand to reassure him. There's no need to worry, son. Just go on in. All you need to do is just stand still. He stepped into the circle in the middle, surrounded by the elders. Luis took a breath, his face tensing up. Sander glanced over. Let's begin. The elders held out their hands, creating streams of light. Each elder possessed a different power, and all their powers simultaneously flew upwards. Luis watched with admiration. Amazing. Sander held up an orb of light. "Hey kid, close your eyes and chant, 'My lifelong companion.'" Luis closed his eyes earnestly, and above his head appeared various sources of power. "Come forth." A stream of light radiated from around Luis. Sander looked at the orb in his hand, which had the shape of an hourglass. Genlock was surprised. "An abstract attribute? Is it time?" he thought with a hint of pride. Abstract attributes are usually even stronger than natural ones. "My son is truly a genius." Elder Muso looked at the orb in his hand. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "A strength attribute? Just as expected from our bloodline. My grandson has 2 whole attributes." Elder Toso also stared intently at the orb in his hand. "A dual attribute in this day and age? It's been quite a while," Elder Muso said in surprise. "A space attribute as well? 3 attributes?" he continued. "The first Dragon King, Keter, and the worst dragon who was consumed by evil. In the long history of the dragon race, only those 2 have ever possessed 3 attributes." Luis floated among the orbs. This child was destined to write a new page in history. The elders were all shocked. "Is this for real? He even has a mental attribute?" All the powers flew towards Luis. Genlock used his hand to shield his eyes from the bright lights being emitted. Luis jumped for joy. He happily hugged the orbs to his chest. Whoa, whoa. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Large pairs of eyes stared down at him from above, startling Luis. While hugging the orbs, he trembled. Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Genlock's jaw dropped in surprise. Luis sat with his arms crossed on a chair, deep in thought. He recalled the meeting with the elders. Time, space, strength, mental, all 4 attributes were abstract, a talent that left all the elders there speechless, holding immense potential, enough to upset the balance of the original story. With such an ability, could I personally resolve all the events that will happen in this story? He slumped, resting his hands on the table. It's also possible that the plot's development will change because of this. They'll probably be furious that they can't kill me. Luis sighed and leaned back in his chair. But in the end, what's the point of having this talent if I'm likely to kick the bucket before I even get to grow up? He crossed his arms, thinking seriously. Then suddenly, Luis slammed his hand on the table. It's okay, there's still hope. And if this talent can cause a shift, it means I have another chance. He flew to the bookshelf and pulled out a few books. As long as I cultivate it well, my chances of survival will definitely increase. The most important thing is that I'm no longer the Luis from the original story. Luis held up 2 books, The Basic Principles of Magic Skills and the Foundations of Martial Arts. Now that I have memories from my past life, I can fully recognize the crisis that will occur. From now on, I'll use these to improve my strength and increase my chances of survival. A man held a blazing red flame in one hand and a block of white ice in the other. Magic skills are used to control attributes. A tall, muscular man was depicted, and martial arts are used to control both attributes and the body. Which one should I choose first? Or, Luis smiled, pushing his hesitation aside and deciding to learn both at the same time. He flew up high with a joyful expression. This body is that of a dragon, blessed with an abundant amount of mana from birth, and with all 4 attributes, no less. If I just try a little, I'll definitely overcome my fate. Luis was determined, and slammed his hand on the table. All right, let's do this. Suddenly, something shook behind him, making him jump and turn around. "Hey," voice called out. Now, I've kept you waiting, haven't I? My Luis." Genlock cheerfully carried in a pile of food. "Time to eat, son." Luis looked up with sparkling eyes and said, "Ahem, before doing anything big, one must eat first. An army marches on its stomach, after all. Eat first, train later." There were 2 blue stones of the water attribute, shaped like light blue ice crystals. A chewy, brown tuber of the wood, attribute from the Nito family. A colorful, round object of the wind attribute, a cloud jellyfish as fluffy as cotton candy, and a dark blue heart of the thunder attribute. The Thunderbird's heart was slightly carbonated, although these items contained an energy source that could make a person explode, if consumed carelessly. However, because dragons have an organ called a dragon's heart, they can convert natural mana into their own attributes, so they can eat these things freely without any problems at all. Luis ate continuously, thinking, I have to eat a lot and grow up fast. After eating for a while, he started to nod off. Genlock chuckled. He sighed. The little guy must be exhausted. Luis slept soundly in bed, hugging his stuffed rabbit. Suddenly, a purple orb appeared in midair. The orb slowly transformed, turning into a fork in just a moment. It moved on its own. Suddenly, its momentum increased sharply, and the fork fell hard to the ground. A purple creature floated in the air, slowly descending. A sound echoed as the sky began to brighten, and birds flew across the sky under the bright sunlight. Luis slowly woke up, rubbing his eyes. Huh. When did I fall asleep? It must have been while I was eating. Outside, a voice called out, Luis, wake up and eat, son. He got out of bed. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Luis slipped. Huh? Then he fell, face first onto the floor. In front of him was the fork from last night, stuck straight into the ground. Whoa! What is this? Luis picked it up fearfully. I almost died because of a fork stuck in the floor. Ah, even a blind person could see that this is definitely a huge death flag. Then he discovered his tail had been tied up with a string. How can I be so unlucky? The stuffed rabbit was damaged, lying on the floor. Luis shouted, Toto! He carried the rabbit out of the room. He's the only one I can take my anger out on. I'll have to ask Dad to fix him later. As Luis ate, Genlock worked and said, Toto being broken has made my Luis sad. He said, while sewing the stuffed rabbit, don't be sad anymore. Your dad will fix Toto. Sue is even more beautiful than before. After an unknown amount of time, Luis jolted awake in his bed. He was bewildered. What? Why am I here? From outside, a voice called out, Luis, hurry and wake up. It's time to eat, son. Luis looked fearfully at the stuffed rabbit, still intact on the bed. Sue is already fixed? Yes. He cowered by the door in fear. Dad, something feels really strange. Genlock was startled. What? Why? Where did my son get hurt? Luis walked over and crossed his arms seriously. I don't know if this counts as being hurt or not. I'm not really sure. But my memories are all fuzzy, and I feel sleepy too. He looked on, confused. Then he continued cooking and said, So, it's that time, isn't it? Luis was taken aback. No, I'm not hurt. It's just that my sleep cycle is approaching. Genlock explained. Our dragon race has to go through 2 sleep cycles to become adults. If you're constantly feeling sleepy, then your first sleep cycle is probably approaching. Luis wondered, how long will I be asleep for? Genlock hesitated. There's no exact time, but it'll be around. He was shocked by his father's words. About 100 years. Luis panicked. Damn it. Just a few days ago, I got through that Discord fiasco. And what? I have to sleep for a whole 100 years? He helplessly clutched his small head. This is definitely telling me to get ready to kick the bucket. He ran off. This can't be happening. Genlock was startled and called after Luis. Luis tied a towel around his head, his body filled with fiery determination. I have to make a plan to stay awake for as long as possible. A whole plan was drawn up. First, avoid eating too much because a full stomach will easily make me sleepy. Second, don't take a bath because bathing will make me feel relaxed. Third, reduce movement to a minimum. That will make me feel restless. Fourth, do not go near the bed. Just seeing the bed will make me want to lie down immediately. Luis wrote diligently. All right, from now on I have to try my best to stay awake. He walked wearily down the hallway. Luis sighed tiredly. Genlock, holding a bowl of food, shouted, Luis, you have to eat more for me. He tried to stuff the food in his mouth. Come on, just one more spoonful, son. Luis ran away in fear, and he shouted, Luis! He tiredly entered the library. Phew, that was a close call. Lucky I snapped out of it in time. Luis picked up a book to read. I can't let my guard down until I find a way to avoid sleeping. The book page read, How to always stay awake. Stand up and pinch your own cheeks. Eat spicy food. Wash your face with cold water. Don't read books. His vision started to blur. Luis startled himself by pinching both his cheeks. Whoa, no, no. Then he started nodding off again. No! He jolted awake. Luis slapped his cheeks again, shouting, I can't! His vision began to blur, but his mind was still resisting. No. After an unknown amount of time, familiar calls of Luis's name echoed in the space. From the bed, Luis jolted awake. A cheerful Genlock appeared before him. Did you sleep well? Dad. Luis raised his hand. I didn't sleep. I just passed out for a little bit. He knelt on one knee. Congratulations. My son. Luis looked up. What? What are you congratulating me for? Then he gasped, his mouth wide open. I'm celebrating your 100th birthday. Luis. 100 years ago, a voice called in the room. Luis. Genlock walked in. Luis, do you want a little snack? He saw him fast asleep on the floor, surrounded by many stacks of books. Book. Genlocker smiled happily. Well, it looks like you fell asleep while reading, huh? Then he picked Luis up and placed him on the bed. Genlocker said gently, wouldn't it be better to eat a little more before you sleep? Looking at Luis sleeping so soundly, he thought, but the boy is already fast asleep, so never mind. I hope he will wake up safely. Luis looked incredibly adorable while sleeping. Sleep well, my good son. Tomorrow, I will come to you. Genlocker sat in a chair, diligently writing, when a sudden loud noise startled him. Immediately, Locker rushed to open the door. What the hell is this? Seeing Luis sleeping soundly on the ground, surrounded by dust and smoke, he screamed in panic. Ah, Luis! Genlocker knelt and pushed the wooden beams aside. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Luis was still fast asleep in his arms. He scanned the surroundings, but there were no signs of an intruder. Suddenly, a wooden beam snapped in two. Don't tell me my wooden ceiling just collapsed for no reason. The entire wall and its bricks came crashing down. Genlocker used all his strength to protect Luis. For many decades that followed, a series of mysterious incidents continued to happen regularly. It was as if someone was trying to kill the boy. His room even caught fire, but Luis slept soundly through it. The boy had been near death many times. Genlocker used his power to create a magic circle. I don't know why these things keep happening to Luis. So, using various safety measures, I've created protective barriers in every way I can. He got injured, and as a result, his lifespan was also shortened a little. But that's not a big deal, as long as Luis remained safe. The night sky was filled with the moon and stars. For the past 60 years, I haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep. 4,120. That's the number of incidents that have threatened Luis's life. Genlocker stood on a cliff. Is someone really trying to assassinate him? But who could possibly be doing this? Sunlight shone down on the castle, the world having forgotten the existence of dragons. Only a few ancient ones still know about our existence. What could possibly harm Luis that I wouldn't know about? Genlocker thought, only a dragon could possess that kind of power. But all the ones living nearby protect their own children with their lives. After all this, could the only conclusion be that it's all just a coincidence? I just don't know anymore. The hallway grew dark. A massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. Genlocker used his power. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with terrifying fury. Why do these heartless creatures even exist? A squad of armed soldiers appeared before him. Sounds rang out. The armed soldiers charged forward. Genlocker silently raised his hand, unleashing his power. Tendrils of dark energy enveloped the space. The area grew dim, and the soldiers froze in place. Suddenly, the tendrils of energy sharpened, piercing through the soldiers' chests. The surrounding space grew even darker. Genlocker frowned, watching intently as the soldiers were swiftly annihilated, their bodies littering the ground. He recalled a conversation his father had with him. A genius must face many hardships. Not only that, but there will be many more trials and tribulations. Genlocker worried about those words, thinking of what awaited Luis in the future. Baser frowned sadly, just like what happened with the first Dragon King. Back in the present, Genlocker stood amidst the body parts of the soldiers. Is it true? Is Luis's talent so powerful that they want to kill the boy? He clenched his fists. No, that can't be right. Genlocker's eyes filled with determination. God, fate, or whatever the hell it is, I will protect Luis from everything. The room had been tidied up. Currently, Luis was staring intently at the wall, thinking. Looking at himself in the mirror, he rubbed his face and made a few noises, then raised his hand to his head to see if he'd grown any taller. Luis stomped his foot angrily, spending a whole 100 years just to sleep, and this is all I've grown? Speaking of which, he trembled. I didn't pay much attention before, but a large part of my life has already passed. So 100 years have gone by, Luis thought to himself, and I'm still alive. He recalled his near-death experiences, almost attacked by a stone statue and struck by lightning until he was charred black. He almost fell onto spikes sticking out of the ground. He thought to himself, not a single day went by without a near-fatal accident. Luis felt it was miraculous, but also confusing. How was I safe while I was sleeping? How is that even possible? Luis thought in silence, and after a moment, he closed his eyes and spread his arms. Oh well, why bother worrying about it? I'm still alive, and that's what matters, Genlocker called out, holding some food. Luis, it's almost time for dinner. Get ready, and come downstairs, okay? Yes, sir, he observed the man. What's wrong with father? Has he gotten older? Luis recalled the past. Maybe I really am a tragedy for my father. He became determined. All right, from now on, I'll be a good son and always listen to my father, Luis called out, making Genlocker turn his head. Father, wait for me. The man said cheerfully. Haha, come with me. Father, I'm so hungry. Luis chatted with Genlocker. But why do you look so tired? Do I look that worn out? Yes. You should remember to sleep before you work, father. Haha, I know. Beside a tall mountain, on a lush green lawn, under the beautiful, bright sunlight, with green canopies rustling in the wind. A boy holding a wooden sword raised it high, then swung it down hard through the air, creating trails of smoke around it. The tip of the sword came to rest on the grass at his feet. The boy panted, sweat trickling down his cheeks, when a voice called out, "Young Master." The boy immediately turned his head. Young Master Luis. The story begins with a scene of blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine. At this moment, a voice called out to the boy, "Luis." A boy with platinum blonde hair and deep violet eyes turned his head upon sensing another's presence. Young Master Luis. Suddenly, a white handkerchief was floating in the air, and the voice seemed to be coming from it. "Here is your handkerchief, sir." Luis quickly lifted the handkerchief, and a pair of tiny, cute feet were revealed. Oh, I thought it was a talking handkerchief, but it turns out there was a tiny fairy hiding under it this whole time. When she could finally breathe in the fresh air, she let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, the maid named Phi began to comment on his behavior. "I see you've been in your human form for quite a while now. You are clearly a descendant of the Divine Dragon clan, the Great and Holy One." When she saw that young Master Luis didn't answer and just stammered while wiping his face with the handkerchief, she wondered, "What is it, young master?" Turns out, he was also extremely annoyed by Vin's form of address. "It's been 100 years. Can you stop calling me young Master Vin?" However, she didn't seem too pleased with Luis's strange request. "But you are my young master." Then, she suddenly did a 180-degree turn and expressed her opinion with extreme intensity. "The honor of serving the Forest Lord is the greatest aspiration of us fairies." Hearing this, a knowing smile unconsciously formed on Luis's lips. Such an honor. Come to think of it, I never even paid attention to that. At that moment, old memories began to play in his mind like an old film. The incident probably began after I went through my first hibernation. Luis was relaxing and reading a book in his room when he suddenly turned his head, sensing someone's presence. When he turned around, he saw a huge white gift box, tied with a red ribbon, placed neatly on the table. But as he got closer, he looked around, completely puzzled as there wasn't a single soul in sight. "I'm sure I just heard something." While he was still wondering what had just happened, the box began to move, as if some living creature was inside. Surprise! A girl suddenly burst out of the box, her face deathly pale as if she was about to suffocate. "I can breathe." The sudden appearance of a girl in his room scared Luis stiff. What the heck? The sudden appearance startled Luis so much that he smacked her hard with his tail. Phi took a massive hit from Luis, sending her spinning through the air while screaming non-stop for a good while. After being spun around like a top, her head was spinning, causing her to lose her balance and collapse in a heap. The next second, he approached Phi and began to poke and prod, inspecting her wings. "What is this giant flying thing?" Seeing Phi lying there, stiff as a board, Luis took a brush and poked her to check on her condition. Then he used the brush to lift Phi up. At this point, she hadn't fully regained consciousness and was still in a daze, which confused him even more. "What is this?" But in just a flash, Phi regained her senses and snapped her head towards Luis, looking extremely fierce. She finally snapped out of it when she saw herself being hung up like a clothes rack. She struggled, hoping to get free. Although Phi had just made an extremely clumsy and misleading entrance, she now composed herself, bowed, and introduced herself. "It is a great pleasure to meet you, Holy Dragon. My name is Phi, from the royal family of the Fairy Light Kingdom. I am greatly honored to be the one to bring you joy in the future." However, despite Phi's friendly and sincere introduction, Luis looked at her with an extremely scrutinizing gaze, as if she were an alien. When she saw him just staring at her with a blank, soulless expression, Phi's shoulders slumped as she slowly spoke. "Could you please put me down?" At this, Luis also regained his composure, sat down on the floor, and crossed his arms to question her. "Hey, what did you just mean? What honor?" Hearing him ask about the very thing she had painstakingly prepared, she eagerly pulled out a white cloth. "All right, please take a look." Phi, as if she had been waiting for this day for a very long time, excitedly whipped off the white cloth that was. A great surprise was in store for the mighty Holy Dragon. "We of the Fairy Kingdom have prepared a special gift." In the blink of an eye, a wardrobe filled with countless top-notch outfits appeared. The dress-up toy set of a fairy, Starlight, Faye, totally in her element, immediately launched into a sales pitch for her insanely cool product, taking advantage of the androgynous nature of the fairy race. The toy set included clothes for both men and women, as well as outfits for demons and angels, and countless other fascinating options, including a limited edition set, you know. But that wasn't all, as the true star of the show was about to make her official debut. However, the most essential part was this. With her overflowing confidence, Today's star was none other than Faye. I, a noble starlight fairy, and the owner of a perfect body that can pull off any kind of outfit. However, after listening to her ramble on, it seemed none of it registered with Luis, and it even made him freeze for 5 seconds, unable to process what she was doing, although he seemed quite annoyed. By her roundabout introduction, he still managed to ask patiently, "Ah, so you mean I should use you as a living toy?" Hearing that he had finally understood her intentions perfectly, she snapped her fingers in confirmation. "You are a holy dragon who is both noble and wise." Suddenly, as if a switch was flipped, Faye hyperactively leaped into the air. "So, it must be you." But just when she thought Luis had accepted her, Faye was sent spinning in the air by him. In your dreams. Finding himself suddenly saddled with this nuisance, he grabbed her like a chicken and ran to complain to Genlock. I had to personally go and ask my father why he would give me a gift like this. But it turned out to be the most beloved gift among young dragons. Of course, playing with fairy dolls didn't feel like some grand fairy tale adventure or a battle to me, but playing with a living, doll-like creature was a bit creepy, so I had to return her. Hearing that she was about to be sent back to the factory, Faye felt a dagger pierce her heart and began to cry and wail, clinging to him. "No. Why? Would you do this? Why? I'll do anything you want. I can clean or do the laundry. Anything." She threw all her shame out the window, grabbing Luis's tail so tightly that it even startled him. A little. "Please don't throw me away. I beg you, don't throw me away." It was only later that I learned that becoming the friend of a dragon was a great honor and a guaranteed path to greatness. The first king, who was also the one who united the fairy tribes, was the childhood toy of the first Dragon King. After several days of crying and begging, she was finally accepted as my aide. Faye was already 800 years old. She knew much more than I did. She was also quite useful for trivial matters. Faye looked up at Luis with wide, sparkling eyes and asked, "Master Luis, what are you thinking about?" He held out his hand and requested, "It's nothing. Now that my training is done, can we get back to my studies?" Hearing this, she bloomed into a bright smile. Yes, just a moment." She was a natural spatialist with a talent for storing things in small spaces. To Luis, Faye was not. She's not just a maid, but also a magic bag. You could even call her my personal inventory. All sorts of items from A to Z, from small to large, are carefully stored by her, and when I need something, she just pulls it out. "Here you are, my lord." And today, Finn is also serving as Luis's teacher. Today, you will be learning about the separation and manifestations of mana, an advanced course. He excitedly took the book. "Thanks, Finn." Then, from thin air, she conjured countless sweets, from cakes to tea, she had it all. "I'm glad she feels comfortable doing that." He approached the table, which was laid out with a delectable spread of desserts, and thought to himself, "I'll have to get used to this soon. The weather today is perfect for an outdoor tea party." While Luis was engrossed in his book, Finn was also trying her best to pour him tea. However, the clear blue skies didn't last long before the sky started to turn gray, with dark clouds rolling in accompanied by flashes of lightning. He was finally in the mood to study diligently for once, but the weather ruined the atmosphere, which disappointed him, so he closed his book. It's only been a few days. Is it acting up again? Looking up at the sky, the dark clouds gathered even more intensely. Thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Bolts of lightning that lit up the entire sky suddenly struck the ground right where he was. Finn, seeing the potential danger, worriedly shouted a warning to Master Luis. However, instead of being scared, he was, on the contrary, extremely calm, and held out his hand. Who would have thought that in just an instant, all the energy from that lightning would be completely absorbed by Luis into the bracelet on his wrist? Feeling himself being recharged with more power, he broke into a very satisfied smile. Having been struck so many times, Luis was now completely unfazed, and on the contrary, he even used it to increase his own power. "I've been struck by lightning hundreds of times by now. That's more than enough." Seeing the gleaming green gem on his hand, her jaw dropped in complete astonishment. An elemental gem, it utilizes the phenomenon where the purer the power, the stronger it becomes, and conversely, the weaker it is, the more easily it leaks out. It's a relatively stable, low-grade elemental gem. As it began to absorb the lightning, it also started to fill up. When he saw that all the energy had filled his bracelet, he started to get a new idea. "It's already full, I need to change it out quickly." However, before he could act on his plan, she immediately objected with all her might. "No, master." At that moment, Luis looked up at the sky with his eyes wide open in utter shock. "Master, While he was still trying to figure out what was happening, several bolts of lightning struck straight down on him. At this moment, Finn witnessed the scene as if she'd lost her soul. A spatial field? After a while, everything returned to normal. But she still couldn't escape the thoughts in her head. He's so fast. So that's magic nearing level 1? Faced with Luis's incredible display, Finn was filled with immense admiration. Even if he is a chosen dragon, this is still progressing way too fast. With him, I must write a great page in history for everyone in the elf tribe to hear about. While she was thinking about a bright future, Luis was looking at her with a very scrutinizing gaze. At this moment, he felt incredibly lucky. Thankfully, ever since I learned about spatial fields, these life-threatening incidents have also been prevented with ease. My space attribute has almost reached level 1. Space and time are level 3, but my mind is still stuck at level 5. I focused too much on training my spatial abilities just to survive, but because of that, I completely neglected my other attributes. I guess it'll take a little more time. Huh? Then he clenched his fist with determination, but it's okay now. I'll definitely live long enough to see MU win a trophy. After finalizing everything he needed to do, Luis clenched his fist and looked toward the bright future ahead. Alright, let's do this. He couldn't just sit around and wait for things to happen, so he called out, "Finn, bring me the next book." When she heard that, she quickly brought it over. Right away, right away. The scene changes to a cozy dining room. Right now, Luis and Genlocker are having a meal together. While holding a huge chicken leg in his hand, Luis turned to ask him, Dad, where are you planning to go?" With a gloomy and slightly sad face, Genlocker announced his upcoming schedule. "I'm planning to go to the Silver Flower Castle, Luis. At the end of this month, Jia will be retiring." With a pure and innocent soul, he asked again to confirm, "Oh, is that Grandpa?" After hearing that, he fell into deep thought, not knowing what to say. It's true that he is retiring, but for you to call him Grandpa is a bit. However, Luis didn't care about those trivial details and just addressed him the way he wanted. What's the big deal? Grandpa's friend is also a grandpa. At that statement, Genlocker didn't want to say anything more. "Whatever you say." Luis then grabbed another big chicken leg and expressed his curiosity. "I understand that Grandpa is retiring, but why do you have to go there, Dad?" Since hiding it from him would be pointless anyway, Genlocker hesitated for a moment before answering. "The thing is," he announced while putting a hand on his head and flashing a joyful smile, "your father has been recommended to take over Elder Jia position." Upon hearing that his father was honored with such a great responsibility, Luis immediately gave a thumbs up. "Amazing, good job, you're so awesome, Dad." Being praised by his son, Genlocker was on cloud 9. If you say so, then it must be true. Now he realized, it wasn't just himself who had been trying hard every day, but Genlocker was also doing his best. I wasn't the only one who grew over the past years. But also my father, who has always been at the top for a long time. He finally reached level 0 of the dark attribute. Faced with his impressive and outstanding progress, Luis felt a sense of admiration. Even ordinary dragons couldn't achieve that. My father did it at only 4,000 years old, a relatively young age for a dragon. He placed great faith in his father's daily growth, which was enough to turn him into the final big boss. This reminded Luis of the image of him turning into a demon in the webtoon he had read. In the original storyline, Genlocker was also the madman who ravaged the entire continent. His two main attributes were darkness and magic. With just those two attributes, Genlocker's entire body was dyed a jet black color. He became known by the title of the second one to turn into a demon. However, with his own determination, Luis could rest a little easier because he knew he would be the one to change this story. But that's not going to happen this time. I've trained myself bald for the past 150 years just to prevent that from happening again. But at that moment, Genlocker suddenly became very, and stammered, as if about to say something embarrassing to him. Luis saw this and replied, "Yes," but he still didn't get straight to the point, but just kept hesitating. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for Genlocker to say something, Luis finally urged him to get to the point. "Just say it, Dad." The next second, Genlocker suddenly blurted out a shocking statement that left him somewhat surprised. "I didn't think I'd be away from home for so long." Genlocker began to awkwardly explain his long absence. Usually, parents with children aren't chosen, but this time, there was no one else qualified for this position, but this process usually takes a very long time. This time, however, it's only for 10 years, that's all. However, to Luis the number 10 years was still too long. With a crestfallen look, he asked Genlocker again, "For a whole 10 years?" The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and gloomy. Seeing his son looking sad, he moved closer, wanting to say something to comfort him, but not knowing what. However, just when you'd think Luis So would be devastated and sad, he looked up with a brighter face than ever. What a relief. Then, it'll be over in no time, he said. Luis So then explained his sudden happiness. I thought it would take a few hundred years. 10 years is just a decade after all. Then, Luis So proudly told Genlocker, besides, I'm already starting to learn the theory of lawlessness, so I'll just speed things up. However, it was unclear if he'd heard a single word, as Genlocker just sat huddled by himself, looking dejected. Dad? Seeing Genlocker's reaction, he couldn't help but think of one possibility. Don't tell me you were hoping I'd cry and beg you not to go? Even Genlocker himself couldn't quite understand, so he couldn't answer Luis So's question. I don't even know what I was expecting. Do you want anything else to eat? Although deep down he was crying a river of tears, on the outside, he still tried to act like he was okay. Wait a moment, let me go get you some snacks. Faced with such meticulous care coming from his father, Luis So was speechless. Really, Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. You're the one who's acting like it. On a bright and clear morning, the time finally came for Genlocker to depart. Unable to feel at ease about his young son, he gave him countless instructions before leaving. The nutritional supplements are in the freezer, and don't you dare skip meals to train. You hear me? The first aid kit is in the third drawer in your room. If you get sick, remember to find the medicine and take it. And on he went. Seeing Genlocker treat him like a baby, he couldn't take it anymore and urged him on. Dad, I'll be fine. You should just go. You've been repeating the same things for 4 hours now. Luis So couldn't stand being treated like a child any longer, and exclaimed, I'm not a kid anymore, and I'll only be alone for 10 years. He silently thought to himself, Dad's the real child here. Before leaving, he had prepared a small pouch for Luis So and handed it to him. Also, take this. It's a natural object called a communication stone. Inside was a smooth, flawless, round stone that was a beautiful shade of blue. They usually come in pairs, and when filled with energy, you can still talk to each other no matter how far apart you are. Luis So took the incredibly cool stone, his eyes sparkling, like a star lantern, full of joy, and it looked pretty expensive too. With this stone's magical properties, it seemed they were only separated by physical distance, but could still maintain their connection. So, we can still talk normally, even if you're at the Silver Flower Castle, Dad? But at that question, Genlocker suddenly froze in his tracks. Just a moment ago, he had been hyping up the stone's magical properties, and yet now refutes that. Come to think of it, I didn't think it could travel that far. Faced with the reconfirmation from confirmation, Luis sighed wearily. Even the smartest people can be like this. He's a true king of optimism. He said this while still trying to choose his words carefully to reassure Genlocker. No news is good news. So, you don't need to worry about me. Just focus on your work and do it well. Alright? After several hours of instructions and farewells, finally, Genlocker couldn't stay any longer and said his final words. I guess I have to go now. If you need anything, just come find me in my room. Even though he was already flying high into the air, he still looked back down to give a few more instructions to his beloved son. If you get bored, feel free to read my books, and remember not to skip meals and eat well. The streets are dangerous, so don't even think about going out there. A parent's concern for their child is truly endless. Even after flying far away, he still tried to shout a few more instructions. Hearing Genlocker's incredibly detailed warnings, Luis could somewhat understand his father's feelings. Seriously? Dad, you worry way too much. Just then, images of Genlocker repeatedly using his own body to protect him flashed through Luis's mind. Time and time again, he had done everything in his power to keep him safe. You've protected me for the past 100 years. But he couldn't just stay a child forever. Luis resolved that he would have to stand on his own 2 feet and protect himself. But from now on, you won't have to do that anymore, Dad. Then, a mischievous smile crept onto his face as he realized, oh right, from now on I'm finally free, right? Luis gazed at the vast castle before him, imagining all the fun he could have, and his heart swelled with joy. I can't believe it. Is this massive castle really all mine? But reality is often disappointing. He'd only been reading for a moment when his mood took a nosedive. It's only been a short while. Right then, he witnessed a case of bullying, and the victim today was none other than Phi. Luis, help me. So you were here all along. As Phi faced 2 shadowy figures with bloodshot red eyes approaching her, she was absolutely terrified. Oh no. The color drained from her face as they closed in. Don't come near me. But it was 2 against 1, and the odds were not in her favor. No matter how hard Phi tried to get away, she was ultimately caught by the 2 of them. We got you now! She was completely helpless, bursting into tears and wailing for help. Master Luis, save me. As if on cue, Her wish was granted when Luis reached out and snatched Phi from their hands. He did save her, but the rescue itself was a bit rough. With his immense strength, it felt like he was about to send her to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Luis was confronting them. "What are you two doing here? You really can't judge a book by its cover." Despite their cute appearance, they insisted on acting all tough, getting right up in Luis's face. When Khan and Khan saw Luis show up, seemed overjoyed as they rushed forward. Luis, even though no one asked, the two of them kept talking over each other non-stop and spoke whenever they pleased, creating a completely chaotic scene. "I don't know. But whatever your dad says, goes. I don't know either, and I don't want that to happen." Hearing them bicker without backing down, he looked incredibly frustrated and demanded, "One at a time, just give me the short version." Kaini, the older of the twin sisters. She was the one who spoke first. "Your father went to the Silver Flower Castle and left us all alone." Khan, the younger twin, was the one who added fuel to the fire. He said he'd be back in 10 years. "I'm sure Luis is just as worried as we are." Faced with their overwhelming enthusiasm, Luis felt like he was about to suffocate. "So we came here to see if you were bored." "It's so much fun. We're doing fine, but we were sure Luis would be bored." Seeing them chattering away like a pair of magpies and not giving him a moment of peace, Luis tactfully said, "Could you two possibly get out of here?" Hearing this, they both got riled up. "Hey, why are you being so selfish, Luis? You can't say that." Then, the two sisters pointed at him in unison. "This pair of troublemakers are my neighbors, who live next door. The 10,000-year-old twin dragon sisters. Karen Locker was the one who brought this first great trial upon me. I was really down because I wasn't growing taller, so my father introduced them to me. At first, I thought they were adorable, with their silver hair and chubby cheeks. We played together a few times, but that cute exterior was just a facade. The truth was, they soon started showing up uninvited and causing a ruckus every time. And here I thought I'd finally have some private space to train. Just thinking about that disastrous pair of twin sisters made Luis want to tear his hair out. Father, why would you subject me to this torture? The two of them then teamed up to verbally assault him. I can't believe it. We came to hang out with you because we were worried you'd be bored, Luis. And you're acting this selfish. Then, Khan pulled out a glowing purple sword. This time, I even brought a toy. However, the moment he saw the sword, he realized something. Suddenly, Luis snatched the sword from Khan's hand and examined it intently. Holding the sword firmly, his mind was flooded with questions. This. He turned to the two of them and asked, Where did you two get this from? At Luis's question, the two of them thought for a moment, recalling its origin. Just then, an orb glowed purple, revealing a magic circle engraved within. The answer was closer than he could have imagined. Kaini and Khan innocently revealed where they had gotten the sword. Oh, that? I took it from our dad's storage room. That's right, we got it from our dad's storage room. However, hearing how they had just taken someone else's property, Luis couldn't help but find it impolite. Did Uncle Kalos give you permission? Seeing the two of them suddenly go dead, silent, and avert their gazes, he understood the situation. You two are only good at causing trouble. Holding the sword, Luis examined it with intense focus. This is a magic sword with a spatial attribute, stone, and it contains even more power than I do. Just then, the purple magic orb began to glow brightly, drawing their attention. Luis's attention. Looking at the round object with intricate magic circles drawn inside, he had a pretty good idea of what it was. A magic orb? What could it be used for? After a while, Luis was still staring at the sword without looking away, and even asked for Phi's opinion. What do you think, Phi? I think it's broken, and has lost its function already. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about the world of magic, she hesitated and said, I'm not too sure. It's some kind of high-level magic. But I've seen many spatial swords and items like this before. Seeing the meticulously and detailedly engraved magic circles inside the orb, she could guess that this orb is very complex, so its storage space must be quite large. Hearing that, Luis broke into a satisfied smile, as if he had just come up with an interesting plan. Really? Alright, it's true that idle hands are the devil's workshop. Before the eager and expectant eyes of the others, Luis decided to do some at-home exploration. Getting rich isn't hard. With his big brain, he began to plan and calculate. Since this sword came from a dragon's treasure hoard, he must have hidden many valuable items inside. I have to take advantage of this and get all the treasure. However, they were still green and inexperienced. Just a few hours later, everyone had already collapsed and given up. When they first started, the twin sisters looked very excited. But now, everyone seemed exhausted. This is so boring. When will this be over? However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Luis's voice finally rang out. It's finally done. Before everyone's sparkling, admiring gazes, he held up the completed sword. I've fixed it. Alright now. Hurry up and try it, Luis. Can't rush things and mess it all up. So he calmly said, wait. I need to increase my elemental power first. Then he channeled all his strength to activate the sword. Feeling the abundant power within the sword, Luis couldn't help but wonder, there's more energy than I thought. What on earth is stored inside it? Suddenly, an orb of light was created, and from within it, bolts of lightning carrying an extremely powerful murderous aura shot out. Everything now seemed to be beyond Luis's control. The orb grew larger and larger, sucking everything inside. Faced with this surreal spectacle, Luis quickly covered himself with his hands, completely stunned. What is this? Is this thing a subspace? It looks like they're done for. A small mistake leads to a huge disaster. The orb above their heads continued to grow in size, now looking like it was about to swallow everything around it. Faced with this situation, Luis couldn't just stand there and do nothing, so he tried to calm himself down. No, I can't. With the current abilities of the three of them, we probably can't withstand this energy for long, and we certainly can't resolve it. And as expected, they were swallowed into a black vortex. The scene in the library had now vanished, replaced by a dark, cold place with many ice pillars around. The orb, after swallowing them, finally appeared in this place, and the three of them, before they could even understand what had just happened, were unintentionally transported to a strange location. After Luis opened his eyes and looked around warily, he also had somewhat surprised. Huh? Looking at this place full of ice before us, with me and the two kids way up high like this, Luis couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, utterly bewildered and stunned. What is this? The three of them were then sent into a free-fall down below, and what was bound to happen, happened. They then had a landing that was anything but smooth, and was instead extremely painful. Right now, one was clutching their stomach in pain, while another couldn't even stand up. Is everyone okay? My butt is totally shattered. But what Luis was concerned about right now was what the heck kind of place they were in. Where in the world are we? Looking around, there was nothing but ice and more ice, as deserted as a ghost town, with not a single soul in sight. After calming down, he also realized, a cave? But at that moment, the magic orb he was holding in his hand started emitting some kind of energy, and in a flash, it shattered into many pieces that flew everywhere through the air. The orb, after putting everyone in a hopeless situation, just crumbled to dust before their petrified eyes. Khan, after all, was still a child. Seeing that they were trapped here, coupled with the shattered sword, he became terrified and started wailing. No, Luis broke my sword. At this, he hesitantly explained to the boy so that he wouldn't be misunderstood. No, that wasn't a sword, it was just an elemental stone. But no matter what he said, Khan kept screaming, blaming everything on Luis, which gave him a massive headache. Luis broke my elemental stone. Of mine. However, Luis didn't care about the boys crying and instead asked CNI, do you know whose sword this is? Recalling what she knew, the little girl recounted, I heard it belonged to my mother's great-grandmother. Hearing about the girl's great-grandmother, he asked again, was she a mage? Faced with this question, CNI was also clueless and stammered while looking away. I don't know much about that. The deeper Luis delved into this, the more confused he became. So curious, so curious. At the very least, I need to know its purpose before I can use it. However, while they were digging into the sword's origin, Phi had already walked quite a distance and called back, young Master Luis, there's something over here. Following the direction of her voice, they now saw a sword stuck straight down into a block of ice. Finding a sword in the middle of nowhere like this made Luis wonder, what is this? Connecting the dots, he boldly proposed a theory. Could this not be a subspace containing treasure, but a dimensional gate connecting two places? That's just my guess. It's too late for regrets now. He started reprimanding himself for his carelessness. Damn it, I should have been more cautious. That was way too reckless. Suddenly, as he started walking forward, the other two asked, Luis, where are you going? Unable to just sit and wait for rescue, Luis decided to take matters into his own hands. I need to find out where we are so we can get home. Of course, the other two didn't want to stay behind either, so they offered to follow him. All of them ventured deeper inside together, but so far, nothing had changed. Suddenly, Luis stopped in his tracks and frantically looked around. Everything had been going very smoothly until now, but now a massive block of ice was blocking their path. This was a terrifying obstacle, yet, with Luis's fighting spirit, this little bit wasn't nearly enough to challenge him. Let's get out of here. Luis gathered all his power into his hand, forming a square block, and then launched it forward. That block, quickly collided with the block of ice, spreading its power across the entire surface of the glacier. Isn't Luis incredible? He successfully shattered the ice block, barring their path in a single instant. At last, the dark space was now basking in a bit of sunlight. Chi and Khan were ecstatic to finally be free from that place. Everyone was now staring at the vast expanse of white snow before them. What in the world is this? It's really cold. Snow? Out of curiosity, he climbed over the block of ice and headed forward. Luis S., where are you going? As they stepped out of the cave, there was an absolutely incredible sight waiting for them. What is it? What's wrong? Seeing Luis S. standing there frozen in place, Finn flew over and asked, Master, what in the world is happening? Staring at the majestic mountain before him, Luis S. immediately recalled the mountain Genlocker had told him about. That's the right fang of the earth. The other two were also completely stunned by this incredible sight. What? What's wrong? The right fang? I thought he just mentioned the left fang. You idiot. It's beautiful, sure, but hidden behind that beauty is a shocking truth. The right fang of the earth is a mountain located in the east, belonging to the continent of winter, which means, as he thought of this, Luis S. stood, frozen for 5 seconds upon realizing the devastating truth. We're screwed. Before them now was a mountain completely covered in white, and the entire landscape was shrouded in a blanket of white snow. This world is called EV, and it's divided into 4 continents, and each one has a consistent climate year-round. The continent of spring has temperate weather all year long, where plants constantly bud and flourish. The continent of summer has a tropical climate and a blazing sun that feels like it's burning. The summer sea is brilliant with sunshine, its deep blue waters lapping against scorching hot sand. The continent of autumn has weather that is cool and filled with sunshine, which has created bountiful harvests for hundreds of years. And finally, there's the continent of winter with its cold, harsh weather, whistling winds, and endless snow. And Genlocker's home, the Nokchi mountain range, is located in the east of the spring continent, a place that's always bathed in warm sunlight. And the look on Luis S.'s face right now clearly showed his utter confusion. To be precise, we're at the very edge of the winter continent, near the right fang of the earth, which is located in the east. Then suddenly, a very dangerous-looking smile crept onto Luis S.'s lips, and then it was as if a switch flipped in his head, and he suddenly became bizarrely excited, leaving everyone around him completely baffled. It's truly one disaster after another. He couldn't help but tear at his hair, trying to figure out how to survive in this monstrous place. I could handle being reincarnated, but can I really get through this? I really thought I'd get to enjoy some peaceful days while Genlocker was away from home, but life just keeps making him face one trial after another. I'm constantly under threat, and the world out there is always filled with dangers. I never even planned on leaving the house, but suddenly, the mention of home made Luis S. remember something. Oh, right. What if someone notices something strange, that I vanished from the castle? An image appeared in his mind, of Genlocker tearing apart every nook and cranny to find him. Give me back Luis S. He was pretty sure his father would turn into a homicidal maniac again. It was a blessing in disguise. The item that Genlocker had given him before he left was finally ready to be used. That's right, I still have the communication stone. Sure enough, the stone was still with Luis this whole time, but right now, it looked completely silent, showing no signs of activity. Seeing the stone lying dormant like that, Luis S.'s last hope was extinguished. He became incredibly dejected, as it seemed there was no way to fix the situation. Maybe it doesn't work at this distance. He was already backed into a corner anyway. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, so Luis S. decided to go for broke, and turned to ask her, Finn, can we cross the East Sea? And no matter how much he hoped for Finn's answer, she only had one, no. What are you thinking? The reason Finn considered it a dangerous and seemingly impossible task was well-founded. That monstrous sea is the worst place for a dragon to attempt a crossing. That sea separates the winter continent and the spring continent, and it's a gathering place for all kinds of monsters. A place even a young adult dragon would have to avoid. And she didn't stop there. She analyzed a few more possibilities to completely extinguish Luis S.'s final glimmer of hope. Even if you were chosen by all 4 elements, at your age, crossing it is still impossible. After hearing that, he could only let out a weary sigh. You're right, I was just asking. So how long would it take to cross the continent and get to the left fang? Finn knew about this, so she gave him an estimate. I'm not exactly sure, but if we go on foot, it would take about 10 years. Faced with the option of that long walk, Luis S. pondered for a moment. 10 years. If I hurry a bit, maybe I'll make it back before father returns. It seemed Luis S. had settled on this plan because he had no other choice. Listen up, you little rascals. Hearing themselves called that, the two of them got a little annoyed. Rascals? No longer joking, he now spoke in a very serious tone. We are in enormous trouble. To make them understand just how dangerous the situation they were in was, he explained. This is the right Fang, located at the far end of the winter continent, and it will take us 10 years to walk home from here. Apparently not getting the point, she asked. So we're going to fly? Faced with this incredibly clueless question from the girl, Luis was speechless. What? Are you trying to get kidnapped? Huh? Their ideas were already crazy, but this was even more so, and he immediately shot it down. We can't fly. We are going to walk like humans and reach our destination in 10 years. However, Khan quickly raised his hand. Even though they hadn't taken a single step yet, the boy asked, "What if we can't make it in 10 years?" Without hiding anything, Luis S. told them straight. If that happens, when my father returns in 10 years and we're not there. But Luis S. didn't finish the sentence, leaving it vague and ominous, which scared the other two to death. Then, to add more persuasive power to his words, he even made a gesture to illustrate, they will drown the entire continent in fire to find us. Hearing this, the two of them were completely dumbfounded and froze on the spot. Understand anything. But looking at their innocent faces, Luis So could sympathize. Why would they do that? Oh, right, these idiots aren't human. After thinking for a moment, he finally came up with a scenario. That sounded plausible. They'll beat us half to death. He was so clever for hitting them right where it hurts. They might not buy us snacks for the next 100 years. They stood frozen for a moment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Seeing them burst into tears at his words, Luis So was left speechless. Are your toys and food more important than the survival of the continent? No more beating around the bush, he decided to save time and start right away. Alright, we'll head back before father returns. From now on, I'll be in command, so you'd better listen to me. But with their competitive nature, both of them fought to be the leader. Me? I'm the commander. I want to be the commander. To end this squabble, Luis So asked the two of them a question. Hey you two. The leader has to be the smartest dragon. Are you two smarter than me? But who would have thought Can and Khan would retort with something that shut Luis So up immediately? But Luis So is younger than us. That's right, much younger. It seemed Luis So wasn't one to back down, as he argued back vehemently. You children, I'm much taller than you, and she was only born 1 month before me. It was like the pot calling the kettle black. Luis So was determined to argue until they couldn't respond anymore. And besides, I have to be the boss because I was the one who spoke first. Faced with such a fierce reaction, they silently judged him. So childish. Phi watched from a distance, observing the three of them in their war of words, not knowing how to join in. She felt like a mother with 3 Fin couldn't help but sigh at the childishness of all 3 of them. We still have a long way to go. Luis So's group prepared to cross the high, snow-covered mountains to return home within the next 10 years. And their party consisted of leader Luis, support Phi, and the twin Burdens. After preparing everything necessary for the long journey, they finally set off. Okay, we have everything we need. Let's go. The twins raised their hands in agreement. Yes, Captain. However, they hadn't even started their journey when the sky above suddenly turned pitch black, with dark clouds gathering everywhere. But Luis So was no longer afraid, because he had his treasure, the bracelet. It's been a while, hasn't it? When the twins saw Luis So take out the bracelet, they did a complete 180. Acting all friendly and rushing to hug him tightly. Luis So, are you getting struck by lightning again? Me too. I want to get struck by lightning too. But faced with their blatant phoniness, Luis So reminded them, now that I think about it, it seems no one ever told you two that being struck by lightning is a terrible thing, huh? But since they were stuck to him like glue, he had no way to refuse, and had to accept it. Alright, just make sure you don't leave my side. The two of them stood hiding behind Luis So and looked up at the sky, a little scared. Does it look even bigger than last time? Luis So held his hand out in front of him to receive the impending lightning strike. The 3 of them were incredibly excited, waiting for the scene about to unfold before them. Alright, let's see what's coming. The next second, the space around them changed, as if something had just impacted down. But a few seconds later, absolutely nothing happened. Not a single bolt of lightning struck down, leaving the 3 of them stunned for a long moment. Luis was incredibly surprised, as this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a bizarre situation. What's going on? Did the lightning miss? But in the next second, a strange sound caught his attention. What is that noise? The moment Luis turned his head, a sight appeared before him that shocked him so much his jaw dropped. An avalanche was heading straight for them at the speed of light, leaving everyone with no time to react. What is this? Seeing that it was just a short distance away, Luis had no more time to think or explain and immediately grabbed the two of them like chickens by the scruff of their necks and bolted. So that was your plan all along? Run. However, the twins were still incredibly naive, completely unaware of the danger, and even looked thrilled. It's snow! Look at all that snow! While running at a breakneck speed, Luis yelled at his dead weight to transform already. At that moment, the terrifying blizzard was right on their heels. It seemed like one disaster after another was striking before they could even catch a break. Seeing how ferocious the blizzard was, he realized that simply running away wasn't going to work. When Finn saw the blizzard was about to swallow them whole, he screamed out in panic, "Master Luis!" But Luis was no longer running, instead deciding to stand his ground and face it head-on. He gathered all the energy within his body with all his might. Damn it, I can't let anything happen to them, so Luis instantly created a massive cube to protect them all. Separate! Sure enough, when the blizzard hit, they were still shaken a bit. But ultimately, they were fine because the cube absorbed the entire impact. Luis and Finn were tossed around by the force of the storm, tumbling over and over like acrobats. And of course, the same was happening to the twins, except they were a little more optimistic about it. One would think the blizzard would be terrifying to them, but they just treated it like an amusement park ride, grinning from ear to ear. Eventually, the whiteout blizzard carried them with it as it plunged down a cliff. Now, the landscape of white, snow-covered mountains was gone, and in its place was a pine forest, standing tall amidst the thick snow. And Luis had saved everyone's life. Thanks to his cube, everyone was safe and sound. After experiencing one shock after another, he was completely exhausted, looking like he was about to pass out. I'm so tired. I really thought we were dead that time. The twins, however, emerged from the snow with cheerful faces, as if they had just returned from a festival. They really are the masters of optimism. The two of them had just escaped the clutches of death, yet they treated it like it was just a game. Luis, that was so much fun. Let's do it again, just one more time. Seeing how hard he had just struggled to keep them safe, and now they were treating it like a joke, Luis couldn't help but get ticked off. In such a dire situation, the twins couldn't be serious for even a single second, so he decided to give each of them a bonk on the head to teach them a lesson. He was afraid that just talking would make them cry, but saying nothing was out of the question. He immediately spoke up to correct Ka and Khan's behavior. Do me a favor, please grow up a little. Both of you. Now, putting that aside, the thing Luis was concerned about at this moment was that they had been transported to a completely new location. What the hell kind of place did that avalanche bring us to? But both places had one thing in common. Snow was everywhere, making it difficult and dangerous for them to find a way out. The snow has covered the path. I can't see anything anymore. No wonder I didn't realize where we were. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from a distance, Luis, and it turned out to be the twins. After taking a hit to the head, the two of them still hadn't learned their lesson and continued to play around everywhere. Look, Luis, doesn't it look like a swimming pool now? Indeed, anything seen through the eyes of the twins became so lively and interesting. Khan leaped high into the air and pointed his hands down toward the white snow as if he were going for a swim. Let's swim. Then, before Khan's sparkling, admiring eyes, Khan dove headfirst and jumped into the white snow. Seeing how much fun the boy was having, the little girl's own enthusiasm and playfulness began to surface. Khan climbed out of the white snow with her eyes shining brightly. Me too. I want to swim too. And the next second, she also began to imitate Khan, launching herself up and jumping into the snow below. And then she also submerged her entire body and vanished without a trace into the white snow, leaving only her two arms sticking out above. When Luis saw that his words to the two of them were like water off a duck's back, he could only stand there and watch helplessly, not knowing what else to say. However, their main mission was to go home, not to play. So, he immediately urged the twins, "Stop that and get up here now. We still have a long way to go." But in response to his words, there was only a long silence, not a single reply, and no sign of them anywhere. Seeing that he was being completely ignored, he became very annoyed and stomped his foot on the ground, repeating, "Get out here now. How long are you going to keep playing around?" Luis kept stomping his foot on the pure white snow, trying to drag them out no matter what. Get out now. But to his surprise, the twins didn't appear, and instead, he now saw a deep pit in front of him. Master Luis, in a panic, grabbed Finn, who was next to him. Seeing the two of them falling deeper and deeper, his only hope now was her wings. "Finn, fly." But in this situation, she couldn't seem to process it. You make it sound so easy, and in the end, no miracle happened, and they ultimately fell into that deep, dark pit. Both of them were screaming non-stop, as if they were on a thrill ride at an amusement park. Finally, Luis and Finn landed safely on an ice slide. When is this going to stop? Although Finn's head was now spinning like a top, before them was still a long, dark path with no end in sight, and they still couldn't get a break, and had to continue on another stretch of the path. However, this time was different from the last, as it seemed that at the end of the path, there was something dangerous that made Finn take special notice. Master Luis, be careful now. Sure enough, before them now was a sharp rock ledge jutting forward. A cliff. Before Luis could even figure out what to do next, he had already slid off the ice path. Then, the two of them continued to fall into another pit. But this time, he couldn't just let things drifting aimlessly again, so it decided to act. Transform, quick. But something felt off. It still hadn't had a chance to do anything when something grabbed its two legs and pulled it up. It turned out to be Khan and Khan in their dragon forms who had done it. Before, Luis saved their lives, and now it was their turn to repay the favor. It's us, Luis. Hey there, Luis. But you'd think he'd be overjoyed and hug the twins for saving him, yet Luis, just lay there motionless, completely oblivious to the world. In just a flash, they both transformed back into their human forms. The twins, at this moment, still had cheerful smiles on their faces. So much fun. Now, after being saved by them, Luis was starting to have a different perspective on this troublesome duo. Phi, I think we need to show them more respect. I agree, young master. However, he then stood up and looked around cautiously. But wait, a quick glance revealed that this place seemed to have once been some kind of building, but now it was completely covered in a layer of freezing ice. Where in the world are we? With her keen eye for detail, Phi concluded that it didn't look like a natural cave at all, but more like an artificial one. Luis completely agreed with her assessment. You're right. But right now, a strange feeling was stirring within him. This is definitely my first time here. But why do I have such a familiar feeling? Have I been to this place before? At this point, Phi still didn't know what they should do next, so she asked, what do we do now? Not wanting to act rashly, Luis opted for the slow and steady approach. Let's think as we move, but slowly, because being careless could lead us further away from the exit. But no sooner had he said that, the twins started getting restless. This way, I think the exit is over here. That's right. I'll go this way, and you go that way. Luis didn't want to, but he had to lose his temper with them. I told you to slow down. Slow down. Luis was about to follow the twins to correct their behavior, but he also had to stop in his tracks when he saw the scene before him. If you guys keep ignoring the captain's words, seeing the two of them standing perfectly still, not even a hair out of place, he couldn't help but wonder, what are you two standing there for? Just then, C suddenly looked towards the pitch-black tunnel ahead and spoke. Luis, he asked back, what is it? With wide, confused eyes, Can pointed forward. What are those things? Luis looked ahead, but he also couldn't see anything, so he had to ask again. What do you mean? C pointed forward again. But at that moment, there was still only a curtain of darkness enveloping the entire space, with no ghosts in sight. Then, amidst the hazy mist, an army of zombies appeared. They had just survived one disaster, and now they had to face a new one. Those zombies didn't look friendly at all. The eyes of one among them glowed a blood red. The moment Luis saw the scene before him, his jaw dropped in stunned silence. The army of zombies before them didn't seem to have any intention of leaving them alone and slowly began to stir. At this point, Luis still didn't know why, in the middle of nowhere, there would be an army like this. Who are they? Phi hid behind him, feeling a very bad omen. I don't think it's just this one, young master. And she was right. It wasn't just one, but many, many more. Compared to the number of people they had, they would be completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, one of them began to make a move and stepped forward. Facing the small humans standing before it, the creature stomped its foot hard on the ground. All of them then stepped forward, their eyes glowing red, poised and ready to attack them. Khan, still young and naive, pointed forward and asked, "Are those really people?" But Sai was more perceptive and noticed the difference. "You idiot. What kind of person has red pupils?" Luis was completely stunned by the appearance of that mysterious group of zombies. What the hell? After they gradually stepped into the light, Luis finally recognized their identity. Winter soldiers? Their origin dates back to an ancient story, from long before the Op Tuna series began. There was a hero named Valencia who saved everyone from a chaotic world, and after saving them, Even in death, he still wanted to continue that work, and they are the winter soldiers. So this is the place where those warriors appear. Finally, Luis figured out where they were. This is the tomb of the great Ice King. As things became clearer, Luis let out a relieved smile. So it's this far from my home, huh? What a coincidence. But then, he suddenly remembered something equally important. Wait, if this is that king's tomb, doesn't that mean the items from the Optuna set are here too? Just then, Phi seemed to have noticed something. Pointing forward and calling out to him, Master Luis, the winter soldiers were created with good intentions to protect people, but they seem a bit dangerous right now. Don't they look a little aggressive? Anything was possible, so it was better to be on guard. He called out to Khan and Sai. The twins immediately got into position and replied, Understood. All of them, with battle lust already coursing through their veins, weren't afraid of any. One, let's crush them. Sai and Khan, full of youthful energy, eagerly rushed forward. All right then. Khan was the first to initiate combat. He leaped high into the air, full of energy, gripping his sword tightly. The next second, he activated his sword, which became enveloped in lightning, ready to show them a world of hurt. As the boy, Khan didn't hesitate to charge in and clear a path for Sai behind him. Let me go first. He was truly small but mighty. Despite being physically outmatched by the winter soldier, the boy was doing very well in the fight against it. The boy's lightning-infused sword finally clashed with the spear of the winter soldier. The friction was so intense it created a blinding flash of light between them. In just an instant, with his indomitable strength, Khan took down the winter soldier as easily as pie. It was slashed in half by the boy. Its entire body then emitted a powerful light and then exploded, creating a brilliant white light that illuminated the dark space. And just like that, one was wiped out. What a spectacular combat initiation from Khan. Sai, standing behind, felt a bit regretful that she hadn't had a chance to show off yet, but she had no idea that danger was lurking behind her. That's not fair at all. I wanted to go too, but it wasn't going to be that easy. Sai easily sensed its presence, and just a second later, the girl with her powerful lightning-infused sword dashed forward like the wind, unleashing powerful and picturesque attacks, slicing past the winter soldier. If Khan had a smooth opening, then Sai provided the perfect follow-up. Impressively, in just a few short seconds, it was also blown to bits by the little girl. Phi was just a relaxed girl at this point, simply munching on popcorn and enjoying their performance. Luis, who had been watching from the beginning, also gave his assessment. A very high rating, not bad at all, right? And that wasn't all. It was just the beginning, because now was the real moment for them to shine brightest tonight. Amidst a crowd of winter soldiers, the attacks of the twins stood out, as swift as the wind. They didn't look like they were just playing around at all. Power like that was equivalent to a level 2 samurai. After witnessing the terrifying power of Kan and Kan, Luis suddenly felt that having them around wasn't so bad. Having them here wasn't a bother now, was it? However, Luis couldn't just stand still and do nothing while they carried all the weight, so he took action. But to speed things up, he created a magical hourglass to aid the two of them, using the law of time to slow down time. From that hourglass, countless chains were released, binding the winter soldiers to reduce their agility in movement. As expected, with Luis's help, they tired out much faster, unable to attack, and also unable to defend. The chains now wrapped tightly around the winter soldiers' weapons, putting them in a dire. When the twins saw the winter soldiers gradually losing the upper hand, they were as happy as could be. They're slowing down. Luis must be helping us with his time crystal again. Khan saw that this was the perfect moment to attack. Is that so? If that's the case, we have to seize this opportunity. At this moment, there were still remnants of the winter soldier horde, so they didn't want to delay any longer and immediately rushed forward to finish them off and take them down cleanly. At that moment, a winter soldier whose axe was entangled in chains became extremely panicked as he was about to be put on the chopping block. But where could he run? Kan had already caught up to him and unleashed a flurry of slashes, leaving him no time to fight back. To the little girl, this battle was just like a recreational game after her days of spiritual cultivation. On Khan's side, he was also performing very well, taking on countless winter soldiers all by himself. All around, countless explosions were going off, whitening the entire sky. At that moment, so many winter soldiers were wiped out. Faced with this spectacular sight, the boy became extremely excited. They're exploding, just like popcorn, and now there was only one left. The twins gathered together, preparing to send that one to the afterlife along with the others. At first, the winter soldier looked so fierce, but now he was trembling like a leaf. The last one, they had completed their mission of completely eliminating the immediate threat. The twins finished off the last one with a single, fluid movement, without any wasted motion. The final winter soldier, just like the ones before, began to glow all over. Then, his body also exploded like a firework, whitening the entire sky. They had worked together to quickly eliminate the winter soldiers, but it wasn't a clean job, as their remains were scattered everywhere. Even though they had just gone through a battle, Khan still felt it wasn't enough. Is that all? The little girl also seemed to feel the same way as she sighed, with a long sigh of regret. This is so boring. Luis, who had been observing from the sidelines, was extremely pleased with their performance. Good job, both of you. Then, he suddenly winked, as if a bold idea had just popped into his head. Come on. Luis crossed his arms and suggested they play a more interesting game, seeing that they were still full of energy. Why don't we try something more fun? Hearing this, the twins looked at Luis with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation for what would happen next. Just a few seconds ago, Luis was facing an extremely dangerous appearance of the Winter Warriors, but now he was leisurely sitting, drinking tea and eating pastries. Luis was truly a relaxed guy, as he slowly lifted the teacup to his lips. It had been a while since he could savor the taste of tea so clearly. Luis couldn't help but praise her tea-making skills. You make good tea. Upon receiving his compliment, she was very happy and immediately thanked him. Thank you, master. However, no matter how cheerful the atmosphere was, there was still a commotion that caught Phi's attention. Even though Luis was now enjoying his tea, the twins were still incredibly enthusiastically playing with the Winter Warriors and the obstacles in the tomb. Khan had lost count of how many times he had swung his sword, but the boy didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. This is so much fun. A refreshing smile also appeared on Khan's face as he unleashed his full power. Playing here with Luis was much more interesting. As for Luis, he wasn't participating directly, but was just sitting in one spot, commanding them. Khan, there are some arrows being shot from the right side. Take them down. Since he had spoken, Khan couldn't ignore it and immediately destroyed all the arrows with a single slash. As for the girl with two swords, she was giving the Winter Warriors a beatdown with her masterful skills. Watch out for the blade on the left. However, to add more thrilling drama to the game, a large, round boulder suddenly came rolling towards them at high speed. But that massive boulder was, of course, no match for the twins. They immediately sliced it into pieces as easily as cutting a cake. In the blink of an eye, almost all the obstacles in the tomb had been neutralized by the twins. Luis, we're done. There are no more objects here. Phi was also extremely surprised by this pair of talented young twins. All the traps and warriors were taken down in a single slash. They might be young, but in the end, they are still dragons. Luis hadn't lifted a finger this whole time, yet everything was resolved neatly, which made him very satisfied. Alright, I think we're getting close to the destination. Then, as Phi was putting away the table and tea set into her magic bag, she asked Luis, Master, where is this place? Luis didn't hide it from her and answered immediately. This place? The tomb of the Hero King. Hearing that, Phi seemed to go from one shock to another, stunned for a moment in disbelief. What? The tomb of the Hero King? Wait, is this the place where the Hero King Valencia rests? Without hesitating, he confirmed it. That's right, this is his burial place. With the vast experience gained from reading for over 180 minutes, Luis then explained it to her in more detail. This is a dungeon with a series of monsters and traps, and they were created for the purpose of eliminating anyone who wishes to disturb the king's final rest. King, once I get past all the traps and obstacles along the way, I'll reach the central part of the tomb, which is also where a sweet reward is waiting for me. And what's more, this tomb was originally meant to be discovered at the beginning of the adventure to give them some gear for joining the association. Louiser looked at the long road stretching ahead, ready to take on new challenges. This is just the beginning. Looking at the space, silent and lurking with danger, he boldly assumed, I'm sure no one has set foot in this place yet. No way. In other words, a money-loving version of Louiser began to rise up and take over his mind. All the treasure here will be mine. Of course, with a massive treasure waiting right in front of him, he couldn't just stop here and decided to explore further. Alright, we're almost there. Is everyone ready? After everyone had mentally prepared themselves, they set off again on their journey to conquer the treasure. Okay, let's go. The deeper they went, the more the ceiling was covered in a thick layer of ice. Louiser's footsteps moved slowly forward without a hint of fear. Before them now was a dark, cold cave that seemed to stretch endlessly deep. Phi looked ahead, his eyes wide with admiration. It's huge! But just then, with his keen senses, Ci pointed into the distance and announced, "Louiser, something's coming. It's big and really ugly." And the strange things waiting for them up ahead also came into Louiser's sight. "Yeah, I know, I see them." And the monsters waiting for them from this direction looked larger and more ferocious than the winter warriors from before. 10 giants that looked like final bosses, and with the advantage of knowing the script, Louiser had already figured out how to deal with these monsters, just like in the original story. So then, looking at the large, tightly shut door before him, he guessed that the treasure must be behind that door. After locking onto the target, Louiser turned to the twins. "All right, everyone." However, they were currently radiating killing intent, staring into the distance with eyes like bullets. Seeing the steel-like spirit of Kay and Khan, Louiser felt extremely lucky to have them as companions. Amazing, they aren't intimidated by them at all. The dragon race was destined to stand at the top of all species from the moment they first took flight, and at this very moment, those young dragons bared their fangs, as if showing contempt for the enemies in the distance. After a moment of internal monologue, he asked the twins, "You two know what I mean, right?" It's true that adversity breeds ingenuity. The twins quickly understood Louiser's intention and gave a bright smile to signal that they got it. "Awesome. Louiser is the best. Nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it." The three of them once again set out to clear all the monsters here. "All right, let's take care of them." Even though they had a large and terrifying appearance, everyone charged forward without the slightest hesitation. "Let's go." The monster with an axe in its hand raised it high, ready to strike after identifying its enemy. But before Sukuna thought he could even show his stuff, the twins stole the show. Connie and Khan were too fast and too furious, and they let him have it. A few slashes to its body. After taking the full combo from Connie and Khan, the monster was now on the verge of death, arrived. And of course, this battle wouldn't be complete without Louiser's contribution. He held out his hand, gathered his power, and then clenched his fist as if about to unleash a terrifying, explosive force. And sure enough, the monster began to writhe in agony as its entire body was crushed by an invisible force, violently. A moment later, it exploded like a balloon, a flash of white light brilliantly illuminating the entire dark space. The three of them now worked together in perfect harmony to send them to their graves one by one. The twins were the main combat force, with Louiser providing support from the rear. "They're mine. No, you should let me have them," slowing time, slowing it down even more. Even Phi, who was just observing from the sidelines, could tell that to them, this battle was just a warm-up game. They're really having fun. After a while of fighting their hearts out, the twins had gotten a good stretch. "This feels great. I'm definitely going to sleep well tonight. I am." After completely wiping out every obstacle, the treasure was finally just an arm's length away from Louiser anymore. "Now, it's time to check out our reward." Everyone opened the door together and stepped into the vast space filled with treasure inside. Sai was already getting excited, unable to hold back any longer, and constantly urging him on, "Hurry up and open it, Louiser." Khan was no exception, his eyes now filled with anticipation and excitement. "Open it, open it." Although Louiser was ecstatic on the inside, he still tried to contain himself and appear calm, slowly pushing the door open. "All right, I'm opening it now." After going through countless trials and tribulations, the door, hiding the treasure within, was finally opened. Everyone peered inside. They all stood frozen, for a moment, unable to believe their eyes at this mind-blowing sight. Just as expected, the inside was filled with mountains of gold coins. The only color anywhere was the glistening yellow of shiny currency. This hoard of treasure was probably enough for them to live in luxury for the rest of their lives. Khan, with eyes shining like stars, quickly dashed forward. "There's even more treasure here than in my dad's vault." Khan was so excited that he got into position to jump into the pile of gold and swim in it. Even Phi and Kaney were dazzled by this sea of endless gold. They sat down, holding the coins in their hands while gasping in awe. "Oh my goodness." And the first person Phi thought of was Louiser. "Master Louiser, you have to see this." However, he ignored her and just kept moving forward. "Master Louiser." While everyone else was mesmerized by the immense treasure, he approached a block of ice. Before Louiser, this was the eternal ice, the place that preserved the everlasting life of the hero, King Valencia. He had long since fallen into a deep slumber and showed no signs of movement. Valencia was still sitting majestically with his sword in hand inside his eternal ice. Phi also walked over to Louiser's side and looked up. She had heard of his reputation for a long time, but this was the first time she had the chance to see the hero King Valencia in person. She reached out her hand to touch the ice in front of her. It was so many years have passed, yet he's still alive. Suddenly, something strange in front of him caught Louis's attention. Before him now was a block of ice carved with incomprehensible ancient letters. This is, glancing over the characters, whose origins were unknown, he could only guess, ancient runes. The story of this place and these characters began with an event long ago. The tale of this place and those characters began with an event. Back in the beginning, when the creations of light and darkness were made, they were created as the embodiments of good and evil. But nothing lasts forever. When light and darkness combined, chaos emerged from that unstable state. A clear boundary appeared, separating good from evil, and that division had lasting consequences. The earth was created, and mortal beings were the product of them both. From then on, the conflict between the two sides became clearer and more intense. The creations of good and evil considered themselves noble beings, completely unaware of anything from the world below. However, the seemingly harmless conflict between the two factions left behind immeasurable consequences. They only dreamed of dominating each other, and the conflict between good and evil caused the other creatures on Earth to suffer immensely. They couldn't just let both sides run rampant like that. In the end, those who could no longer bear it raised their swords and rose up against both good and evil. The dragons led the charge, followed by humans and other hybrid races, and it was more than a miracle when they finally achieved victory and established a whole new world. After a long and arduous struggle, the victorious mortal beings divided the continent into 4 seasons, and as time passed, people gradually forgot about good and evil, forgot about the dragons who had taken on the duty of guardianship. But the hero king, Valencia, warned everyone about the dragons. The ones who had sacrificed themselves for peace would one day return. However, with the return of the dragons came the return of calamity, and so too would good and evil. As the last generation to know of this battle, I entrust this to you. I hope you will pass this story on. Upon receiving this request from Valencia, 1,000,001 questions raced through Louis's mind. A demonic war? Did this happen in the original universe? But having such a heavy responsibility suddenly dropped on his shoulders made Louis feel extremely uncomfortable. That bastard, how dare you leave that task to us? But regarding this matter, he also felt it wasn't too difficult, but that wasn't important right now. However, after looking around for a bit, Louis discovered the presence of that legendary book. This is the lawless book of the hero Valencia. This wasn't just an ordinary book, it contained so much within it. Valencia, an unorthodox genius who had reached level 0 in human form. This book was the culmination of all his experience and knowledge. This grimoire contained everything he had accomplished in his life. It's no exaggeration to say that the original protagonist, the swordsman, Kender Zik, became the strongest in the human world because of it. And it's an undeniable fact that all the glittering gold coins here aren't even worth a fraction of its value. Pages of this book. Compared to this book, the other treasures aren't even worth mentioning. Holding the book in his hand, Louis still couldn't stop looking at that pile of treasure. Seeing a whole mountain of gold before his eyes, he felt like it was a huge waste not to take some of it back. Oh well, leaving all this here would be a shame. I should at least bring back a little bit, right? Then he moved closer to the pile of gold and began to meticulously inspect the amount he was going to haul back. However, while Luis was enthusiastically engrossed with the pile of gold in front of him, Valencia began to stir behind him, some kind of movement. It seemed that after a long, deep slumber, he had finally awakened. The block of ice had started to show small cracks, looking as if it was about to shatter into 1,000,000 pieces. The sound from the cracks also caught Luis's attention, causing him to turn his head to look. At this moment, Luis still couldn't comprehend what was happening after seeing those cracks. The cracks spread wider and wider, looking like it was about to burst. And then, the inevitable happened. That block of ice had existed for countless years, yet now it shattered into smithereens. Faced with this sudden explosion, Luis was hit with one surprise after another, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. This is absurd. Suddenly, Valencia's sword was planted straight into the ground. After being freed from the thick layer of ice, he kept his eyes closed, looking completely relaxed. It was unclear whether he was aware of his surroundings or not, but for the moment, he hadn't made a single move. Seeing the man in the flesh right before his eyes, Luis was a bit stunned. The Hero King has awakened? Suddenly, he opened his cold, chilling eyes. In Valencia's eyes, there was nothing but a chilling blue. Luis looked at the new calamity before him, his heart filled with unending anxiety. At this point, Everything had gone off the rails and was beyond his control. This wasn't supposed to happen in the original story. Suddenly, he pointed down at the ground as if to express something. Valencia was unbelievably perceptive. The moment someone touched his treasure, he woke up instantly. "This is not your property." The twins rushed over, their faces pale and filled with terror. "What is this? Luis, what the hell is going on?" He couldn't evade the question any longer, as they were in too deep now. "This is Valencia, the hero king." Hearing this, the twin sisters' jaws dropped in astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes. "What, that's him?" However, Luis knew full well that with their current strength, they couldn't even make a single one of his hairs fall. "He's a void rank warrior, so there's no way we can fight him." Void rank? A human? He then turned back to the others and proposed a plan. "So, how about we try transforming back into our dragon forms?" While everyone was still discussing the plan, a huge commotion erupted ahead of them. Valencia seemed to be truly enraged now. He was determined not to let them go and was going to make them pay. "The penalty for those who dare disturb me is death." Then he raised his sword high, preparing to strike them down. Valencia's sword was indeed no ordinary weapon, as it gathered an immense amount of energy, enough to level this entire place. Luis didn't want his wonderful life to end here. No. Faced with the absolutely terrifying power coming from his presence, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he just wanted to run away as fast as possible. "I have to run, but my legs won't move." This is the effect of the level difference. It's fine. His body was now trembling uncontrollably. Luis also turned to look at the twins behind him. Standing before Valencia, Phi had lost all her usual confidence and innocence, replaced by sheer terror. Khan could only bow his head, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to look directly at the scene. Seeing how tense the situation was, Luis felt incredibly frustrated that he couldn't do anything. It was extremely frustrating. Damn it, you can't be serious. After all the immense effort he had put in, he couldn't accept things ending here. Did I train this hard just to die like this? Luis was absolutely determined not to let anything happen to them, so he unleashed his full power, emitting a powerful aura to face the man. He couldn't let Valencia control the fight, so he charged forward and threw the first punch. Now, both sides clashed. Isn't Luis incredible? He actually rushed in to fight Valencia with his bare hands, while the other man wielded a sword. However, with his powerful will to survive, no matter how difficult or arduous the challenge, Luis was determined to overcome it. "I want to live." And just like that, the two of them charged at each other, fighting with explosive force, neither giving an inch. A triumphant smile unknowingly spread across his face as he thought he had finally defeated him. Yes, but things were never that simple. Valencia's sword suddenly came whistling through the air, straight for Luis. The blade then slammed directly into the ground, creating a deep crater. Phi was also sent flying by the terrifying blast of power. The entire area was now shrouded in an inky blackness, and the ground was completely torn apart. After regaining her senses, she immediately looked toward the source of that immense power. But now, all she could see was a deep, bottomless trench before her. Phi looked around frantically for Luis, and when she couldn't find him, she felt a sense of dread as her face grew pale, reaching a hand out in front of her, sobbing. Amidst the desolate ruins, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the very depths of Phi's soul. Master Luis, as he saw the man's sword hurtling toward him at the speed of light, Luis silently said his prayers. For himself, "I'm dead." Time and space seemed to freeze in the moment before the cold tip of the blade made contact with him. Just then, the sword seemed to collide with something, and everything shattered, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. However, after the chaos subsided, he slowly opened his eyes. Luis had thought he was at heaven's door, so to find himself completely unharmed was a huge surprise. "What? I'm still alive?" Seeing that Luis had just been spared by the Grim Reaper, Phi cried tears of joy and flew over to hug him tightly. "Master, thank God, you're all right." Luis quickly reassured her, "I'm okay." As he gently removed Phi's arms from around him, a huge question mark formed in his mind. This is weird. Why am I still alive? However, just a few seconds later, he seemed to realize something he had overlooked. Looking at the scene before him, Valencia, with his sword in hand, had split the ground in two, creating a massive trench. What is this? But it wasn't. Stop there, as another event unfolded when C pointed upwards. Luis, so, look, the tomb now not only had a fissure in the ground but also had another one in the sky. Before the power of a supreme being, coming from Valencia, Luis was now completely dumbfounded with his jaw dropped in amazement. Good heavens, just a single sword strike, was enough to slice the ceiling of a cave in half? Faced with his terrifying power, it also felt a bit intimidated deep down. What the heck? It couldn't believe its own eyes. This was the power that came from a single person. A mere mortal. Could a human really do this? Suddenly, Valencia started to move again. He placed his other hand on his right arm. Truly, the older you get, the tougher you become. He was actually toying with Luis, so, with his sword strikes. No way. Did he just change the direction of his slash at the very last second? But after a fierce assault, the intensity of his attacks gradually decreased. And then, finally, Valencia dropped his sword to the ground, stopping the fight with it. This act of giving up midway through the fight left Luis so utterly confused and frozen in place. Suddenly, Valencia mumbled a few strange-sounding words. The young dragons protect. Hearing this, it seemed like the ones he was talking about were them, protecting us? What? In just a moment, foe had turned into friend. Valencia no longer attacked them, but instead gave them a careful warning before leaving. Go. And be careful. His sudden change in attitude made it hard for Luis to process. Huh? What did you just say? But before anything could be cleared up, he had already vanished, and from above, rocks began to fall on their heads. After seeing that this place couldn't hold on any longer and was about to collapse, Phi immediately urged Luis, Master, we have to go now. The tomb is collapsing. However, because there were still many unanswered questions, Luis So was a bit hesitant to leave. But before it now was the sight of Valencia gradually fading into thin air. Facing a character who had brought it so many emotions, it still felt a little reluctant to leave. But if they didn't leave now, perhaps all of them would be buried in this place. Here, the boulders began to fall more densely. The twin sisters were now huddled in a corner, cowering in fear of being hit by the falling rocks. They were panicking non-stop. Luis, so, we're going to die. But now, looking at the surroundings, it started to feel overwhelmed as things got progressively worse. There's no time left. At this moment, Luis, so transformed into his dragon form to increase his own chances of survival and also to rescue everyone around him. Seeing the two of them not running away but just sitting still, waiting to die, Luis So shouted an order, get up, quickly. All three of them quickly transformed into their dragon forms. Fly and find an exit. Don't get left behind. At this time, even though Phi could also fly, she chose to cling to it to fly faster and not be left behind. Master, Master. The rocks and dirt in this place were falling more and more, and now in front of it was a massive, gigantic boulder that could be used to crush Luis So, but it was determined not to let anything stand in its way. Even though Luis So was in his dragon form, he still tried to use all the power he possessed. Then he immediately unleashed a powerful purple stream of energy. That attack into the iceberg ahead, aiming to shatter it to pieces. And just as he expected, the iceberg in front of him was completely obliterated. Boulders from above then began to fall continuously, like a hailstorm. Finally, an opening large enough for them to fly out appeared above. Without any further hesitation, they immediately took advantage of this opportunity to escape. All three of them flew at full speed towards the wide hole before them, and after a period of relentless effort, they finally made it and escaped safely. On the vast white snow, there was still no sign of them anywhere. However, just a few short seconds later, on the surface of the snow, a huge explosion occurred, sending snow flying everywhere. And appearing in that whiteout was everyone. At this point, they had all successfully made their escape. Louiser, after having so many near-death experiences, was now gasping for breath. I really thought I was going to die back there. Louiser suddenly recalled Valencia's strange behavior from before. That was exhausting. Wait, what the hell just happened? Logically, that king hero should have killed me. But he stopped himself. However, the image of him letting his sword drop to the ground was deeply etched in his mind. If he hadn't done that, the four of us would be in the afterlife now. He didn't understand the reason why they were an exception. But why? Didn't he say he would kill all intruders? And what Louiser couldn't figure out at the last moment was what kept bothering him. Furthermore, he tried to say something before he collapsed, didn't he? But after wrestling with his thoughts for a while, Louiser didn't want to overthink it any further to avoid a headache. After all, just being alive was good enough. And most importantly, Louiser had managed to get his lawless book, and he'd also gotten what he wanted. But just then, Phi spoke up worriedly. Young master, I don't think the twins are doing very well. Sai and Khan were still trembling uncontrollably after the recent incident. It was terrifying, but it's all over now. What's important is to move on. First, he decided, the first thing to do was find a place to rest. Everywhere was covered in a thick blanket of white snow. After those tense moments, Louiser now lay sprawled out on the white snow. Somehow, I'll manage to survive. However, the soft sobbing of the twins caught his attention. Sai and Khan were, after all, still just 2 children. The 2 of them were still in shock from what they had been through. Seeing this, Louiser immediately sat up, and he felt a great deal of sympathy for them. I was just as surprised as they were, but since they're still young, they're more shocked by it. He didn't want to just sit by and watch the twins cry, so he got up and offered them some food. Louiser gently coaxed them, "Don't cry anymore. Here, take this and eat. You're both out of mana. Food is being served right to you," so they had no reason to refuse, and immediately took it and began to eat. Since the 2 of them were eating, Louiser couldn't not eat either. "I'm completely out of mana too. I've never pushed myself this hard since I was reincarnated." After eating his fill, he lay down and relaxed. Time to rest. Perhaps because the twins were so shocked, they wanted someone to comfort them. So, Sai and Khan slowly shuffled over to where Louiser was. Then, they each lay down on one side of Louiser. The 3 of them, just like that, sank into sleep after a long, exhausting battle. When Phi saw them sleeping so soundly, a smile unconsciously formed on her lips. Sleep well. And so, their night passed peacefully like that. Finally, the long night was over, and the sun peeked out from behind the snow-covered mountains. As a new day began, Si and Khan were full of energy, running and jumping from place to place. Contrary to their fearful demeanor yesterday, today they were energetic and cheerful, as if nothing had happened. Snow, snow, so much snow. The 2 of them even had a snowball fight, looking very lively. "Take this." "No, you just wait." But at that moment, Luis just stood watching from the sidelines and couldn't help but judge. Those 2 have been playing this game since yesterday. Don't they get bored? Sighing wearily, he didn't understand how the twins could have such an abundant source of energy after everything. After all we've been through, they're still full of energy. Hearing that, Louise turned to tease her a bit. "Yeah, I thought you loved taking care of dragons." But the most noteworthy thing right now was that they had no idea where in the middle of nowhere they were. "It seems we're in the boonies. We've been walking for a while and still haven't found a single house." And the thing that had been puzzling Luis all this time was, could it be that on this winter continent, there are no monsters? "I haven't seen a single monster since we started walking." Phi immediately updated him with some knowledge. "Actually, that's not the case. The winter continent is where more monsters gather than any other continent." She had a basis for saying that. And because this place has a freezing climate, food sources are extremely scarce. There have been thousands of stories about man-eating monsters. He really believed what she said, but he also really believed his own eyes, so he asked again, "Then why haven't we seen a single monster yet?" Phi immediately voiced what she was thinking. "It's definitely because you're here, sir. With 3 dragons in this place, no monster would be brave enough to face you." After Phi said that, it sounded quite reasonable. He then nodded repeatedly after it sank in what she said. "I get it. Then we don't need to hide our auras anymore, right?" But at that moment, after a while of playing around, the twins seemed to have found something. "Luis, look!" Khan had indeed discovered something shocking, something that could help them get out of here. "There's smoke over there." Smoke rising meant there were people there. When they saw that this place finally had signs of life, the 3 of them were overjoyed and ran towards it together. "Awesome, let's go." "Yes, Captain." But their surging joy didn't last long, because now before his eyes was a horrifying scene. What the hell? There was indeed a small village located here, but for some unknown reason, the entire village was engulfed in fierce flames. Faced with this heartbreaking scene, Phi couldn't help but feel sorrow. Oh my god, this village must have been attacked. Faced with such a situation, she really didn't know how to act properly. What should we do now? Luis, however, remained calm and thought clearly. "Let's go check first. There might still be survivors." The village was now almost completely burned to the ground. Everyone in the village showed clear signs of having been attacked by an outside force. Luis slowly walked along the stone path, down both sides of the road. Countless bodies of innocent people were scattered about. Right then, in front of them, a monster was lying sprawled out on the white snow. "It's a monster." After splitting up to search for a while, Phi finally returned. "Young Master Luis, did you find anything?" Phi shook his head with a sorrowful expression. "No, I don't think there are any survivors." The twins, after helping with the search for a while, were also exhausted. "There's nothing this way either." "Luis, I'm hungry." He just now realized they had used too much energy on today's events, so he tossed them a few things to eat. "Oh, right, we've been going all day. Here, take this and let's go." Suddenly, just as he was about to move on, something happened. Something happened behind him, making him turn his head. Behind them now was an entire legion that looked quite dangerous. Well, it's best to be cautious first. Luis immediately grabbed Khan by the collar and dragged him away. And, of course, C was no exception and was also grabbed by his shirt and pulled along. Luis was incredibly quick on his feet. To keep everyone from getting into danger again, he used all his strength to escape quickly. In just a flash, the figures of the three of them vanished into the thick white snow. Faced with his incredibly fast reflexes, the twins were very confused. Luis, why do we have to run away? Are you afraid of humans again? Luis was the type who believed prevention is better than cure, so he didn't want to get into trouble and then have to find a way out. I'm not afraid of them. But my death situations could easily get mixed up with events like this. Although they heard him say every word clearly, they couldn't understand a thing. What death situations? What is that? They're coming. Quick, hide your aura. Looking at the patrol team ahead, Luis couldn't stop praying for himself and the others. I don't want to get caught. Please, just pass by. After a long and thorough inspection, a subordinate reported back to his superior. Reporting. Based on what we've gathered, he reported, it seems that monsters attacked the village, and there are no survivors. After hearing this, their commander's voice grew somber, and he said, all right, I will report to the Grand Duke. He approached the carriage and spoke respectfully. Your Grace. A voice from inside replied, I have been informed. I will get down and see for myself. The door of the carriage opened, and the man with a majestic appearance who stepped out was the Grand Duke of Can North. However, it seemed he wasn't alone in the carriage, as Can turned his head back to speak with someone else. Do you really have to? Come down and see for yourself. Especially in a situation like this, she was absolutely determined that she also wanted to contribute. I am the Grand Duchess, and if people are harmed in my lands, then it is my responsibility to soothe their souls. Since she was so resolute, Can had no reason to refuse her wishes. Then, she stepped down from the carriage in a slow and dignified manner, and that woman, with an air of nobility and elegance, was the Duchess of Can North. However, just as she had stepped out of the carriage and looked at the surroundings, unforgettable images from the past once again invaded her mind. The image of herself lying on the cold ground, her entire body covered in wounds, suddenly flashed through her thoughts, the Duchess of Canbach. At that moment, she suddenly turned deathly pale and became dizzy, unable to stand steady, which made him very worried. Are you okay? The next second, she regained her composure and reassured Kanta. I'm fine. Seeing the Duchess of Canbach's unstable condition, Kanta suggested that she get into the carriage and rest. However, being stubborn, she immediately refused. Are you trying to upset me even more? He stammered. But, faced with her stubbornness, Kanta was helpless. We've been together for 10 years, and I still can't overcome your stubbornness. After that, a smile unconsciously bloomed on the Duchess of Canbach's face. Whoever loves more is the one at a disadvantage. Then, she turned to the commander and asked, so there are no survivors at all? Although it was regrettable, he had to speak the truth. Unfortunately, no. Around this time of year is when the monsters are usually less active, but for some reason, they started rampaging yesterday. He fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment, as if recalling the monsters sprawled on the ground with terrified expressions on their faces. The commander concluded they were being hunted by a high-level entity. Hearing this, Kanta, who was trembling uncontrollably, felt his heart fill with guilt. It's my fault. If I hadn't mobilized the villagers, this wouldn't have happened. The Duchess of Canbach didn't want him to drown in sorrow, so she quickly comforted him. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. However, after eavesdropping on the entire conversation, Luis suddenly realized a harsh truth. Wait a minute. So what happened to this village is because of us. The fact that their survival came at the cost of the entire village's lives meant he couldn't help but feel guilty and blame himself. However, from where the twins and Sukuna were, a sound suddenly erupted, attracting the attention of the soldiers outside. Luis looked over at the two of them with a horrified expression and saw them acting like a pair of relaxed twins, casually making noise. The next second, they were in deep trouble with the commander, as he realized another party was present. Who are you? Come out now if you don't want to be cut down. It was one disaster after another, forcing Luis to carry the team on his back. He looked up at the sky, tearing his hair out in frustration. Is this some kind of cautionary tale for parents about watching their kids or something? Step out now. The commander was clearly not pleased and grew tense. He took a wide stance and pointed his weapon forward, growling, "Hurry up and get out here." Seeing that they still refused to show themselves and remained hidden, the commander issued a threat. If you continue to be stubborn, don't expect me to show any mercy." At this point, Luis had a massive headache, not knowing whether to move forward or run for it. What should I do now? We can't just hide here forever. Seeing that no one had appeared despite his warnings, the commander began to radiate a furious killing intent as he stared ahead with a glare that could kill. "I've already warned you, so what I'm about to do is your own fault entirely." True to his word, he immediately channeled his energy into his sword, making it glow, before unleashing a crescent-shaped slash forward. The powerful attack sent dirt and rocks flying toward their hiding spot. "This is bad," and just like that, in a flash, the entire area completely exploded. With an explosion of that magnitude, they must have been injured to some degree. Luis So was pelted by small wooden splinters from the explosion. To make matters worse, with his tiny body, he naturally didn't have the strength to withstand such a terrifying explosion, and was immediately thrown back. He was in a pitiful state, getting slammed from one place to another continuously. Now, the cover they were hiding behind had been completely obliterated by the commander, leaving nothing behind. From within the hazy smoke, their figures emerged. The commander looked ahead and easily recognized that they were 3 children. He was a bit surprised by this. What? Chan and Luis So finally became visible as the thick smoke cleared. Everyone was extremely surprised to realize the victims of that explosion were just children. Even the Duchess of Kanbak was completely shocked by the 3's incredible resilience. Oh my god, how are these kids still alive? It's true that desperate times call for desperate measures. Suddenly, Luis So came up with a childish plan. Yeah, that's it. Taking advantage of his status. As a child, he started wailing, much to the confusion of the twins, in order to gain the sympathy of the Duchess of Kanbak. Having never seen Luis So act so strangely before, and now seeing him act like a toddler, a 3-year-old, made C and Khan freeze on the spot in confusion. Luis So realized that crying by himself wasn't pitiful enough, so he turned around and pulled them in. "You guys cry too, hurry up." After hearing Luis So say that, the twins finally understood why he was doing it. Then, both of them cooperated perfectly and started wailing just like Luis So. The 3 of them were now putting on a performance so immersive, it was no different from Hollywood actors. Wow, as expected, with their god-tier acting, they successfully elicited sympathy from the Duchess of Kanbak. Oh, how pitiful. It seemed that just crying wasn't enough, so they even pretended to cling to her to show their fear. It was so scary. At first, it seemed like the twins were just imitating Luis So, but it turned out they were much better at it than he was. Are these kids even smarter than me? I wonder if the pranks they usually pull are also just an act. Kanta didn't give them a hard time, instead just gently kneeling down to ask, "Are you the only survivors?" Although he knew it was wrong for a child to lie, he had no other choice, so he sobbed as he replied, "Yes, sir." The man also felt great pity for the boy in front of him and gently patted Luis So's head. "You've been through a lot." However, from behind Kanta, the Duchess of Kanbak suddenly spoke up. "My lord?" Seeing that the children now had nowhere to go, she couldn't bear to see them left all alone, so she suggested, "Can we take these children back to the castle?" Kanta then sighed and agreed with the Duchess of Kanbak, as he couldn't bear to abandon the children either. "I suppose we have no choice." Kanta then ordered his subordinates, "Take these children and bring them back to the castle with us. Prepare to leave." Luis So had only intended to put on an act to avoid being attacked. Who would have thought they would take it this far? "You're really taking us with you?" The subordinates didn't say much, simply following orders and taking them away, even after being put onto the carriage, already. But Luis still couldn't believe his eyes that he and everyone else were being taken to another place. At that moment, only one person was left behind, and that was Phi. Perhaps due to her small size, no one noticed her presence. Phi watched from a corner as the carriages rolled away, a little confused about her master, Luis. Now, they had been brought to the castle of the Duke of Kanbak. Luis was in a magnificent and splendid bathroom, which even had a lion-shaped fountain spouting water. Soaking in the water, he couldn't help but get lost in thought as life's currents had pushed him into this situation. This wasn't Luis's intention at all from the beginning, and he had no idea why he ended up here, or why everything turned out this way. "I thought they would let me go if I looked pitiful enough. It seems like those 2 overdid their acting, but every cloud has a silver lining. It was lucky they ran into good people. Otherwise, they would have all gone to meet their maker by now. I didn't know they were so kind. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. From now on, I have to observe and find an opportunity." Suddenly, a voice called out to Luis from beside him. It turned out to be the twins. Both of them were playing happily in the cool water. They even teased Luis by splashing water right in his face. After seeing Luis's hair, soaked like a drowned rat, C and Khan pointed and burst out laughing with glee, saying Luis's hair looked so funny. Although they were stuck in a difficult predicament, hearing the twins' crisp laughter made Luis feel a bit better. Well, it's a relief to see them so relaxed. Just then, the maids standing above couldn't stop gushing and complimenting them. They're so adorable. Look at their fair skin. I knew it. They're just so lovely. One of them knelt down and cheerfully joked with the twins. Come on, little ones. Can you call me Nuna? However, only Luis didn't like the presence of the maids at all. So noisy. After they had bathed, they were taken upstairs to get ready. All right, let's go change our clothes and eat now. Yes, ma'am. Outside, the sky was clear and cloudless, perfect for a meeting. The Duchess of Canback was currently sitting in the dining room waiting for everyone to arrive. Your Grace, the children are here. The three of them looked as if they had been completely transformed. Everyone was dressed in beautiful clothes. They all looked so elegant and lovely. Oh my goodness, I almost didn't recognize them. With a smile as bright as a flower, she invited them to the table to eat. On the dining table, there was a countless number of delicious dishes. You children must be very hungry, right? Come and eat. They hadn't eaten a proper meal in days, so when they saw so much absolutely delicious food, their eyes lit up, and they immediately rushed to the dining table. Look at all the food. Although Luis was still being reserved and hadn't touched a single dish, the twins were eating their hearts out. He had to tip his hat to C and Khan's lightning-fast adaptation. How did they adapt so quickly? Luis thought to himself as he ate. Whatever. We might be leaving this place soon, but I can't just be indifferent when Phi might be in trouble. Where on earth could she be right now? Back in the snow-covered forest, the sky was now blanketed by the dark of night. But just then, a brilliant light flashed like a shooting star streaking across the sky. And that streak of light turned out to be Phi. She was desperately trying to find the castle where everyone had been taken. The carriage tracks are definitely heading where I need to go. I have to get back to Master Luis as fast as I can. What rotten luck. On her way, she ran into a flock of troublesome eagles. If I hadn't been caught by those snow eagles, I wouldn't have lost track of Master Luis. Phi zipped forward, filled with the determination to get there as quickly as possible. Please just wait a little longer, Master Luis. At the speed of light, she shot forward, following the tracks that the carriage had left behind. I'm coming. Night had now fallen over the entire castle, and all living things had begun to fall asleep. But for some reason, Luis was still awake and was walking down the hallway by himself. Suddenly, a voice from a nearby room caught his attention. We can't keep the children with us forever. Luis cracked the door open and peeked inside, curious to eavesdrop. I know, but right now, inside the room, the Duchess of Canback was sobbing, looking deeply heartbroken. Every time I look at the children, I hear the voice of our late little girl. Kanta placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. My love, I understand how you feel. It seemed the two of them were disagreeing, but seeing those children as our deceased child is not right. You must stop. Please forget our late daughter. But the Duchess of Canback, with a mother's heart, couldn't possibly do as he said and retorted, how can you ask a mother to forget her own child? Hearing their conversation, Luis could sense her immense pain. It seems she lost a child, which explains why she's been treating us with such unusual kindness. Suddenly, the Duchess of Canback gripped his hand tightly, as if pleading with him for something. As a mother, who had lost her child, the Duchess of Canback hoped those children could soothe her pain. So, she proposed to Kanta. My dear, no, Kanta, please, let's treat those children as our own son and daughter. Hearing her intention to adopt them, Luis was completely stunned with his jaw on the floor. After eavesdropping on the conversation between Kanta and the Duchess of Canback, Luis went into another room and began to think deeply. He sat, with his arms crossed on a chair, unable to comprehend their feelings. We've only just arrived, so why would they see us as their own flesh and blood? With his vast experience, he was well aware of the social standing of Kanta. The Grand Duke of Canback is a member of the royal family of the most powerful nation, and the ruler of the Winter Continent. So it was certain that if Luis became their son, he would practically have the world in his hands. Becoming the adopted son of a Grand Duke means I could immediately become a key figure in the country. Thinking about this, it was a huge step up for Luis, but for Kanta, this would be incredibly difficult to do. This is definitely a very difficult proposal, even if the one who wants it is the Grand Duke's wife. Perhaps the pain of losing a child is too great. I must leave this place quickly, before things got more complicated. But remembering the image of the Duchess of the North begging him back then, It gave Luis a stinging feeling in his heart. Seeing them like that just made him feel endlessly uncomfortable. Now, finding himself in a difficult situation, the first person he thought of was Phi. If Phi were here right now, I could have discussed it with her. But just then, there was some movement outside the window that caught his attention. Speak of the devil. At the speed of light, she quickly appeared at the castle, knocking on the window repeatedly. When the young master saw her here, just when he was facing a problem that was most difficult to solve, he was overjoyed and immediately threw the window open for Phi to come inside. She quickly rushed in and hugged Luis. He, in turn, broke into a wide smile and asked about where she'd been. "You idiot, where have you been all this time?" Phi cried nonstop, hugging him as she replied, "I'm so sorry." Luis didn't want to lose Phi ever again, so he instructed her carefully. "From now on, you stick with me until you die, you hear?" Through her tears, she obediently replied, "I know." When the twins saw Phi's safe and sound comeback, they were also overjoyed. "It's Phi, you're back." Seeing that Sia and Khan were perfectly healthy and smiling brightly, she was secretly happy in her heart. My twins. Now, everyone was gathered in the room, with no one missing. Phi, after seeing that all the members of the expedition team were now present and safe, immediately suggested continuing their journey. "We're finally reunited. Now we can get going again." However, recalling his earlier conversation with the Duke of the North, Luis stammered, "Right. But actually, I was thinking we should stay here a little longer." At his words, Phi was extremely puzzled as to why Luis would want to linger here. "Why? Can't we leave right now?" Faced with her question, Luis also didn't know how to explain, so he looked away and stated his opinion. "I mean, you see, they've treated us very well. And I also found out that the Duke and Duchess just lost their child, so I feel it would be a little strange if we suddenly left like this." It seemed that even with Luis's explanation, Phi still didn't quite understand what he meant, so she just looked at him with a confused expression and said nothing more. Seeing everyone standing frozen for 5 seconds, Luis tried to dig up something more to convince them. "I'm serious. Besides, we're not stuck in a dangerous situation, and we can also gather more information about the winter continent." However, what caught Phi's attention right now was Luis's attitude. Usually, the young master was very calm, but he seemed a bit flustered in this situation. Now, after listening to Luis's idea for a while, she was also very happy to know that Luis had such a warm heart. Still, seeing him be this kind just makes me want to serve him even more. Now, having grasped what Luis wanted, Phi also made a suggestion. "If that's how you feel, young master, then why don't we try this?" Hearing her suggestion, he became very curious about what it was. "What is it?" As expected, Phi was always worthy of a perfect 10. She suggested a method to Luis S., explaining that since ancient times, the dragon race has placed great importance on their first encounters. In that case, then the Duke and Duchess are Master Luis S. first acquaintances, right? He immediately confirmed. "That's right." Then, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, with a plan that would work for everyone, Phi offered a suggestion. "Well then, you can just leave a gift, and then depart. For example, if the problem here is that they don't have a child, then the issue will be solved if they just have one, right?" However, faced with this seemingly great idea, Luis S. was quite concerned about its feasibility. It's easier said than done. Creating a child isn't something that can be done so easily. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Wait a minute, we don't have to give them a child right away, do we? When their own child is born, our sudden disappearance will no longer be a problem." Faced with her cleverness, Luis S. didn't hesitate to praise her. "That's a great idea, Phi." Receiving his praise, she acted modestly. "I was just making a suggestion." After finalizing what they needed to do, Luis S. got to work. "Alright then, let's start preparing for the next step." At that moment, the Duchess of Canback was enjoying tea alone on the balcony. She gazed at the scenery before her, her eyes filled with hidden thoughts. Suddenly, a voice called out, causing her to turn around. "Madam." It was C and Khan. The little girl and boy smiled brightly and ran over to the Duchess of Canback, vying for her attention. "Madam, please play with us." She wasn't at all annoyed by their playfulness. Oh my. After a while of playing to their heart's content, she suggested, "Alright, are you 2 bored already? Let's have some cookies." Both C and Khan replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." When Luis S. peeked in, he saw the 3 of them sitting and chatting happily, which made him very happy. Now, the success of the plan depended entirely on C and Khan. He had placed all his faith in the 2 of them. "I'm counting on you 2. Meanwhile, Kanta was in a meeting with his subordinates. Handle that matter accordingly. Before concluding, he added a reminder. "Remember to pay attention to the soldiers' training schedule." Suddenly, a very neatly dressed Luis S. appeared before him and flashed a bright smile. The two of them stared at each other and froze awkwardly, neither saying a word. Seeing him suddenly standing in front of him, Kanta figured there must be a reason, so he asked, "Do you need something?" Luis S. quickly replied respectfully, "No, sir." Noticing that he was alone, Kanta also wondered, "So where are your friends?" Luis S. answered without hesitation, "They're playing with the Duchess, sir." Seeing him speak to him so calmly, the Duke asked another question. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Luis S. replied, "Not really, sir." Faced with Luis S.'s friendly attitude towards him, he felt that this was a special child. Usually, children were very afraid of him and didn't even dare to stand near him. This child is truly strange. At that moment, Kanta suddenly saw the image of Juno, his son, in Luis. It was as if, after that, a relieved smile he hadn't worn in a very long time unconsciously appeared on his lips. Then, Kanta reached out and lifted Luis S. up, as if he were holding his very own son. As he was when asked to play with Kanta, he seemed extremely delighted, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "All right, would you like to play with me?" "Yes, I would." And so, the two of them went into the room. The atmosphere became incredibly warm. "Let's go play in my office." "Okay." Even his subordinates hadn't seen Kanta this happy in a long time. How long has it been since he last smiled like that? That's what I was thinking. After having a blast playing with Kanta, Luis eagerly showed everyone. For real, these gems look incredibly special. But just a few seconds later, his expression turned serious. "The fun and games are over. It's time to get down to business." Then, Luis asked about the progress of the twins' work. "Did you two successfully complete your mission?" Both C and Khan confirmed together that they had completed their assigned task very well. "Of course we did. I mean, yes, Captain, we had a wonderful time drinking tea and eating snacks with the Duchess." Seeing the high-quality completion of the mission by the twins, Luis was very pleased and turned to Finn. "Good, very good. What about you?" And the mission that Finn was assigned was to act as a detective and find out the Grand Duke's daily schedule. Based on what she had found out, she reported, "The Grand Duke usually wakes up at 5 o'clock to work. In the afternoon, after lunch, he continues with his work and begins training after dinner. His bedtime is around 11 o'clock, and he usually contacts the Duchess 5 times a day." That is my report. After hearing the extremely detailed information from Finn, he was incredibly satisfied. "Good, well done." But then she accidentally called him by his name, and when Luis saw the girl address him so directly, he turned purple with anger and corrected her. "It's Captain." The girl immediately corrected herself. "Captain, we did what you told us to, but what exactly are we doing?" Even Khan was very curious and wanted an explanation for this. "That's right, playing with the Duchess won't make a baby." However, there was a reason why he chose to do this, a reason that the twins probably wouldn't understand yet. Such kids, when Luis called them kids, they thought to themselves, "You're younger than us." Then, Luis carefully chose his words to explain the situation to the twins. "Listen carefully. To have a child, the relationship between the two parties must be very close. The Grand Duke and the Duchess are still suffering from the psychological trauma of losing their children, and this is exactly what he is aiming for. If they spend time playing and enjoying themselves with adorable children, wouldn't that help heal their souls? The pain of losing a child will gradually subside, and then, step by step, they will become more comfortable with each other." After a while, Luis's mind was no longer so innocent and gradually turned darker, and then history will be written at night. But the more he talked, the more confused the twins became. Why write history at night? Is it better to write at night? When they asked that, Luis was at a loss. He couldn't just say it outright, so he chose to be evasive. "This is grown-up stuff. What would kids know about it?" Meanwhile, C and Khan were still very indignant about not getting a straight answer. He was focused on the lawless book in front of him. So now, Luis placed the book on the table. The book's cover read, 1,000 Elixir Variations in Alchemical Formulas. After spending so much time preparing and planning, the time was right to set everything in motion. "Shall we begin? The formula for an alchemical elixir?" Seeing Luis take out a very strange-looking book, Phi asked, "What is that?" Luis then recounted how he found the book. "I found this in my father's library while I was trying to figure out how to enhance the effectiveness of elixirs. But life isn't a fairy tale, and he had to pay the price for my meddling curiosity. I experimented with thousands of elixirs but was caught by my father, and then he sealed away all those potions after giving me a thrashing. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was unlucky that Luis got a thrashing, but lucky that it ended up helping him twice. Who would have thought that the research he painstakingly put in to prolong his life would be used for this?" After flipping through the pages to search for information, he finally found what he was looking for. Here it is. An elixir for couples who are no longer passionate. A few drops are enough to reignite the initial feelings of love. And what's more noteworthy is that the book guarantees this elixir will have absolute success. Luis exclaimed. This is it, the page with the words instant solution with a 100% success rate for couples wanting a child. Having identified what he needed to do, he immediately got to work while the iron was hot. Luis threw open the 2 doors of the wardrobe. Then, before stepping into the space inside, Luis didn't forget to instruct the twins. If anyone comes looking for me, just say you don't know, okay? Connie and Khan immediately agreed. We got it. After stepping inside, he then began to unleash his power. Luis extended his hand forward and formed a purple magic circle. His eyes now glowed brightly, and the entire space was enveloped by his powerful energy. Now is when it all begins. Space expansion. The space inside the wardrobe now seemed to be affected by his technique and began to change. Luis was truly extraordinary. In just an instant, the tiny space in the wardrobe had expanded into a spacious room. This much should be enough, right? Seeing that the first step was a complete success, he proceeded to the next. All right, now let's get to work. Scene changed to the castle's kitchen. At this moment, the kitchen was completely empty, with no sign of anyone. A suspicious-looking bucket was sitting on the kitchen counter. A small hand slowly lifted the large bucket. It was Phi, who, after being given a noble responsibility, was now hiding under a bucket. To avoid being discovered, she peered around cautiously before daring to reveal herself. Is anyone here? After confirming she was the only one there, she took out a pink potion vial from her magic pouch. However, one vial wasn't strong enough, so she pulled out another one. Phi, listen to me. She began to recall the critically important mission Luis had given her. Sprinkle these vials evenly on the ingredients that the Grand Duke and Duchess will eat today. To avoid any confusion that could lead to an unforeseen disaster, he had specifically emphasized this to Phi. She was only supposed to sprinkle it on their specific food. However, despite being given such clear instructions, Phi became flustered as she glanced around the room filled with so many ingredients. But how am I supposed to know what they're going to eat? Hugging the potion vial, she stood there pondering for a while, not knowing the right thing to do. But in the next second, Phi stopped thinking, as it was just giving her a headache, and directly sprinkled the entire potion on all the ingredients, in the kitchen rather aggressively. Who the heck knows? Better to just use it all up. After she finished sprinkling the food area and the fruit, Phi zipped over to the flour storage area. It was very likely the Grand Duke and the Duchess would also eat starchy foods, so she figured it was better to be safe than sorry. They'll eat bread too, so I'll sprinkle it in there as well. But she didn't stop there. Phi even sprinkled the magic potion into the water basins in case they drank some water too. The clear water now gradually turned into a sweet pink color of love. The water in the basin now had a mystical purple hue, rippling gently and reflecting the light from the energy source above. Phi hovered high above and released a powerful, bright pink stream of the magic potion with a forceful motion. At this moment, the white sacks of flour below also gradually absorbed the magic potion and turned a light pink. After transforming all the food and ingredients in the kitchen into a pink color filled with the flavor of love, she let out a proud smile. Mission accomplished. After doing what she needed to do, Phi flew out of the kitchen at the speed of light, now to go back and report to my master. In just a moment, time passed to the next evening. At this time, Luis was hiding behind a corner to scout the situation and see how his plan was progressing. The sun had now gone to sleep, making way for the stars above, and it was time for Luis's magic potion to take effect. That's the Grand Duke and Duchess's bedroom, right? If Phi did exactly as I said, then the food that they ate today already has the magic potion in it. However, as he was scouting the situation, he suddenly whipped his head around when he heard the whispers of the maids. So what I mean is this. And, oh my gosh, really? The two of them are laughing and talking, looking very happy. Wow, so Jennis suddenly confessed his feelings, huh? I never would have expected that. The two of them walked on, giggling shyly. Tonight is going to be so embarrassing. After they had disappeared from view, at this moment, Luis, hiding behind the wall, still didn't dare to make any noise. He was almost discovered, and now, he breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped a close call. That was close. But then Luis had to focus, back on his main mission. He immediately looked into the couple's bedroom. At this moment, Kanta and the Duchess of Canback were together, but neither said a word to the other. However, this awkward atmosphere didn't last for long, as Kanta was the first to speak. Ahem. Then his eyes began to look affectionately towards her. At this moment, the Duchess of Canback was still sitting motionlessly, not making any move. Although on the outside she was as calm as a still lake, inside her heart was now fluttering strangely. Oh my. I suddenly feel so strange. Why is my heart beating so fast today? Just as the Duchess of Canback was still trying to understand this change in herself, the Duke gently placed his hand on her shoulder, making her jump in surprise. The two of them now looked at each other shyly. Love was blooming in their hearts, creating a romantic atmosphere that stirred them to their very core. With a serious yet infatuated gaze, he gave her a compliment. You look very beautiful today. It had been a long time since the Duchess of Canback had felt the sweet taste of love, so she looked at him with a fluttering heart and slowly replied, My dear. The two of them, perhaps sensing the emotions blooming in each other's hearts, held each other's hands tightly. In their eyes now, there was nothing but love for their other half. Luis, who had been watching all this time, standing outside and witnessing the whole thing, could finally feel relieved that everything was going according to his plan. This is going to be a steamy night. But just then, the twins came over and asked curiously, Luis, what are you doing here? What's steamy? Caught by them, he immediately covered his mouth, not wanting to reveal adult matters to these two kids, no matter how much they demanded to know. Huh? What is it? Tell us, please. Anyway, it was already dark, so Luis grabbed one in each hand and dragged them to their room for bed. What do you need to know that stuff for? Being dragged so roughly by Luis, they cried out, It hurts! Before leaving, Luis looked back and gave a satisfied smile, happy that they had helped the Grand Duke and Duchess. We've done what we needed to do. Finally, a night full of unforgettable emotions passed. The sun rose high, shining its warm light down on everything. At that moment, the Duchess of Canback was strolling down the hallway, enjoying the atmosphere filled with light and feeling happier than ever. It's been a long time since the weather was this beautiful, huh? But suddenly, she saw maids pacing back and forth as if they were looking for something. Seeing that they seemed to be having some trouble, she approached to ask, What's all this commotion so early in the morning? One of them stammered, My lady, it's just... It seemed the Duchess of Canback had just received some shocking news, as she immediately rushed into their room and threw open the door. A maid who saw her burst in had a somber expression, My lady. She seemed very panicked as she questioned them. What on earth happened? Why are the children missing? The maid was also extremely confused, not understanding the reason why, as she recounted through tears. When we came here this morning, the children were already gone. We are still searching for them now. Suddenly, at that moment, another maid discovered a letter they had left behind. My lady, there's a letter on the table. The Duchess of Canback saw it and hastily snatched the letter from the maid's hand, opening it and reading the first few lines, which left her completely stunned. This is the Duchess of Canback reading the letter. The letter read, We guess you must be very surprised that we've disappeared. However, all meetings must eventually lead to partings. From now on, we will walk our own path. We are very grateful for your kindness in taking us in, taking care of us during our time here, and we hope you will overcome the grief of losing your son. Soon. P. Soon a new life will come to the Grand Duke and Duchess. Please give that new life as much love as you gave us. We are eternally grateful, Li Chu and the other two. As soon as she finished the letter, the Duchess of Canback sorrowfully clutched it to her chest. Tears streamed down her face at the same time. Oh, so they knew everything? It's all my fault, because I selfishly treated them as my own deceased child. But right after, looking at the letter again, she felt a bit puzzled. But what does a new life mean? What are they trying to say? A few weeks later, in the room, the priest's joyful shout echoed, I have good news. He looked at the Grand Duke and Duchess of Canback and hurriedly announced, Her Grace the Duchess is carrying a new life. The Duchess of Canback looked at the priest and asked in astonishment, A new life? Ken immediately grasped her hand and exclaimed joyfully, My dear? She whispered, Ah. Then, recalling the letter she had just read, the Duchess of Canback's eyes widened, unable to hide her shock. That letter, her eyes welled up with tears as she turned to her husband. So, the new life mentioned in that letter was... Can was just as moved. He squeezed his wife's hand and said happily, It seems those children already knew you were going to have a baby. Tears streamed down the Duchess of Canback's cheeks as she held tightly onto her husband's hand, crying emotionally. Those children must have been sent to us by God. Upon hearing this unexpected good news, Ken joyfully gave an order. We can't let this rare opportunity pass. Quick, open the storehouse and distribute bread to the people. His subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes, Your Grace. The flour storeroom was opened at once. In the kitchen, the baker happily placed loaves into the oven to bake. Outside, subordinates were eagerly bustling about, distributing bread to the people. Large loaves were handed out, bringing immense joy to the people of the domain. That year, Kanbok achieved the highest birth rate in its history. An unintentional gift born from someone's mistake would lead to a massive butterfly effect. But that is a story for the distant future. While Luis and his friends were on their journey home, Han exclaimed with excitement, Luis, Luis, I love adventuring so much. Connie, beside him, happily added, That's right, let's do it again and again. Faced with their excitement, Luis turned his head, an annoyed expression on his face as he said, Just take it easy and enjoy it. We still have 10 more years of this. Hearing him say that, the boy and girl jumped up and laughed with joy, one after another exclaiming, 10 years is too short, let's go for 100 years. Yeah, 100 years. At their reaction, Luis slapped his forehead, looking completely helpless, as Pim Bey offered words of comfort from the side. Hang in there, young master. Luis didn't reply, thinking gloomily to himself that he had already spent too much time at the Duke's castle. If these kinds of unforeseen situations keep happening, the journey will only get longer. To shorten our travel time, we need information on how to cross the continent quickly. But right now, we still don't. None of the options were viable. Shattering his train of thought, Kanei walked over with a bright smile and asked Luis, Hey Luis, why aren't there any monsters here at all? Beside them, Khan also came forward, lightly patting Luis on the shoulder and then pointing to himself, he offered, Let me do it. I'm pretty confident about this. Luis put his hands in his pockets, looked at the two of them, and asked, Hey, there are 3 dragons here, giving off an incredibly strong scent. Do you think any monster would be crazy enough to come near this place? As soon as he finished speaking, Khan immediately lifted his shirt to his nose, sniffed, and exclaimed, A scent? Do we smell that bad? Beside him, Kanei started continuously sniffing the air around her, but I don't smell anything. Faced with their actions, Luis helplessly said, Just forget it, as long as you know there's a scent, that's enough. Khan kept looking at him and asked, What about thieves and robbers then? Kanei, next to him, chimed in, There aren't any robbers either. They all imagined a robber approaching. Give me everything you have, now. He looked at them with an utterly helpless expression and exclaimed, In a place as open as this, where the only thing you can see is snow, even if there were robbers, where would they find a house to live in? Then, Luis smiled, smugly, and sighed softly, unless they suddenly jump out from somewhere. But as he finished speaking, 3 strangers holding swords and knives immediately jumped down from above. The leader used his sword to point at them and ordered, Don't move, give us everything you have. Behind him, his 2 accomplices were shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Upon seeing them appear, Khan's eyes immediately sparkled as he exclaimed, They're here! Kanei was just as delighted. The little girl exclaimed in surprise, The robbers burst out at us from the ground. In stark contrast to their excitement, witnessing the scene unfolding before him, Luis was completely thunderstruck, panicking internally as he thought, Is this for real? The orange-haired guy was shivering non-stop from the cold. He looked at the group and let out a small cry. Then he turned towards the chubby guy, smacked him hard on the head and yelled, Hey, you idiot, they're just a bunch of kids. After that, he angrily asked, I had to hide in the snow all day, just to catch these snot-nosed kids, is that it? What are we supposed to do now? At that moment, a heavily clothed guy standing nearby shakily offered an opinion. Well, looking at their clothes, it seems these kids come from a wealthy family. We can take them hostage and demand a ransom. Hearing this, the orange-haired guy put a hand to his chin, his expression showing some hesitation. A few moments later, the orange-haired guy immediately pointed and ordered his accomplices, All right, it's better than nothing. What are you waiting for? Tie them up. Following his orders, both of them charged towards Luis's group and replied in unison, Yes, sir. But before they could get close, Luis's voice rang out, Wait. He looked at the robbers, smiled contemptuously, and asked, Hey, don't you guys find something strange here? Seeing this, the guy in the blue shirt was confused and asked, What the hell are you talking about, kid? In response to their question, Luis calmly replied, Just 3 kids wandering in this desolate place without any protection. Don't you think that would be incredibly difficult if you were us? What? As soon as he finished speaking, the guy in green immediately panicked and looked around frantically. You mean there's an adult around here? He looked at the bandits' expressions and calmly replied, No, there's no one else here. Hearing that, the guy in green then asked, Then why would you say something like that? Seeing that they still didn't get it, Luis smirked slightly and shrugged his shoulders, and said, You'll figure it out if you just think a little. Just then, Phi suddenly flew up to Luis's ear and asked, softly, What should we do now? Master Luis. He tilted his head. repeating her words. What to do? Right after that. His eyes immediately turned vicious, and he revealed his plan. These three guys must have some stolen treasure, right? So we have to take this chance to rob them clean. At that moment, Khan approached him, and kept urging, Luis, let's go play some more. Connie also came up beside him and said, That's right, let's go play with those guys. Luis tilted his head and looked at them, frowning slightly. What, go play? You guys are at it again. Then, Luis put a hand to his chin, thinking to himself, Wait a minute. That's not a bad idea, is it? If we want to steal their stuff, we have to go to their hideout, right? Over with the bandits. The leader walked over to his cronies and angrily urged them, What are you guys just standing around for? Get to work, what did I tell you? Suddenly, the orange-haired guy exclaimed, Huh? Luis suddenly raised his hands, to Khan and Connie's confusion. He looked at the group of bandits and said, We surrender, we'll go with you quietly. At his action, the bandits couldn't help but be surprised. Luis looked at them and pleaded, Please don't hurt us. Luis's group went along with the bandits. Not only were they not scared, but Khan and Kaney were also looking around, with excited expressions. Seeing their strange behavior, the guy in green turned to look at them with a confused expression. Then the guy in green turned to the orange-haired guy and asked, Hey, don't you think they look really suspicious? He frowned and asked back, What do you mean? The guy in green replied, When you're kidnapped, there's no way you can be relaxed, right? But they look like they're on a leisurely stroll without a care in the world. Hearing that, the orange-haired guy turned back to look at them and said, What do you know? We're just going to profit off them, whether it's by getting a ransom or selling them as slaves. Just then, the chubby guy suddenly pointed forward and exclaimed, We've arrived. Before them was a massive, towering door set in front of a stone cave. As soon as they saw the bandits' hideout, Khan and Connie couldn't help but feel excited and exclaimed one after another, Whoa, this is so cool. Upon stepping inside, Luis placed his hand on the stone walls to feel them. His eyes filled with amazement as he thought to himself, I've only ever seen this kind of complex craftsmanship among my father's assets. Is this really a hideout? For bandits? Just then, the chubby guy walked over to Luis and boasted proudly, Isn't our hideout cool? It was all done by our boss. Seeing this, Luis couldn't help but wonder and asked, A boss? Who is that? The chubby guy raised his hand and replied, Our boss is. But before he could finish, the orange-haired guy rushed over and smacked him hard on the head. He angrily grabbed the chubby guy's collar and said, Why do you always run your mouth? What's with that mouth? What if these kids get out and talk? Faced with the orange-haired guy's anger, the fat one was a bit scared and flustered. Sorry. I'm sorry. The orange-haired guy immediately threw the fat one down and ordered, Take the kids and throw them in the cell. The fat one quickly got up and replied, I got it. He slammed the cell door shut, and after locking them in, he immediately left. The three of them watched the fat guy's retreating figure with looks of utter annoyance. Luis turned his head, glanced down at his neck, and said, It should be okay now. As soon as he finished speaking, Phi slowly and tiredly crawled out from Luis's neck. Luis propped himself up on his hands, looked at her, and ordered, Go and remember to find anything worth us stealing. Phi obeyed, replying, Yes, I understand. Immediately after, as he instructed, she quickly escaped through the small keyhole. After Phi left, Khan sat on the dirt floor, bored and whined to Luis, Can't we go too? Ka, equally dejected, added, It's so boring in here. Seeing this, Luis turned to look at them and said, Just wait quietly for Phi to return, and we can play later. Then his eyes suddenly turned sinister as he thought to himself with glee, This is definitely the bandits' hideout. If that's the case, they must have a lot of loot hidden here. How interesting. Heh heh heh. Meanwhile, the bandit chief was busy crafting a weapon. He slowly hammered at the stone with his hammer. A piece of the stone wall cracked and fell, making a loud noise. Suddenly, from outside the door, his subordinate's voice called out to report, Boss, we're back. He was the boss of the Red Axe bandits, Balo. He looked at the orange-haired man bowing before him with some satisfaction and asked, All right, good work. Did you get a big haul? The orange-haired man shook his head and replied, Not exactly, sir. The monsters went on a rampage earlier and scared off all the travelers, but we still managed to get something. We kidnapped 3 kids while they were walking along the road. Based on their appearance, it looks like their families are pretty wealthy. Sir, we could make a huge profit by demanding a ransom or even by selling them. As soon as the orange-haired man finished speaking, Balo laughed heartily, praising them with a delighted expression. Good, very good. Then he headed towards the cell where Luis and the others were being held. Well then, I suppose I should stop working on this? They'll lose their innocence. Let's go see how they're doing. The orange-haired man respectfully followed and replied, yes sir. Back with Luis. Khan and Ke were so exhausted that they had fallen asleep. Sensing someone approaching, Luis slowly opened his eyes. The orange-haired man looked towards them and said, they're in here, boss. Balo put a hand to his chin. He looked at them and remarked, they look quite refined, don't they? The moment he saw the man, Luis's eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself, this guy looks pretty strong. With that kind of strength, he must be at least level 3, right? But he doesn't look like the type of person who would become a thief. Balo's gaze shifted towards Luis. The boy stared back at him with his sharp eyes. The boy's gaze startled the man, making him gasp. Luis squinted at him with a puzzled expression. Then he smirked with amusement and thought, aha, could this guy be? Luis called out to Balo, hey you, fat old man. The man pointed to himself and asked, me? Are you talking to me, kid? Luis just smiled at him. He then replied, is there any other chubby old man here besides you? Then he asked for his name. What's your name? Hearing this, the orange-haired guy standing next to him couldn't help but shout in anger, you insolent brat, how dare you? Do you have any idea who this is? At that moment, Balo, standing beside him, answered tremblingly, ah, Balo. Faced with his strange behavior, the orange-haired guy turned to look at him in confusion and asked, boss, why are you acting so strangely? Balo raised a hand to his head, his body trembling uncontrollably as he replied, I don't know. I suddenly feel like I'm running a fever. Hearing him say that, the orange-haired guy couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, huh? If it were anyone else I'd understand, but you, boss? Seeing his reaction, Luis couldn't help but feel delighted and thought to himself, perfect, he fell for it. Seeing that he wasn't feeling well, Balo immediately turned to leave. At the same time, he instructed his subordinate, remember to watch them carefully. I think I should go rest for a bit. The orange-haired guy obeyed, replying, yes, boss. But when he hadn't even made it out the door, Luis's voice suddenly rang out, leaving so soon? As Balo flinched in surprise, he slowly turned back to look at Luis. Seeing this, the boy waved, all right, rest well, see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Balo immediately bolted out the door like an arrow, while the orange-haired guy frantically chased after him. Let's go together, boss. Phi, who had just returned, witnessed this scene, and a giant question mark appeared in her mind. A giant one at that. Phi flew over to Luis and exclaimed, Master Luis, I have returned. He looked at her with his hands on his hips and asked, all right, did you find anything? Phi sighed in disappointment and replied, it seems the warehouse and everything else are completely empty. Instead of treasure, I think these bandits are more likely to starve to death. Hearing this, Luis, his expression immediately turned sour as he grumbled, tsk, so they're the broke type, huh? It seems like I've been had, haven't I? Since ancient times, they've said that humans are rich. Hearing him say this, Phi felt extremely confused. Huh? Then, seeing her expression, he said, never mind, you did a good job. After that, he instructed, I'm going out for a bit, so remember to take care of the kids. When Phi heard that Luis was planning to go out without taking her, she couldn't help but panic and exclaim, Master, can't I go with you? Luis turned his head to look at her and replied, no, if you're not here, they'll start causing a ruckus as soon as they wake up. I'll be back soon, so keep an eye on them. She replied sadly. Yes. Luis walked towards the iron bars and grabbed them. Then, he easily pulled the bars apart, creating a large opening. Luis slowly stepped outside. He smiled, his eyes filled with excitement as he exclaimed, all right, time to go catch some bad guys. Luis walked towards the iron bars and grabbed them. Then he easily pulled them apart, creating a large opening. Luis slowly stepped outside. He smiled, his eyes filled with excitement as he exclaimed, all right, it's time to go catch some bad guys, isn't it? The wooden door slammed shut. Balo exhaustedly slumped onto a chair, letting out a long sigh before feeling a bit better. He looked up at the ceiling, frowning slightly, and wondered to himself, just who is that kid? Anyway, I've never felt so strange before. It was like facing an invincible monster. It made my whole body freeze up. But soon, he was lost in thought. A moment later, Balo smirked, thinking smugly to himself, no, there's no way a guy like me would be afraid of some ordinary kid. He propped his head up, resting his chin on his hand, and muttered, I've been resting for too long. I must be getting rusty. Suddenly, Luis appeared right next to Balo. He smiled with a wicked grin and asked, something fun going on? Hearing his voice, The man couldn't help but be startled, and let out a shout. Ballo pressed himself against the wall, staring at Luis in panic. The boy waved at him. "Hey there, we meet again." "Huh?" Seeing him, Ballo couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "How in the world did you get out of here?" Luis calmly replied, "I just walked out, that's all." Seeing him slowly approach, the man narrowed his eyes, watching Luis warily. Just then, he grabbed a nearby club. Ballo held the club up in front of him, looking at Luis and shouting, "Don't you come any closer." At his reaction, Luis turned around, casually putting his hands in his pockets, and then laughing contemptuously. "Oh, for such a big guy. You sure get scared easily, huh?" Ballo ignored Luis's taunts. He narrowed his eyes and tried to shoo him away. "I don't know how you got out of there, but I'll let it slide just this once, so get lost." Hearing that, the boy turned his head back to look at him and asked, "And if I don't?" Ballo looked at him, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "Then I'll have no other choice but to beat you until you leave." Luis walked forward, all the while putting on an air of mockery in response to Ballo's threat. "But what if I still don't leave? Luis isn't going anywhere. You get it, old man? Go on, try and hit me. Hit me." Seeing Luis's mocking behavior made Ballo furious. He used his weapon to attack the boy, shouting, "You rotten brat." But in an instant, looking at his own attack, his eyes filled with panic as he thought to himself, "Oh crap, I got too angry and accidentally used my full strength. It's too late to stop now. You have only yourself to blame for provoking me." As Ballo's weapon rushed toward him, Luis's expression showed no fear. He didn't even try to dodge, just stared intently at the shape of Ballo's descending weapon. But before Ballo's weapon could even touch Luis, it suddenly stopped, and he couldn't move it any further. Ballo looked at his own hand with a completely baffled expression. "How can this be? Why did my hand just stop on its own?" Seeing this, Luis smiled faintly. He moved gracefully, tilting his head to look at Ballo and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to hit me anymore? You're a little weak for your size, you know." Luis's mockery pushed Ballo's anger to its peak. He used his weapon to attack with all his might toward Luis. The boy didn't dodge, calmly placing his hands behind his back to watch Ballo. Luis smiled, glancing toward Ballo's weapon, making it so that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't land a hit on Luis. After a while, the man exhaustedly set his weapon down on the ground, and Ballo himself collapsed, panting from exhaustion. Luis looked at him, smiled, and asked, "What's this? Is that all you've got?" Then the man frowned, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he looked at Luis to ask, "Tell me, who exactly are you?" Luis furrowed his brow slightly, then smiled and replied, "Me?" But Luis didn't finish his sentence. Asked Ballo, "You knew the answer to that question from the very beginning, didn't you?" He was stunned and exclaimed, "What? How could you?" Suddenly, Phi's voice cut in. "Master Luis S." He turned his head toward the source of the voice. She flew over, sobbing, and then reported the situation. "The twins are causing a ruckus again because they said they're bored. I can't stop them by myself." Ballo couldn't help but be astonished by Phi's appearance, exclaiming, "A fairy?" As soon as Phi saw Ballo, she began to assess him. She moved closer to him to observe more carefully, then muttered in confusion, "That's strange." Startled by Phi's comment, Ballo cried out, "What?" Phi looked at him and spoke her thoughts aloud. "You definitely have the scent of a dwarf, but your size is more like an orc's even." Luis S. frowned, looked at her, and said, "That guy is a half-dwarf, probably a mix between a human and a dwarf, right?" She flew closer to him and asked, puzzled, "A half-dwarf? But how is he even bigger than a human?" Luis S. replied, "I don't know either, but that's definitely what he is." Breaking up their conversation, Ballo asked, "How can I be a half-dwarf?" Luis S. looked at him and smiled faintly, then said, "I told you, didn't I? I bet you already know who I am." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Try to remember." Ballo frowned at them in frustration, but as if realizing something, he gasped in shock. Could it be? He recalled the time he lived with his father, and the many times his father hammered a newly forged piece of iron. Ballo slowly approached his father. His father, while working, began to advise his son, "There are things that we dwarves must always keep in mind. If in the future you meet someone who makes your legs tremble or your whole body shake, and if you feel you can't control yourself from obeying them." Ballo's father used tongs to pull the ingot from the forge, then continued, "Then you must run away, and don't look back." He then tilted his head to look at Ballo. Hearing his father's strange warning, he looked up in confusion and asked, "What? Dad, what are you talking about?" Ballo's father dipped the ingot into the water and replied, "You are not a pure-blooded dwarf. You might be free from the compulsion of that bloodline, but as long as you carry a part of my blood in you, you will never be free from that bond. If something like that happens, you must run away immediately." Hearing this, the boy looked at his father with a worried expression and asked, "But what if I can't run?" His father replied, "If you are in a situation where you can't run," then he turned his head angrily toward Ballo and warned, "Then just do as they say." His father came closer, knelt down, and placed a hand on Ballo's shoulder. "Son, never forget this. If you encounter such a situation in the future, you must flee immediately. You were born with half human blood. I know you're not a fool." Hearing this, Ballo asked in confusion, "Dad, but what are those people doing, anyway?" His father immediately raised his hand, clamped it over Ballo's mouth, and glanced around cautiously. "Their ears are always listening. Never speak so carelessly anywhere. As for who they are, they return to reality." Ballo looked at Luis, his eyes filled with terror, and exclaimed, "Could it be a dragon?" Luis propped himself up, smiled at him, then winked and replied, "That's right," Ballo exclaimed. "A dragon?" Luis propped himself up, looking at him with a triumphant smirk. He thought to himself, "I suspected it from the start because of his size, and it turns out my guess was right." Then, he recalled the past. From the very first time he saw him, he had a sense of déjà vu, just like the time he first saw the dwarf repairman working with his father. Dwarves are an intelligent race, so he had asked his father if it was okay to make them work for free like that. Genlocker held out his hand in front of Luis, smiled, and said, "There's nothing to worry about, Luis. This is the punishment for what they did to us for generations." He thought, "They call it the blood bond." Even after diligent research, there was only one piece of information that indicated dragons were nearly wiped out by the dwarves, and that was the only information he could find. It was truly unfortunate, but if they made a mistake that almost made the entire dragon race disappear, then he didn't need to be generous, right? Seeing Luis approaching him, Ballo held his hands out in front of him, and exclaimed in fear, "Don't come any closer." Luis stopped, lightly touched his chin, smiled, and asked, "They say that dwarves have the fear of us dragons etched deep into their blood, don't they?" Then, he immediately commanded, "So, Ballo, from now on, you will be my minion." As soon as he finished speaking, Ballo couldn't help but panic. He put his hands on his face and screamed in despair. "Yes, Fiend," standing beside them, sighed helplessly. Young Master Luis really is blatantly forcing him to be a minion. Ballo was utterly desperate now. He knelt before Luis. While kneeling, he sobbed quietly. Seeing this, Luis approached, smiled, and gently patted Ballo's shoulder to calm, fort him, then asked, it's okay, that's just the law of life. By the way, Ballo, this year, how old are you?" He replied, "I turned 50 this year." Hearing that, he licked his lips and exclaimed, "You're still so young. The senior standing before you is 250 years old this year." Hearing this, on Ballo's head, a large question mark immediately appeared, and he asked in confusion, "What? If you're only 250 years old, then you're still a hatchling?" Ballo's words made Luis extremely annoyed. He walked over, pointed at Ballo, and yelled, "What do you mean, hatchling? I am a powerful and majestic dragon. Got it?" Ballo exclaimed in astonishment. "Really, is that so?" Luis put his hands on his hips and replied, "Of course, you idiot." Then, he walked towards Ballo again and patted his shoulder lightly. "All right, let's get down to business. You will work for me for 10 years. As soon as Luis finished speaking, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What? 10 years?" Luis continued, "Around that'll be about 10 years, but it could be less." Ballo no longer objected. He looked at him with a serious face and asked, "What will I have to do?" He pointed straight at Ballo's face and ordered, "Your job is nothing other than to take us home for the peace of the world." As soon as Luis finished speaking, Ballo was utterly confused. He looked at him and asked, "What does taking you home have to do with the peace of the world?" Luis narrowed his eyes and asked in return, "Do you know who I'm referring to when I say us?" Ballo answered, "The dragon race." He continued to ask, and the man continued, One. Luis slightly lifted his head, his eyes filled with killing intent, an oppressive aura radiating from him that was terrifying. Luis looked at Ballo and began to ask, "That's right, a hatchling. But have you ever heard the story of this?" Then, Luis began to tell a tale about a naive knight who killed a young dragon and called himself a dragon slayer. The father of the slain dragon was consumed by rage and brazenly destroyed the entire kingdom. As Luis finished his story, Ballo looked at him, his eyes filled with disbelief, and asked, "Is that story true?" He slightly closed his eyes, nonchalantly replying, "Even monsters get angry when their young are harmed. So, do you think a dragon would just stand by? Especially if their parents are two high-ranking O-class dragons." Hearing this, Ballo was startled, looking with astonished eyes towards Luis, while thinking to himself, "The world will face an unprecedented wrath." Luis crossed his arms and looked at Balo, asking, "Now do you understand?" The man cowered and replied fearfully, then immediately asked, "Yes, but why? Why would you entrust such an important mission to someone like me?" Luis frowned, staring intently at Balo. He tilted his head slightly, then turned away, thinking to himself, "Why? Actually, it's because you're the first person I met, and you look pretty easy to handle." A moment later, Luis put a hand to his mouth, faked a cough, and replied, "Ahem, well, it's because you are the chosen one," Balo asked in confusion. "The chosen one?" Luis replied. "Those strong shoulders, and that robust strength." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, he looks so sturdy that he probably wouldn't break. He looked at Balo's firm hands and exclaimed, "An indomitable spirit that's always ready to fight." At the same time, he thought, anyone who dares to challenge you will be wiped out in no time. Then Luis looked at the man's magnificent beard, and with just a single glance, "I can see the loyalty that envelops your entire body already," he exclaimed in his mind. "With dwarven blood, there's no need to worry about betrayal." He continued to praise, "Isn't that more than enough to be chosen by the dragon race?" He thought to himself, "A super servant." Hearing his words of praise, Balo couldn't help but be overjoyed. He looked towards Luis with sparkling eyes. Luis crossed his arms, then bowed his head slightly and said, "And you know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you." Hearing this, Balo immediately asked, "An opportunity?" He raised a hand and replied, "Think about it. It's not just one hatchling, but 3. If you can bring these 3 dragon hatchlings home safely, do you think their parents would just ignore your contribution like that?" Hearing Luis's words, Finn was utterly shocked. Luis continued speaking, "A reward beyond your wildest imagination awaits you." As for Balo, after hearing him speak, he couldn't help but feel excited. "If that's the case, then I understand." Seeing his eager expression, Luis crossed his arms, smiled smugly, and asked, "So, does that make you confident that you're the chosen one?" He nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Yes, it does." At this moment, Finn was standing nearby, observing them and thinking to herself, "Young Master Luis is truly amazing." On Luis's side, he looked at Balo and asked, "All right, so you'll come with us?" He agreed immediately without any hesitation. "Yes," Luis asked again. "Really? You won't regret this, will you?" Balo replied firmly. "Yes, I won't." As soon as he finished speaking, Luis smiled smugly. Immediately after, a bright light suddenly enveloped Balo. It was a brilliant, dazzling yellow. Seeing the light surrounding him, Balo couldn't help but exclaim in alarm, "What is this?" Luis smirked slyly, pointed at Balo, and replied, "What do you mean? You've just placed shackles upon yourself." Hearing this, Balo frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Luis replied, "Based on what you just did, that's also known as a blood pact. All promises made in front of a dragon must be followed unconditionally." Balo continued to ask, "What happens if the promise is broken?" He nonchalantly replied, "Oh, that? It's nothing major, it's just..." Balo sat huddled in a corner, hugging his knees and trembling. His face was pale as he stammered, I can't believe that I can't continue my family line anymore." Seeing his state, Luis spoke up, annoyed, "Why are you so gloomy? As long as you keep your promise, nothing will happen." Balo glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "Really? Are you sure?" Luis immediately shouted in anger, "Arg! I already told you. If you don't believe me, then feel free to go find some other dwarves and ask them." Returning to the dungeon room, Luis pointed at Balo and introduced him to the twins. "All right, everyone, this guy will be our minion. Our temporary guardian. His name is Balo." Balo stepped forward and greeted them. "Hello, I'm Balo." As soon as they saw him, the twins immediately rushed over, their faces filled with excitement and fascination, exclaiming one after another, "He's a giant dwarf! I've never seen a dwarf this tall before." Hearing what the twins said, Luis looked at Balo with curiosity and asked, "Now that you mention it, how did you get so tall? Even if you were a half-breed, you couldn't be this tall, right?" He replied, "That's right. When I was young, I was much shorter than my peers. I think when I was around 20 years old, I ate a strange fruit and was sick for 10 days. And when I woke up, I had become like this." Hearing Balo's story, Luis was quite surprised. He looked at him and hurriedly asked what the fruit looked like. In contrast to Luis's alarmed expression, Balo replied, "It looked very strange. I think it was shaped like a bone." After hearing that, his eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at him. Luis turned away and then took out his book, searching through it continuously. Balo squinted, watching Luis's actions with a confused expression. After finishing his search, Luis showed it to Balo. Name, growth fruit, water attribute, high rarity, effect. helps you grow larger without suffering any side effects. Characteristics: an elixir that grows by absorbing cold as a nutrient, sprouts an average of 3 to 4 fruits without flowering, and is most effective after reaching 200 to 300 years of age. Then, he pointed to the fruit printed in the book and asked, "Is this it?" Balo replied, "Oh yes, that's it. The fruit I ate looked exactly like that." After Balo's confirmation, Luis immediately closed the book. A spark appeared in his eyes, filled with determination. He thought to himself, "This is it. This is the fruit. If I eat it, I can finally beat those mischievous twins. They're always making fun of me for being smaller than them." As this thought crossed his mind, Luis So held his head high and laughed triumphantly. His intimidating look made the twins feel terrified, and they stammered one after another, "We're sorry, Captain. We're sorry." Balo gently rubbed his head and started to leave. "Well then, I'll just go tell my men that I'm leaving." Suddenly, Luis So's eyes darkened, and he immediately issued an order. "Stop right there." Balo stopped, tilting his head to look at Luis So in confusion, and said, "Yes?" Luis So spoke up. "Going home can wait. Our top priority right now is the growth fruit." He then raised his hand, looking at it with eyes full of fierce determination, as a fiery aura of passion ignited around him. Luis So held the book out in front of Balo. Name: growth fruit. Attribute: water. Rarity: high. Effect: helps you grow larger without suffering any side effects. Description: an elixir that develops by absorbing cold as a nutrient, bearing an average of 3 to 4 fruits without flowering. It is most potent after reaching 200 to 300 years of age. He then pointed to the fruit printed in the book and asked, "Is this it?" Balo replied, "Oh yes, that's it. The fruit I ate looked exactly like that." After Balo's confirmation, Luis So immediately snapped the book shut. A determined spark ignited in his eyes as he thought to himself, "This is it. This is the fruit. If I can eat it, I'll finally be able to defeat those mischievous twins. They're always making fun of me for being smaller than them." As this thought crossed his mind, Luis So held his head high and laughed triumphantly. His intimidating look made the twins feel terrified, and they stammered one after another, "We're sorry, Captain, we're sorry." Balo gently rubbed his head and started to leave. "Well then, I'll just go tell my men that I'm leaving." Suddenly, Luis So's eyes darkened, and he immediately issued an order. "Stop right there." Balo stopped, tilting his head to look at Luis So in confusion, and said, "Yes?" Luis So spoke up, "Going home can wait. Our top priority right now is the growth fruit." He then raised his hand, looking at it with eyes full of fierce determination as a fiery aura of passion ignited and enveloped him. The moment he finished speaking, the twins immediately rushed over, looking at him with excitement. Kang and Phi asked in turn, "What fruit? What is it?" "The growth fruit, huh? What kind of fruit is that?" Luis So didn't answer. He just frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "It's mine. There's no way I'm telling these brats about it." Balo looked at him and spoke up. "But sir, there's a slight problem." Hearing this, Luis So immediately whipped his head around, glaring at him and snapping, "What? What problem?" Balo looked at Luis So with a somewhat worried expression and said, "The So Orker people live where the growth fruit tree grows, so it won't be easy to approach it." Luis So looked at Balo and warned him, "I'll say this again. Stop with the nonsense and just lead me to the growth fruit tree. I'll take care of the rest." He then turned away, lightly bringing a hand to his chin and smiling with extreme confidence. The expression on Luis's face, combined with the murderous aura radiating from him, made Balo tremble in fear. He thought to himself, "He's so scary." Over by the cliffside, Luis So stepped forward. Then, all four of them then looked down the cliff together to observe. Luis So looked towards the tribe in the distance and exclaimed, "Is that the place?" Balo replied, "Yes, that's right. That's the Seer tribe. When they first migrated and settled here, they weren't this numerous. They gradually increased in number, and now there are hundreds of them." After hearing this, Luis So continued to ask, "So where is it exactly?" Balo was startled and exclaimed, "Sir?" Luis So looked helplessly at Balo and asked, "I'm asking where the mature tree is?" He turned to look at him, his eyes trembling with fear, and replied, "If I remember correctly, it's in the very center of the Orc tribe." As soon as he heard that, Luis So was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Then Luis So pointed at Balo's face and angrily yelled, "You idiot! Doesn't that mean they've already cut the tree down?" Faced with his anger, he held his hands up in front of him and tried to reassure him. "You don't need to worry about that, because the tree grows in a cave below. I only discovered it by chance. It's not a place that's easily found, so those stupid orcs won't be able to find it." Hearing this, Luis So immediately sighed in relief. "That's a relief then. He then turned his head towards the twins and called out, "Hey kids." Both of them raised their hands enthusiastically and replied, "Yeah." Then he immediately gave the order, "Let's begin." To Balo's astonishment, the three of them slid down together. Balo looked at them, his face turning pale, and shouted in fear, "Wait, the seers are several times stronger than regular orcs. Shouldn't we at least have a plan?" Seeing his worry, Fi flew over, looked at Balo, and reassured him, "Don't you worry." Balo hesitated. "Yes. But. Fi looked at Balo's reaction and sighed helplessly. "You fool, don't tell me you see their childish appearance and think they're actually kids. Look closely. Why do people praise dragons as the strongest species in the world? It's because they strike fear into their opponents." Over in the village area of the seers, they immediately turned their heads upon hearing a strange noise, glancing over with confused expressions. In the distance was Louis So, with a terrifying expression, flanked by the twin siblings. They ran together towards the seers. Their sudden appearance caused the seers to cry out in alarm. The twins held their swords, then they unleashed their magic. They were enveloped by bolts of lightning that were incredibly fierce. Seeing this, the seers couldn't help but scream in terror. The twins showed no mercy, and with just a single strike, they instantly pierced through the seers. Faced with their surprise attack, the seers grabbed their weapons and charged forward in unison. Kani, holding two swords, dove down from above, looking at them with an excited gaze, and shouted, "Bring it on!" Faced with their assault, the seers were terrified, and quickly turned to flee. The twins, holding their swords, gave chase while calling out, "Hey, where are you running? Get back here and stand still." In the distance, Fi spoke up, "See that? That's what dragons are," and Ba Lo could only watch in silence. He then looked at Fi, his eyes filled with doubt, and spoke up, "Dragons are obviously overwhelmingly powerful, but the seers aren't the type to just run away like that." She looked at him and replied, "There's a saying, a mouse runs from a snake, right? It seems the orcs are just like that." At the same time, she thought to herself, even if they are seers, no matter what the orangutan do, in front of an apex predator, they can only run for their lives. How could they possibly overcome the aura of the noble dragon race with the seers' instinct-driven minds? Balo exclaimed in amazement. "So that's why, whenever I'm in front of a dragon, I lose all my willpower and become paralyzed with fear," Finn continued to explain. "That's right. And it's the same for those humans. Perhaps because they're still young, their presence isn't that terrifying yet. If they were to experience their second hibernation period and reach adulthood, just facing that aura would be enough to annihilate all the seer." At that moment, from a distance, the orange-haired guy rushed over and shouted, "Boss!" As soon as she saw the orange-haired guy appear, Finn quickly hid in Balo's fur sleeve and muttered in annoyance, "How irritating." The orange-haired guy looked at Balo and asked frantically, "Boss, are you okay?" His voice was so loud it shook the entire mountain. Then he looked towards the village of the seer, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Oh my god." Then, he turned his head back to Balo and asked quizzically, "The O tribe's village has been burned down?" "Boss, what on earth is going on?" He pointed downwards and replied, "Those kids are down there." Khan was currently extending his hand, casting a spell and attacking the crowd of seer. Bolts of lightning from the technique the boy created shot towards them, causing them to explode one by one. Next, another kid grabbed Khan's legs, then got ready to spin him. They both grinned excitedly and shouted in unison, "Take this!" Lightning tornado. Khan lunged forward. The boy spun around with his sword, then attacked the seer. His sword and his magic annihilated them wherever they passed. Back with Balo, witnessing the scene before them, the orange-haired guy's face turned pale, and he stammered, "Good lord, the kids we captured are slaughtering the seer?" Then, his attitude suddenly changed as he looked at Balo and asked enthusiastically, "Don't tell me you knew this would happen, boss?" He looked at his subordinate, startled, and blurted out, "Huh?" But before he could say more, the orange-haired guy immediately came to a joyful conclusion. "I knew it. Boss, you must have had your eye on those kids ever since you saw them. You realized they had incredible power despite their young age." He frowned and hesitated. "Well, about that." Just then, Finn suddenly leaned into Balo's ear and whispered, "Just repeat after me." "Of course." Next, Balo immediately raised his head high and proudly repeated Finn's words, "Of course." Hearing this, the orange-haired guy looked at him with an admiring gaze. "You really are my boss. You're such a good judge of character," Finn whispered into Balo's ear. "I asked them to take care of the seer." He immediately repeated her words, "I asked them to take care of the seer." Hearing this, the orange-haired guy was filled with admiration and couldn't stop praising him. "That's amazing. But who are those little devils anyway? What are those kids doing? Hearing the orange-haired guy's words, Finn became furious and snapped, "Who is this punk calling a little devil?" Ballo immediately pointed at the orange-haired guy and repeated, "Who is this punk calling a little devil?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel confused, exclaiming, "Huh?" Hearing him repeat a line he shouldn't have, Finn got angry, smacking Ballo hard on the head and yelling, "Hey, you idiot, why would you parrot that line?" He immediately apologized. "Hey miss, I'm sorry." The scene unfolding before him left the orange-haired guy utterly bewildered, and exclaimed, "Boss." Ballo sighed wearily and said, "Anyway, we're not the type to act carelessly, so we need to manage the kids carefully." The orange-haired guy asked in confusion, "What do you mean by act carelessly?" Down below, the leader of the seer pack cried out, then it grabbed its weapon and attacked Luis. As it swung, it immediately caused the rocks and dirt around to fly up, and thick smoke enveloped the entire area, but then it cried out in surprise. Luis was completely unaffected by its attack. Luis looked at it, smiled, and asked, "Are you all done? Now it's my turn, right?" Luis held his weapon and simultaneously activated his magic, then he raised his hand to attack directly towards the seer. Just one simple move from Luis sent them flying far away. The seer couldn't react in time and was slammed hard into the wall, creating an incredibly loud noise, and rocks and debris flew everywhere. Afterwards, unable to withstand it any longer, the seer collapsed. Luis looked at the monster before him, sighed in boredom, and exclaimed, "How boring." Over with Ballo, he watched the scene before him, so astonished he was speechless. As for the orange-haired guy, he spoke up. "Look at that move." A spray of blood shot up from the slash, along with a piercing scream. Sai and Khan teamed up, slashing and sending a seer flying backward. Finally, everything was done. Sai sat down tiredly on the snow and exclaimed, "Done." Khan, next to her, also complained, "Man, I'm so tired." Luis saw the two kids look tired after completing their task, so he tossed 2 fruits behind him and said, "You guys worked hard. I'm heading out for a bit. You two get some rest." The 2 kids quickly and happily replied, "Okay." Suddenly, he saw 2 figures lurking on the mountain. The moment Luis saw their hair color, he got annoyed and shouted an order, "Hey you, get down here now. What are you doing just standing there watching from a distance?" When Ballo heard his words, he shivered. He quickly turned to look at his subordinate and stammered, You stay here. I'll go down and see what's up." Just then, the orange-haired subordinate suddenly said, I'll go with you, boss." Ballo was silent for a moment, then asked, "You really want to come with me?" The orange-haired subordinate immediately shook his head and replied, "No, sir. Boss, you should go alone, sir." He could only grit his teeth at this guy. A moment later, Ballo appeared behind Luis. His attitude was extremely sycophantic as he spoke. "Sir, you called for me?" Luis asked out of the blue. "Where is it?" Ballo, confused, opened his mouth and asked back, "Huh? What?" Luis's expression quickly turned irritable, and he glanced at him, asking in a dark tone, "Where is my growth fruit?" A short time passed, and Ballo was leading Luis to a large boulder. Looking at a small hole in the boulder, Luis asked, "This place?" He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Ballo, as if demonstrating for Luis, knelt down and explained, "Go through this hole, and then enter the passage down to the cave." Suddenly, he mumbled in confusion. Ballo said, puzzled, "That's strange. I used to be able to get through this way," even though he was trying to explain to Luis, but from his perspective, it was just the man's butt swaying back and forth, which made Luis feel a bit creeped out and disgusted. Before he was about to puke, he spoke up to stop him. "You just stay put. After all, it's right in front of us, isn't it?" Although Ballo was a bit confused, he still replied, "Yes, sir." Immediately after, Luis stepped into a small crevice in the rock. He followed the narrow path inside the cave. Suddenly, in the far distance, a flash of light appeared, causing Luis to wonder aloud. "Oh, is that it?" He quickly made his way toward the light. As he got closer, Luis let out a gasp of amazement. The dazzling light was radiating from a small plant. Luis shouted with joy the moment he saw it. "Yes, I found it." At the base of the plant, he spotted 2 small fruits. Luis's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "My growth fruit, my future of growing tall." Suddenly, he was taken aback. Luis reached out and picked up the growth fruit, wondering aloud, "Why is it so small? This isn't even half the size described in the book." He thought for a moment before sighing in frustration. It seemed they weren't fully grown yet. At this rate, it would probably take at least 200 years for them to fully mature. Luis frowned, looking at the growth fruit thoughtfully. Eating it while it's this small would be ineffective, so what should I do? A moment later, he stepped back outside. The moment Ballo saw him, he asked urgently, "You're back, sir. Did you find the growth fruit?" Luis dusted himself off and said with a sigh, "Well, you were right. The growth plant is down there, but the fruit is still way too small." Hearing this, he stammered, Then what do we do?" Luis replied as he walked forward. "There's no other choice. We have to wait for the fruit to ripen before it can be eaten." While Luis was strolling ahead, a comment from Ballo made him stop in his tracks. "If we just leave like this, won't someone come and steal it?" He then shot a sharp glance back and repeated, "Steal it?" Luis's eyes glinted with interest as he spoke in a chilling tone, "Let them try." A short time later, a protective circle appeared, and inside it was a sign with messy handwriting. Upon closer inspection, the sign bore a threatening message, "Keep out. If you touch Luis's property, your next 9 generations will be cursed. I will curse all 9 generations of your family. If you're not afraid of the consequences, go ahead and try it." Then, Luis asked Ballo, "Do you have any subordinates? Send a few of them over to stand guard." He was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What? Why my men?" Before Ballo could even finish his sentence, Luis shot him a look and asked, "Are you defying me?" This prompted Ballo to quickly change his tune. "Take as many as you want, sir. They are at your disposal." Luis looked toward the cave, still feeling uneasy. "Even though I've used every method I know to set up traps, I still feel anxious. I need someone to keep an eye on things until the growth fruit is fully mature." A moment later, Luis stood with his arms crossed, looking down thoughtfully. The group of bandits had gathered below. Every last one of them looked either completely exhausted or half asleep. Luis couldn't stand the sight any longer and turned to Ballo to complain, "How is it that not a single one of them looks competent?" He then looked down at the group and thought to himself, "But for the sake of my future growth, it's worth whatever time it takes." With that thought in mind, Luis announced, "I'll make this quick." The bandits below didn't understand what was happening and began to whisper amongst themselves, "What's with the sudden assembly? Beats me. Are we going to fight?" The henchman with orange hair spotted him and thought in a panic, That little demon. What in the world is he doing here? What in the world is he planning to do?" While they were all in an uproar, Luis shouted, "Hello, my friends, my dear bandits." A slightly arrogant smile spread across his face. "I have some important news to share with you, and that is..." Luis paused for a moment before quickly continuing, "As of today, the bandit gang is disbanded." The moment he said that, the bandits below were completely stunned. Furious, they immediately shouted, "What did you say? What gives you the right to disband us?" The orange-haired underling immediately turned to Ballo and asked, "Boss, what is all this about? Don't tell me you agreed to this?" In response, the boss remained silent and avoided his gaze. Right after that, Luis called for the twins. The 2 sisters quickly appeared, responding, "Yes, we're here." He smiled excitedly and said, "Let's begin." Upon receiving the order, the sisters cracked their knuckles and replied, "Coming right up." Seeing this, the bandits couldn't help but cry out in fear, "Why are you coming over here? Don't come here." But their pleas were useless, as the orange-haired underling was immediately hit by the first throw of snow. Right after, the 2 guys behind him were next. Watching C and Khan working so energetically, Luis started cheering them on. "That's right. Great job, my little ones. That's how you smack him in the head. Go on, go on." The one watching this scene was Ballo, who was completely speechless. Hearing the painful screams of his men, he could only shed tears in silence, whispering in his heart, "I'm sorry, guys." And so, after some time passed, the bandits who were unharmed just moments ago were now all writhing in pain on the snowy ground, along with their pleas, "For mercy. We're gonna die. Please spare us." While it was a miserable scene on their side, Luis's group was having a blast. He was patting Khan's head, smiling as he said, "Great job." Then, Luis glanced over at them with an assessment. "Have you seen enough? This is your performance. You can't even handle 2 kids." Hearing his words, they could only argue back silently in their minds. "They're not just kids." Then, Luis shouted out a sentence, "But you don't need to worry." He flashed what was supposed to be a bright smile and told them, "I will definitely whip you all into shape." On a towering mountain, a small squirrel was happily standing on a branch holding a pine cone, when suddenly something whizzed past, startling it and making it drop its pine cone. As the squirrel quickly scurried away, a voice rang out from behind, with a comment, "You're putting too much power into your legs." Luis looked ahead and continued his critique. "Are a soldier's eyes just for decoration? Why can't you dodge something that's right in front of you?" The bandits he was training were, sprawled on the ground, crying and begging. It's too fast. Please spare us." Looking at their condition, Luis couldn't help but complain. These guys are too weak. Right? 10-minute break. A chubby bandit collapsed onto the snow, panting heavily. "Seriously, we're gonna die at this rate. I'd rather just pass out and get it over with," the orange-haired bandit added, annoyed. "That's what I'm saying. The ones who passed out didn't get beaten up." Suddenly, the chubby one came up with an idea. "How about the two of us escape, huh?" He was immediately shot down by the orange-haired one. "Forget it. The guys from the next room already tried to escape and got caught. They were forced to train from morning till night for 2 whole days. Didn't you know?" The chubby one quickly yelled in frustration. "Damn it, we weren't soldiers to begin with, so why do we have to go through this miserable training?" The orange-haired guy stood up and spoke softly. "You're still alive, huh? Still thinking like that?" The orange-haired guy's eyes were still filled with a few tears as he spoke with resignation. "I've already given up on my own thoughts. Every day, I get beaten with an empty mind. Somehow, a day just passes like that." Before he could finish his sentence, the fat guy started crying loudly. With tears welling up in his eyes, he shouted angrily, "That's not right. Getting beaten like this every day. My body should be crippled. I'm asking you, how can we be perfectly fine the next day?" Just like that, the fat guy let out a loud shout, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Luis S. was very pleased, thinking to himself, "They're growing up so fast." Luis S. couldn't help but recall what he had been doing. Every evening, he'd steal an extra bottle of his father's high-grade potion and feed it to them. They just had to sleep it off, and their stamina would quickly recover. During training, they couldn't slack off because I transferred my will to them using a mental method. I'm teaching them from a book I took from my father's library, so they can grow stronger every day. Although it's just the basics, it's still a book from a dragon's library. It's a real waste to pass it on to these idiots. Luis S. frowned slightly, looking at the book in his hand, thinking that if he wanted to train them to maturity in a short time, there was no other way. He looked at the book and said, "You guys are very lucky, you know?" Suddenly, Balo appeared, calling out, Sir Luis S." Seeing him, he quickly replied, "Oh, you're here? How's that task I gave you coming along?" Hearing Luis S.'s question, he hesitated slightly, before answering, "About that, I've done as you instructed." Seeing that everything was completed according to his plan, he smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? You've worked hard. You go on ahead and prepare. I'll bring the kids along later." Hearing this, Balo replied, "Yes, sir." A cunning expression appeared on Luis S.'s face, and his tone became chilling. This is the method of pushing a beast off a cliff, to teach it to be stronger. Balo looked at his extreme excitement and felt a sense of unease. Just how long does he plan to torture them? A while later, on a high mountain, the group of bandits was walking cautiously on the snow. The masked guy looked at the fat guy and asked curiously, "Why do we have to train up here?" The fat guy replied helplessly, "Who knows what this big sack is for? The boss told us to wear it, so we wear it." But suddenly, a shout echoed from behind them, "Make way!" A large weapon was slammed down onto the snow. As soon as they saw the weapon, they shouted in astonishment, "A catapult!" A catapult made of wood was right in front of them. Balo quickly raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The confused orange-haired guy walked up to him and asked, "Boss, why did you suddenly bring a catapult? Are we going somewhere to fight?" Balo didn't have a chance to answer before another voice rang out, "Attention everyone." Luis S., with a serious expression, looked at them and said, "You must be wondering why you're gathered here, right? But instead of a lengthy explanation, it's better to see it for yourselves." After his introduction, he turned around and shouted, "Now, my professional teaching assistant, step forward." C quickly acknowledged the order, replying, "Moving up." Immediately after, the little girl skipped over to the catapult. Kaney sat cheerfully in the catapult's seat, cheering happily. The bandits turned pale with panic and began to stammer, asked, "No, that can't be right, can it? It's not, right?" Luis So didn't care and shouted an announcement to the little girl, "Prepare the catapult." Sai cooperated and replied, "Ready." Immediately, he pointed forward and yelled, "2 shots," and just like that, they were fired. The little girl was thoroughly enjoying it, smiling, while in contrast to Sai, the group of bandits was terrified. They screamed, "Crazy! This is crazy!" Even Balo was quite frightened. "Oh my god. So, this is the meaning of the cliff story? Is this what it meant?" They all silently watched Sai's trajectory As soon as they saw the little girl about to fall, they frantically shouted, "Oh, is she falling?" Of course, Luiso wouldn't give Sai a mission that dangerous. Right after, a paraglider appeared from that big backpack. The group of bandits nearly had a collective heart attack. Luiso looked at the results before him and said with a bright smile, "Excellent. The catapult is truly effective. Its performance is very good. You all see that? You just have to do it like that." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at them, and they all looked pale. "You don't dare to go?" Luiso couldn't help but ask back, puzzled. "Huh? What's with that expression? Didn't you see it all? Then I'll do it one more time for you to watch." Right after, he yelled, "Catapult 2, go." Khan quickly responded in kind, "Go." The little boy, just like Sai, cheered happily as he was launched high into the air. Looking at the unexpected distance, Luiso thought to himself, "It seems the kids are lighter, so they fly a bit farther than adults do." He propped his chin on his hand and smiled thoughtfully. "Anyway, this is still within an acceptable range, so it's fine. If I have this, I can get there quickly before my elixir is stolen." Just in time, the two kids are done. Luiso then looked towards the bandits and spoke. "So? Easy, right? You just get on, fly, then parachute, and land." His words made them scream in fear. "What?" Fatty trembled all over and stepped back. After that, Fatty ran while crying and screaming, Spare me. I don't want to die here." Luiso immediately snapped his fingers and a magical wall appeared, blocking Fatty's path. Because he was running so fast, he couldn't stop in time and slammed headfirst into the magical wall. Then, Fatty fell backward. He walked closer to them and explained, I know, you're scared. However, you just need to be a little brave, and you can all do it." Hearing this, Orange Hair quickly replied, "No. Shouldn't you listen to the opinions of the people being thrown? Who in the world came up with this crazy idea?" Luiso looked at Balo, slightly annoyed, and said, "Seriously, you said it could be done, right? Suddenly, his words carried a hidden meaning. If someone demonstrates, would you all be convinced? Seeing Luiso's creepy smile, he raised his hands in surrender, thinking to himself, why is he looking this way? Balo couldn't help but shrink back in fear upon seeing Luiso's mischievous grin. Seeing this, he walked closer to him with the question, So? You can do it, right? Balo stammered in reply, I'm naturally very cowardly. So, before he could finish, Luiso yelled to the others, Hey everyone, your boss says the ammo is a bit small. Hurry up and bring the big ammo to fire. Orange Hair quickly understood what had just happened and replied, Yes, sir. If anyone doesn't understand why Luiso acted like that, let me explain. In Korean, the word for cowardly also means small stone. They immediately, angrily grabbed their boss, thinking, This is all your fault, boss. While we were training our butts off, you were just chilling. After all, that human was the one who brought that catapult. Balo couldn't help but be stunned and shout, You bastards, let go of me. Although they were scared, they stubbornly said, Oh, you brought this on yourself, boss. Their tone was full of resentment. It's all your fault. Seeing his underlings like this, Balo could only helplessly call them out. As he got closer to the catapult, he screamed in fear, Let me go, let go, please spare me. Despite his pleas, it was useless, and Balo found himself flying through the air after the order to fire was given. Lee watched the direction he flew and thought to himself, I was worried that oversized body wouldn't even fly, but it looks like he's going pretty far, huh? Then he turned back and smiled at them, asking, All right then, who's next? The group of bandits quickly burst into tears, thinking, That's right, we have to go up. Mommy, I miss you. After that, the snowy, rocky landscape was filled with mournful screams. At that moment, one clear scream could be heard. So, this is what it feels like? Just like that, a morning passed. 4 weeks later, in Luis's room, he was sitting at his desk, pondering, Should I bring this with me? Luis looked at the book in front of him, thinking, Although this pre-martial arts book is great, this is just the foundation building stage. If someone with real power shows up, the tree I've grown will just be stolen away. He picked up the book and thought further, if I want to prepare in advance, I have to teach them some high-level martial arts techniques. But the high-level martial arts book I have. He looked at the title on the book and thought, the only one is the Hero Lord's Martial Arts Manual. His head was buzzing as he pondered. The problem is, I can't understand the contents of this book. Luis felt like his brain was about to explode, as he screamed internally, There's not much time. Where am I supposed to find a suitable high-level martial arts book? Unable to hold it in any longer, he yelled out loud, Oh my God, what am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, Khan appeared out of nowhere behind him and spoke. Luis, what are you doing? Connie also popped her head up like the boy and asked, are you worried about something? Luis clutched his heart and screamed, oh my gosh. As soon as Khan saw the words on the book, he started to criticize it. Hey, what's this? It's a martial arts book. Are you studying it? But it's not interesting at all. When Luis heard that, he asked in astonishment, don't tell me you guys have read this book before? The boy quickly replied, yeah, we've seen it a lot, actually. Kaney, who was next to him, added, there are a lot of them in Dad's study. Hearing this, he rejoiced internally. Awesome. Outwardly, Luis continued to ask the two siblings a question. So, do you know any martial arts techniques? The little girl quickly held up her hand and boasted, Kaney knows 5 moves. The boy, not wanting to be outdone, cleared his throat and retorted, well, Khan knows 10 moves. The two kids argued for a moment, sparks flying between them. Well then, I know 20, and I know 100. Luis could only feel helpless with these two kids. They're usually a bit goofy, but after all, that's right. He smirked to himself. So they've definitely learned some high-level martial arts among their techniques. Right after that, Luis immediately suggested an idea. Stop arguing like that. Let's just see who has more. Kaney asked in confusion. Compare? Why? Khan seemed reluctant and replied, that would be too much trouble. Luis is very skilled at manipulating kids' minds. Weren't you two just arguing about who memorized more? Well then, let's see who's memorized more by writing it all down. As soon as they heard that, the two siblings eagerly shouted, I'm going to win. Let's do it. I'll win. After that, the two kids he'd tricked were furiously writing at the table. Meanwhile, Luis crossed his arms and smirked smugly. They really were clever kids. The competition between the two began when the candle was still long. A while later, as the candle was about to burn out, a shout rang out from behind. I'm done. Kenny happily ran up to him and said, Luis, I finished first this time. Right after, the boy denied it, saying, no, Khan finished first. Luis looked at the 2 stacks of paper in the siblings' hands and asked in amazement, you're already done? The little girl smiled and replied, yep. The boy next to her also chimed in, all done. He quickly checked them one by one, thinking, it wasn't just 1 or 2 books, they wrote this much? They didn't just scribble nonsense, did they? Suddenly, Luis stared blankly at the paper. Right after that, Luis frantically organized the stack of papers. After a while, he was finally done. Luis looked at the stack of papers, thinking to himself that they had written down the complete contents of over 10 martial arts books. Khan saw that he was done organizing and eagerly asked, who won? The little girl also quickly asked, Kenny won, right? The two kids started bickering back and forth. No, Khan won. What? I wrote 1 more book, so Kenny won. Luis helplessly put his hands on his hips, watching the two siblings. Then he shouted, it's a draw this time, Kenny asked in confusion. Huh? A draw? Khan, also confused, asked, what does that mean? Luis quickly explained to the two. The quantity Kenny wrote was 6 books more, but the quality of the martial arts content Khan wrote was superior. The two siblings' faces scrunched up as they heard Luis's judgment. Finally, he declared, so it's a draw. The two kids, disappointed, whined, that's so boring. Fim suddenly flew over and announced, Master Luis, I have completed all the tasks you requested. The backpack has also nearly completed its task. He quickly replied, oh, is that so? Perfect timing. Luis smiled to himself, thinking, I've got the high-level martial arts book. It's time to prepare to leave. Now let's start preparing the finale. 2 weeks later, a resounding shout echoed. The group of bandits, after their training, were listening to orders with extreme seriousness. The orange-haired guy shouted loudly, all of you, salute. Luis stood on a large rock, watching them follow the order perfectly. He was very pleased and smiled. Even the fat guy who caused a ruckus before was now following orders seriously. Everyone had completely changed. Luis nodded and said with a smile, I am very satisfied. I want to express my respect to all of you who have followed me to the end for the past 6 weeks. You have all worked hard, they quickly shouted in response. Luis, with the two siblings standing on the rock, spoke seriously. Perhaps all of you are curious as to why you had to endure such hellish training, like that. Then, Luis broke into a smile. That's because. Right after that, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, dazzling them. The bandits, stunned by the sight, shouted, what is that? They pointed forward and shouted, oh, there's a figure appearing behind that blinding light. The orange-haired guy, terrified, screamed, oh my God. Before their eyes was a dazzling figure in tones of white and gold. His eyes completely stunned everyone. A majestic voice rang out, listen, "You mortals." The voice came from the figure that appeared like an illusion. "You have been chosen by the god Dronzer." The bandits were shocked upon hearing the name. Ayla, the one with the green hat, stammered. "We've been chosen by the god Dronzer?" There was a legend that had been passed down through folklore for ages. The god Dronzer, a deity from ancient times, had destroyed the demons that were ravaging the world. It was rumored that this god of war built a mountain from the corpses of the demon race. That great god was now appearing before their very eyes, and it was overwhelming. Everyone began to waver. Meanwhile, Luis was busy operating things from inside the illusion of the god Dronzer. He was working frantically within the god's body, complaining, "So busy, so incredibly busy." Luis silently admired the results of his own creation. The illusion of the god Dronzer was created, using spatial methods to refract and reflect light. The situation was still going very well. He glanced to the side in confusion, and then shouted. Immediately, Luis announced, "There's a hole on the side of the illusion." The two sisters quickly ran over and replied, "Don't worry, we'll patch it up right away." Ka jumped up to adjust the illusion. After that, the hole on the outside gradually returned to normal. Luis looked back and praised them profusely. "Great job." Next, he focused on creating a source of power. By expanding the space to interact with the atmosphere, Luis made the god Dronzer speak a line. "That's right, you have been chosen." The figure on the outside, the god, majestically spoke. "You shall face the disaster that will befall this land in the future. You will become the rays of light that shine in the darkness." The next words became their motivation. "Become the swords that condemn demons." Seeing that they were convinced, Luis smirked, thinking to himself that this was probably enough. "Now all I need to do is engrave this conviction deep into their minds." The god Dronzer spoke, imprinting a red source of power, which appeared on the bandits' bodies as red letters. Full of faith, they shouted excitedly, "We believe in the god Dronzer." Seeing that the moment had arrived, Luis sent a message to her. "Fi, now's the time." Fi quickly replied, "Yes, master." Right after, she flew over to a small tree. Fi poured the liquid from a glass vial onto its base. It was a plant growth stimulant, personally created by her master. After pouring out every last drop, as if by magic, the small tree grew rapidly. Looking at the large tree before her, Fi exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, it's so effective." The sudden appearance of the large tree astonished everyone. The bandits' eyes widened as they shouted, "A giant, ancient tree appeared out of nowhere. It's a miracle." The god Dronzer continued to speak. "This is proof of the covenant I bestow upon you." He pointed towards a large boulder and added, "And this is the trial for you to prove yourselves." They immediately looked over. Luis quickly sent a message to the man, "Balo, do it now." The man hesitated slightly, and replied, "Yes, sir." Then, Balo took his axe and started chopping. With each swing, small pieces of rock broke off. After a while, the large boulder cracked open, immediately revealing a cave with a sign, "Cave of Trials." The god Dronzer then spoke, "To those who overcome this cave of trials, I shall grant my blessing and the reward." The group of bandits excitedly shouted, "Great god Kanos." Luis was incredibly excited and thought to himself, "Inside the cave over there, I've of course placed the martial arts techniques written by the Gemini Scorpion and even the holy magic that I personally selected." Remembering the image of the trial wall inside the cave, he thought further, "I've set various traps made by Balo, so it won't be easy to get them out." God, Kanos continued to speak, "O chosen warriors, I will return when the Tree of Promise remains intact." His entire body grew increasingly faint as he added, "You must have faith and wait." Right after that, God Kanos vanished before their eyes. The orange-haired guy suddenly, out of nowhere, spoke up. "So, that's how it is." The orange-haired guy, bursting with excitement, said to himself, "That's right, we are the chosen ones, and all the hardships before were just a test for this selection." They all agreed with the orange-haired guy and cheered happily. "That's right, we are the chosen ones. Long live the great god, Kanose." Luis crossed his arms and watched them cheering joyfully. "Great," he thought smugly to himself. "A perfect ending." The two sisters and Finn also exclaimed, happily, "This is so fun, we help too." Luis quickly returned the sentiment with a bow. "Thank you very much." "Thank you." Balo watched the children from behind without a word, and averting his gaze, he felt even more pity as he thought, they believed they were chosen by a god. Balo looked over at that large wish tree and mused, "That tree is the proof of it all. This land has become a holy land, and they will willingly risk their lives to protect this holy land." He couldn't help but feel pity, these poor kids, pushed by fate to become guard dogs. Suddenly, Balo looked bewildered as a thought struck him. Wait a minute. If they're the guard dogs, then doesn't that make me the alpha dog? The mere thought of it made him collapse, lamenting his fate. Right then, Luis shouted at him, Balo, what are you doing? We have to leave now. Hearing his command, Balo could only reply dejectedly, Yes, let's go. Immediately after, Khan's voice rang out, Luis, where are we going now? Although she didn't know where, the little girl still happily spoke up, Let's go somewhere more interesting. Time passed by in Silverfire City. Genlocker was pensively looking at the scenery outside the door. He sadly thought to himself, Luis, is the boy eating well now? Suddenly, Genlocker sighed deeply. No matter how important the succession is, I shouldn't have let the boy go alone. He was extremely frustrated, thinking to himself, at such a critical time, where has father gone again? I wish father could look after the boy in my place. After a moment of thought, Locker resolutely shouted in his heart, To hell with it. He quickly grabbed his coat, reasoning to himself, There's a mountain of work to handle, but being gone for a day should be fine. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him and spoke, Where are you off to in such a hurry? The white-haired man smiled and said, Don't tell me you're planning to abandon your sacred duties and run away. The white-haired man's words made Jen freeze up. Genlocker replied awkwardly, Run away? What are you talking about? But what are you doing here, Karasur? It turns out the white-haired man is the father of Kan and Kenny, a shameless dragon. He replied cheerfully, What am I doing? I'm here to watch you. Of course. Genlocker, looking displeased, said, Don't you have anything better to do? Stop messing around and get lost. Karasur Carlos wore a teasing expression and said nothing. Seeing this, Genlocker helplessly asked, If you're not leaving, what are you still doing here? He immediately broke into a smile. Carlos looked at the blue orb. He picked it up and joked, You look bored, so I came to hang out with you. Genlocker, completely exasperated with his friend, said, It's not me who's bored, it's you. Carlos didn't deny it and replied, Yeah, that's about right. He smiled as he looked into the orb. Inside the orb, an image quickly appeared of Leeser smiling brightly. Carlos then asked him a question. Are you worried about Leeser again? Genlocker remained silent, saying nothing. As if seeing through everything, he said, You're planning to sneak out to see Leeser, aren't you? Genlocker stammered in denial. I don't know what you're talking about. The more he acted this way, the more amused Carlos became, laughing out loud. He quickly reminded him, Don't you know the air is forbidden from going out? What will you do if you get caught? Genlocker, at a loss, replied, What kind of people do you think the elders are? Of course they'll be keeping an eye on things. If I get caught, there's nothing I can do about it. Carlos unexpectedly cursed. Good grief, this idiot is that worried about Leeser, huh? Hearing this, Genlocker shot back. So, you're not worried about your kids? He pointed to himself and answered, Kenny and Kan. I'm not worried about them at all. Genlocker couldn't believe it and asked again, What? How can that be? Carlos explained to him, You know my kids really like Leeser, right? Whenever they come over, they always look for Leeser. He spoke to him with excitement and a bright smile. Leeser is not an ordinary child. He even takes better care of the kids than I do. Genlocker was silent for a moment, then retorted bitterly, How can this guy be bragging about that right now? Right after, Carlos casually replied, Genlocker, you're too overprotective of your child. It's not that you shouldn't be, but Leeser isn't just some ordinary young dragon. Just thinking about Leeser, he could list off his outstanding qualities. He not only possesses 4 combat attributes, but if you look at the way he thinks and acts, he's no different from a fully grown dragon. There's no one in this world who has it easier raising a child than you. Then Carlos shouted in frustration, You guy, you're blessed. Even though Genlocker knew this, he still said worriedly, Even so, but... Carlos immediately got close to him and said, So stop worrying about Leeser and worry about the succession instead. Who knows? Leeser might be enjoying his free time without you watching over him. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Carlos announced with a smile, Also, if you're afraid my twins will bully Leeser, you don't have to worry. I've already told the kids they have to listen to Leeser. Hearing his words, Genlocker could only hold back his frustration and reply, The twins inherited your personality exactly, so I'm sure that's how it is. Carlos saw nothing wrong with that, and laughed heartily. Right? I think so too. He put a hand to his chin, pondering, Anyway, they almost caused a disaster, so I handed them over to Leeser. If they cause any trouble, I won't interfere and will let Leeser handle it. Then he laughed with delight. My kids might cause trouble, but if it's Leeser, won't he know how to solve it quickly and efficiently? Meanwhile, Carlos was completely oblivious to Genlocker's face growing darker and darker. He immediately looked at his friend and asked, "How about it? Do you see how well I've educated the kids now?" Right after that, Eunhwa immediately heard the sounds of a violent clash. Just as he had guessed, Kos was getting beaten to a pulp by Genlocker. "This guy, today I'm definitely going to crack your head open to see what's inside. What's wrong? What's the matter with you? Stop it." And then there was just a dark void. The sounds grew fainter and fainter. At the same time, Luis Chu was traveling. His name was being called with great energy. Luis Chu, Luis Chu, Luis Chu. He could only shout back helplessly, "Stop calling me, you kids." The two little ones looked at Luis Chu with sparkling eyes and said sweetly, "But if we don't call you like that, Luis Chu won't look at us." He raised a hand to his head and replied wearily, all right, you can stop calling me now." Right after that, the two children hugged Luis Chu tightly. No matter what he said, "Can you let go for a bit?" The two kids replied decisively, "We don't want to let go. Luis is the best." He could only wonder helplessly, what on earth did I do in my past life to deserve this? Suddenly, there was a call. "Young Master Luis." A horse galloped over. It was Ba Lo who had brought the horse and the carriage behind it. Right after that, he shouted, "Whoa," Ba Lo quickly said to Luis Chu, as if seeking praise. "I have prepared the carriage as you requested." He patted the horse's head, smiled, and replied, "Oh, well done. Now we can travel more conveniently." Then Luis Chu asked him, "Ba Lo, if we head west, what's the nearest port?" He thought silently for a moment, then answered, "If you're looking for the nearest port to the west, that would be Port Luthen. It's a place with bustling trade with other continents, so it's very easy to find a ship." As soon as he heard this information, Luis Chu immediately asked, "Is that so? How long does it take to get there?" Ba Lo quickly calculated and replied, "At this speed, it would take about half a year. If we include the time we can't travel due to blizzards, it could take a year." Hearing this information made Luis Chu think for a moment. 1 year, that's longer than I thought, huh? If something unexpected happens, it could take even longer. He looked at him and asked, "Isn't there any other way to go faster?" Ba Lo scratched his head, trying to remember. He thought for a while, then spoke. "On the ice continent, there's a lot of snowfall, so a horse-drawn sleigh is probably the fastest way to travel. Other than that, there's no other way to shorten the time." Luis Chu rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "It's unavoidable that I'll be stuck on the ice continent for about a year. This is so difficult." Suddenly, Ba Lo hesitantly called out, "Sir Luis Chu." He looked over and asked, "What is it?" He stammered a bit as he asked, "I don't know if it's possible, but can't you contact the other dragons?" Seeing Luis Chu glance at him, Ba Lo quickly added, "Ah no, of course you've already considered that." He gave an ingratiating smile and added, "Or if you are acquainted with any dragon on this continent, you could ask them to take you home." As if his mind was cleared, Luis Chu thought to himself, "Yeah, right," he thought silently. "There must be dragons hiding on the ice continent. I could beg one of them to take me. It would be fine." But then, Luis So suddenly went quiet. In a low voice, Luis So said, "What dragon?" Ba Lo seemed to not hear clearly and asked again, "I'm sorry?" The atmosphere around him grew dark as he replied, "I said, I don't know any dragons." The man also grew gloomy upon hearing that and said, "Oh, my God." Then, right after that, Luis So seemed to remember something and called out, "That's right. Phi. Could it be that you don't know anyone?" She answered a bit shyly, I don't really know the other dragons either." The two kids also excitedly shouted, "We don't know either." Luis just vaguely replied, "Yeah, I wasn't expecting much from you guys." He silently calculated, if he could find another dragon, it would significantly reduce the travel time back. Looking at the snowy landscape all around, Luis wondered where he could even find a dragon. Suddenly, as if an idea struck him, he spoke up and asked him, "Oh, right, Ba Lo, do you know anything like legends about dragons?" Hearing this, he repeated the words, "Legends about dragons?" Ba Lo thought for a moment, then replied, "I do know a few legends. You could visit the cities on the way west to find more information." As if he'd found a savior, Luis immediately said cheerfully, "Great, no need to hesitate, let's get going." The two siblings also happily exclaimed, "What?" Right after that, Luis said, "The order is given, let's go find a dragon." The sun gradually set, enveloping the majestic snowy mountain. Tall pine trees lined both sides of the mountainside as a horse-drawn carriage slowly moved forward. Ba Lo pulled the reins tight, making the horse stop. "Whoa, horse!" He turned back to look at Luis, seeing him sitting quietly in one spot, with Finn also leaning silently on his shoulder. The two kids, Sai and Khan, were already fast asleep, so he said, "It's already dark, and it's still a long way to the next city. I think we should stop and rest here." He nodded in agreement. "Let's do that." The clear blue sky was now painted a brilliant orange. A campfire was quickly set up in the winter scene, making the air feel less cold. Luis's group sat in a circle. At this moment, a few chickens appeared on the fire, being roasted. The aroma of the food quickly spread, and the color looked incredibly appealing. When Sai and Khan saw it, their eyes lit up, their craving faces unconcealed, as they exclaimed, "Grr, that looks so good." Khan looked at Balo, asking expectantly, "Hey dwarf, when will this be ready?" Seeing the two kids so excited, Balo also replied, "It's almost ready. Just a little longer and you can eat." Balo picked up the food. He carefully sprinkled some more seasoning to make the meat more flavorful. Sai and Khan looked cute with their excited expressions, their eyes sparkling brightly, wearing blue and white clothes with yellow bows, and in front of them was a glistening, shining roasted chicken. "Alright, it's done now." Without hesitation, Sai and Khan cheered, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." While the two kids were enjoying their meal, Balo also didn't forget to give food to Luis. "Young Master Luis, you should eat now too." Luis took the roasted chicken from his hand, nodding in response. "Yeah." After taking a bite, ignoring the food stuck to his face, Luis suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" He turned to look at Balo, offering him some praise. "This is pretty good. The meat is seasoned just right." His compliment made Balo shy. He scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, you're too kind." Luis licked his fingers, his tone turning serious as he asked, "Let's get back to what we were talking about. You said the dragon that appeared on the mountain is named Ka-Oa?" Balo answered respectfully. "Yes, sir. I heard this from a hunter in the city we just passed through. About 20 years ago, a monster appeared in his village, and everyone believed it was a dragon." Phúc Duong suddenly flew straight into Balo's face, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ack!" Luis's face turned red with anger. He pointed at him and shouted, "A dragon? What are you talking about? Anyone hearing you would think you're close with that dragon species." Balo stammered, trying to explain. "Oh, no sir? About that." Luis so stomped on Balo's foot with all his might and yelled, "What is it? A monster, huh? Let me show you what a real monster is like, huh?" Balo, in pain, repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry." Balo's words seemed to infuriate Luis so even more. His face was aggressive, his eyes filled with rage as he pointed at him, getting bold now. "You think you're my equal? Say it again, properly this time." Balo, with tears in his eyes, quickly corrected his words. "Yes, sir, According to the old hunter, 20 years ago in his village, the people witnessed a noble appearance. They believed it was the Dragon Lord. A mighty dragon with blood-red eyes, towering like a mountain, appeared in Balo's tail. It was as large as a building, and its roar was deafening. All the villagers in the village were terrified. Luis so sighed, his voice no longer as harsh as before. With just that much information, the credibility is low. Have there been nothing but baseless rumors for the past few weeks?" After hearing Luis so speak, Balo suddenly remembered something, and continued to answer, "Oh, that's right, there's more. I heard the nobles in the neighboring region have dispatched a large number of soldiers to investigate. They even hired mercenaries who specialize in fighting giant monsters." Kani and Khan sat silently by the fire, listening to everyone talk. Luis so, curious after hearing Balo's story, asked, "Oh, so what happened?" Balo looked at him and said hesitantly, "Well, there's been no news of the dispatched legion returning." A heavy atmosphere descended. On the ground, only blood-stained swords remained. Everyone speculates that all of them were annihilated. After that, people kept disappearing on Mount Kahoa, so now no one dares to set foot on that mountain anymore. Luis so fell into deep thought, stroking his chin. After a creature believed to be a dragon appeared, the dispatched legion also vanished. The corners of Luis so's mouth curled up into a pleased smile as he thought, "This is getting interesting." At this point, he suddenly thought of Kaya. That mountain is also to the west, so it won't affect our travel. Considering the information Balo gathered, there's definitely something there. His train of thought still didn't stop there. Luis so wanted to delve deeper into the matter. If it's not a dragon but another monster capable of confronting a large legion, it would be like walking straight into the lion's den. Is it worth taking such a big risk like that? Something caught Luis so's attention. He glanced over. Noticing his unusual behavior, Balo asked, "Sir, what is it?" Luis so didn't look at him. His eyes focused in another direction as he said, "Something's coming." The large figure of Balo made the weapon in his hand look tiny. He looked at Luis so and asked seriously, "Is it a monster?" Luis so was calmer, casually replying with a hand on his hip, "No, it's a person. Looks like he's alone." Holding his weapon, Balo declared loudly, "Just leave it to me, sir. I'll handle him." he shouted towards the dark forest ahead. "Who are you? Show yourself." There was no response, only a dim, gloomy space. Thinking no one was there, a voice suddenly rang out, catching Balo and Louiseau's attention. "There's no need to be so vigilant." From within the dark forest, a figure appeared, wearing a cloak that made them even more mysterious. Balo and Louiseau silently observed the person who had just appeared. Seeing this, the person also took off their hood. He bowed, introducing himself with a smiling face. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Chugan. I was just passing by when I saw the light from your fire." Louis stared at Chugan, thinking to himself, "Chugan, why does that name sound so familiar? I'm sure I've heard it somewhere before." Chugan smiled, his demeanor still very friendly. "If you don't mind, could I warm myself by your fire for a bit?" Balo immediately shook his head in refusal. "I'm sorry, but there are children here." He then glanced over at Kan and Khan. The two kids were sitting quietly by the fire. Chugan nodded and said, "It's natural to be wary of strangers, I understand." He smiled and scratched his head, showing no intention of staying. "Sorry for bothering you all. Well then, I'll be on my way." Balo, looking pleased with himself, reported to Luis. "I've sent him away, young Master Luis." However, Luis didn't answer him right away. He was preoccupied with that name. Muttering to himself, "Chugan." After a moment of thought, as if remembering something, he suddenly shouted, "Chugan." Luis turned and ordered Balo, who was standing behind him, "Bring that guy back here now." Balo was a bit confused, asking doubtfully, "Huh? Why all of a sudden?" Luis was fuming. He stomped his foot and yelled, "Stop asking questions, just go get him." Seeing him get angry again, Balo quickly ran off, but still replied, "I'm going right now." Luis's eyes stared straight ahead, his mind racing with calculations. "If he's the Chugan I'm thinking of, then I have to keep him here," Luis thought, recalling the plot. He is a genius fighter, known as the Summoner of the Royal Beast, Javener the Bright-Eyed Tiger, and one of the warriors who will later defeat my father. He is that Chugan, and if he's really Javener's future master, then I can't just let him go like this. While Luis was lost in thought, Balo had already brought Chugan back. He reluctantly explained, Well, I figured you don't seem like a bad person, so you can stay for a bit." Chugan's face still held that same friendly and gentle expression. He said gratefully, "Thank you so much. You've saved my life." Noticing Luis staring at him, he asked, "What's wrong, kid? Is there something on my face?" Luis's purple eyes were filled with confidence as he looked at Chugan and asked without reservation, "To dare travel alone in such a remote place? You must be pretty strong, right?" Chugan's smile widened, his face showing no signs of suspicion. He explained, "Haha, right now I'm traveling alone, but I'm not exactly alone." A giant question mark appeared in the minds of Kan, and Luis. They didn't understand Chugan's answer and thought to themselves, "What on earth is he talking about?" Luis looked at him impatiently and asked, "What do you mean?" Chugan rubbed his chin, pleased to have piqued everyone's curiosity. "You're curious, aren't you?" Without waiting for an answer, Chugan quickly played a melody, creating a small stream of energy that enveloped himself. Luis watched, seriously assessing in his mind. It's a mental type attribute, and although it's not strong, it clearly contains the energy of a mental attribute. Balo looked around in surprise, asking blankly, "Huh? What's that sound?" Suddenly, his face turned to panic. He said, That's a giant bird with sharp eyes flying this way. A six-winged blood eagle." The six-winged blood eagle quickly landed, its giant talons imprinting on the white snow. Luis's group, standing before the six-winged blood eagle, suddenly seemed tiny, immensely. It flapped its wings powerfully, letting out a loud cry as if releasing energy. Balo was startled and quickly grabbed his weapon, getting into a combat stance. Balo let out a loud shout to gather his strength when a hand was placed on his shoulder, and he stopped his movement and turned to look at the person. Chu smiled, his hand still in place, and looked at Balo, saying, "It's okay." Balo was a bit skeptical and asked, "Huh?" But the azure-winged beast stood proudly to one side. "Regardless of what those two are saying, I'm the one who summoned it, and its name is Ming." "What?" Balo was still not very convinced. He watched warily, staring intently and said, "But isn't that an azure-winged beast? When it matures, it will become a monstrous beast that fights against WNS. How can that ferocious beast be?" Chu affectionately patted Ming's head. The bird also seemed to really enjoy this action. "I've raised this child since it was a little chick. It's very obedient to me, so it's completely harmless." After hearing Chu's explanation, Balo still wanted to confirm and asked, "Are you a druid?" Chugan shyly scratched his head and replied, while Ming stared at him with wide eyes, "Yes, that's right, although I still have many shortcomings." Luis So had been silent until now, secretly thinking, a druid, with the surname Chugan. He watched Chu play affectionately with Ming. Haha, that tickles. In his mind, Luis So still couldn't determine if this man was truly the ancestor of the Viner family or not. To verify his suspicion, Luis So asked again, Mr. Chugan, are you married? Chu's face showed a bit of surprise, and he stammered a denial. Huh? Married? I'm not married yet. Luis So's hair stood out in the darkness of the night. He asked clearly and fluently, Then do you have any brothers, older sisters, or younger sisters? Or any cousins with the surname Chugan, perhaps? Chugan patiently answered each of Luis So's questions without seeming annoyed. Well, I'm an only child, and the only people with the surname Chugan are my father and me. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Luis So's eyes sparkled like stars, and a smile of victory spread across his face. This is the one, my father's enemy, but that's a matter for the future. Chugan started to ask questions in return. He bent down to look at Luis So and said, But why are you suddenly asking about that? Luis So just chuckled and scratched his head, acting as if it was nothing important. I was just curious. Chugan was left dumbfounded by Luis So's attitude. A moment ago, he looked like just a curious little boy, but as soon as he turned away, he completely transformed into a sinister person with a bold thought. Killing him might be a bit much. Or maybe I should make him sterile so he can't see his descendants? Chugan felt a cold chill run down his spine. He hugged himself, his body trembling slightly as he said, Brr, why did I suddenly get the chills? At this point, Balo no longer held any prejudice against Chugan. He spoke to him in a friendly manner. If you're cold, come sit by the fire and warm up. Chugan didn't refuse. He smiled and said his thanks. Yes, thank you very much. Seemingly noticing something, Chu grunted. It turned out the two kids, Kay and Khan, were running towards Ming with excitement, saying, Guga, the bird is so big. This is the first time I've ever seen a bird this huge. Chugan called out worriedly. Hey, his face began to show panic as he hurriedly tried to stop Kay and Khan. Kay, don't get close. If anyone other than its master approaches it carelessly, it will. But Kay and Khan were already playing carefreely with Ming. Khan had climbed onto its back, while Kay was on the ground hugging Ming. Whoa, look at its feathers. They're so soft, just like a down blanket. Faced with this scene, Chugan was also bewildered, his words laced with a hint of disbelief. That's dangerous. Luis walked over to pull Si and Khan back, constantly lecturing the two kids. Hey you two, you can't just touch other people's pets whenever you want. As Si and Khan were pulled back, their faces lost all interest, filled only with disappointment. Ming Yu suddenly stared intently at Luis, making him say in surprise, Huh. A powerful, gloomy shadow now enveloped Luis from behind. Perhaps seeing this, Ming Yu lost control. It flapped its wings relentlessly, squawking. Squawk, squawk! Chugan worriedly shouted. Hey, that's dangerous! Unexpectedly, Ming Yu flipped over onto its back, raising its two claws into the air. It still had that same indifferent look in its eyes, but surprisingly, it had flipped over for Luis to scratch its belly, even letting out little chirps to show it was really enjoying it. This action from Ming Yu left Chugan speechless. Luis, full of affection, said, Igo, good boy, good boy. Chugan was practically drooling with jealousy, his voice filled with grievance. Ming Yu, you never act like that with me. Si and Khan comfortably lay on Ming Yu's belly, saying happily, It's so warm and soft, tonight I'm going to sleep with it. Seeing his bird not protest at all when someone other than its master petted its head or even climbed on it, Chugan's mood was all over the place. He asked Balo, Just what kind of powerhouse are those kids from, anyway? Balo didn't know how to explain, stammering, well, about that. The stars had appeared in the sky. Around them it was incredibly quiet, making the next words ring out even more clearly. They are my grandchildren. The sun gradually peeked out from behind the snow-covered mountain, and a new day began. Balo was busy rearranging their belongings on the carriage. Just then, Chugan appeared from behind. He bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you for letting me stay for the night, and for letting me travel with you. I really don't know how I can repay you. Balo thought of the murderous expression on Luis's face when he insisted they bring him along at all costs. He could only give a wry laugh and say, Haha, we're going the same way anyway. It's better to travel together, isn't it? Ming Yu silently rubbed its head, having no opinion on the words of the people around it. But what about that summoned beast? You don't need to worry about Ming Yu. It knows how to follow me. Luis leaned out of the carriage and called out loudly, Uncle, it's time to go. Balo quickly replied. It seemed he still wasn't used to the change in address. Yes. No. Yeah. Let's get going. Mingyu spread its wings, its massive body taking flight with a loud SCC. Balo had also climbed onto the carriage. He shouted, "Let's go." The road was still covered in white snow, and they continued their journey smoothly. Inside the carriage, no one said a word to each other. Luis was the first to break the silence. "So, where are you headed, mister?" Chugan didn't hide anything. He said, "Me? I'm headed to Mount Sia in the south." After hearing the answer, Luis fell silent again. Not long after, he asked again, "Why are you going to that mountain?" Chugan laughed and said, "Ha, on that mountain." He paused for a moment, his face starting to fill with excitement. He said enthusiastically, "There might be something there that can make my dream a reality." The look on Luis's face twisted at Chugan's strange answer. He thought, something that makes dreams come true on that mountain? As if the topic had hit on his favorite subject, Chugan became even more enthusiastic, his body trembling with excitement. "If you want to know what my dream is," his voice soared as he said, with a confident expression, "to tame a dragon." Ha ha. Luis started to get angry when he heard this answer. Balo also noticed something was off about him. But it didn't stop there. Chugan continued to speak, expressing his passion. "Dragons are the most powerful creatures in the world. You could say that a dragon is the goal, the dream of all druids." At the mere mention of a dragon, Luis's expression changed drastically. A murderous aura began to emanate from behind him, but Chugan didn't notice and kept rambling on. "If I can just tame a dragon, then I won't have to fear anything in this world anymore. The great and wise dragon." Seeing that the situation was getting tense, Balo quickly jumped in. "Ha ha ha, this kid is really something. You're chasing an impossible and dangerous dream. If you keep this up, you will really get yourself killed." Chugan laughed until his eyes crinkled and said, "That's what makes it a dream. Just you wait and see." Luis's mood was now at a breaking point, yet Chugan piled on with another comment. "One day, I will tame a dragon with my own 2 hands." Luis reached his limit and thought, maybe I should just take care of him right now? Luis sighed, his train of thought continuing. "I don't know what's on Mount Kiowa, but I'm sure it's not a dragon." Luis no longer paid any mind to Chugan's words. He began to calculate seriously, because if there really was a dragon on the mountain, there's no way it would let this fool live and let himself be tamed. If that were the case, then Javanir would have never been born. Luis's gaze now shifted elsewhere, no longer looking at Chugan. Then, the creature on Mount Kiowa might be. As he thought this, the image of a majestic white tiger appeared in his mind. So it's most likely a fierce tiger. If he really manages to tame the fierce tiger on Mount Kiowa, then it will grow stronger over generations and become the fierce tiger that accompanies Javanir. At this thought, his expression darkened. "But I can't let that happen. I have to make the first move." Luis clapped his hands, looking at Chugan with a voice full of admiration and said, "Chugan, what a grand dream indeed." At his praise, Chugan shyly scratched his head and replied, unaware that the compliment was just for show. "Ha ha, thanks kid." Balo silently listened to Luis's words to Chugan. "I hope you achieve that dream of yours." It seemed Chugan truly believed Luis was sincere, so he replied cheerfully, Yeah, in the future, I'll definitely let you come with me." As someone who understood Luis well, Balo could only shake his head and sigh, thinking, "You poor kid." Balo sighed, and thought to himself, "May you rest in peace." Despite everyone being lost in their own thoughts, the carriage still continued to move forward. On a road covered in white snow, under a clear blue sky amidst rolling mountains, it signaled that a beautiful day was approaching. Chugan stretched his body, feeling refreshed, and let out a lazy sound. In front of him stood the majestic, snow-covered Mount Kiowa. Chugan glanced at the surrounding scenery and exclaimed, "What a wonderful morning to meet a dragon." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, and the unexpected sound made Chugan turn around in suspicion. It was Luis. He was still half asleep, stumbling out of the carriage. It really is a morning so wonderful that even a dragon would wake up feeling refreshed. Chugan looked at Luis's adorable appearance and couldn't help but smile, bending down to ask, "Did you sleep well? It looks like you had a great morning." Luis hastily replied, "Yes. By the way, have you seen the twins?" He suddenly became suspicious when he realized the diss of the twins. "The twins? You haven't seen them? Weren't they sleeping with me in the carriage?" Bao, also awakened by the conversation, stood before the two, yawning and greeting them listlessly. "Good morning." Luis so continued with the question he had asked Chugan earlier, "Have you seen the twins?" Just like Chugan, Bao was completely unaware of Connie and Khan's disappearance, replying with a puzzled look, "No, I haven't seen them. I don't think so." Luis So looked annoyed, his eyes darting around in search of the two mischievous, missing children, then grumbled, Those kids, where did they run off to so early in the morning? Don't tell me they've caused some trouble? From behind the carriage, Phi quickly appeared, immediately reporting to his young master Luis So, I've found the twins. Luis So looked in Phi's direction and listened intently. Oh, really? Where are they? Phi looked clearly troubled, hesitating on how to answer Luis So, and could only offer a strained smile. From a distance, a piercing scream calling Luis So's name caught his attention, drowning out all other surrounding noises. He quickly glanced towards the source of the shout with a questioning look. A cheerful Connie was hugging the left leg of a large white tiger. Not to be outdone, Con was holding its right leg. The twins were dragging the poor animal across the white snow, announcing to Luis So, "Look, we found a cat!" Con immediately argued back, "Since when are cats this big? This is a dog." Luis So's expression was priceless. He felt helpless, thinking to himself, "It's not a cat, and it's definitely not a dog." Chugan was instantly shocked, seemingly unable to believe what he was witnessing. He stammered, "No, could this be?" Before them now, the majestic white tiger had gone limp, too exhausted to even stand up. A fierce tiger. With a thud, the fierce tiger was dropped onto the white snow by the siblings Kani and Khan, causing Luis So to flinch back in fear. Kani and Khan quickly approached Luis So earnestly, putting on a cute, pleading face. "He's so cute, can we keep him, huh?" Khan quickly added, "We'll take really good care of him, I promise." Luis So hesitated, reluctant to let the twins keep the white tiger, and asked grudgingly, "But where on earth did you two find it?" Upon hearing Luis So's question, the twins became smug. Kani quickly pointed towards the mountain, "On that mountain over there," and Khan puffed out his chest proudly, saying, "He came to ask us to play, so we played together." The more Luis So listened to the twins, the more exhausted he felt, not knowing how to handle the situation. "Heh, it's true I was looking for a fierce tiger, but I never expected to find one this way." Chugan's expression shifted from surprise to curiosity, and he quickly approached the poor, dazed animal to observe it. A fierce tiger? They still exist in this world? Before he could even touch the creature, Kani and Khan instantly zipped in front of the fierce tiger, puffing out their cheeks and glaring at Chugan as they shouted, "No way! This is our Nabi! You can't touch Nabi!" He hadn't even processed the situation yet, but seeing the two kids shielding it, he relented and stepped back. "Huh? Nabi?" Luis So couldn't understand those two kids, and thought to himself, they even gave it a new name. Suddenly, he noticed something strange as he looked at Nabi. "Huh?" The fierce tiger was peeking with one eye, checking out the situation while listening to the commotion. From this, it was clear it was faking it. Suddenly, before it could find an opportunity, it noticed someone standing in the distance also looking at it. Their eyes met. Nabi was startled. As Luis So stared at it thoughtfully, it was now like a tiger in a cage. Luis So, with a sinister smile, leaned down close to it, while Nabi now had its eyes shut tight, its tongue sticking out even further, as its body trembled slightly. He asked mischievously, "Hey, you're awake, aren't you? Your eyelids are twitching." He adopted an even more demonic tone, leaning closer to its head. It couldn't help but feel scared, its breathing growing more and more rapid. "Why is your breathing getting heavier? Are you really unconscious?" It knew it couldn't pretend anymore. The fierce tiger immediately woke up and let out a loud roar as if to intimidate Luis So. The roar in front of Chu and Khan made them cheer joyfully. "Nabi's awake!" Luis So stepped back, unable to believe that it would become so ferocious, and felt a bit angry. This darn tiger! Annoyed, he casually threw a punch at the tiger's face, angrily asserting his dominance. "Who do you think you're roaring at?" Taking the full force of the punch, the tiger collapsed once again. Nabi thrashed about on the snow, painfully clutching its head and rolling back and forth as if throwing a tantrum at Luis So, letting out whimpers. "Kek kek." Seeing this, Luis So didn't know what else to say, simply crossing his arms and sighing. Chu's eyes were wide with astonishment, going from one surprise to another, unable to believe his eyes. Knocking out a fierce tiger with a single punch? Balo gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head, not knowing how Thon Min would react in front of Chugan, whose face was contorted, unsure of what emotion to show. "Ha ha ha, my grandkids don't know the meaning of fear." The twins, however, looked worried for the fierce tiger. The two kids moved closer to the animal, cooing. "Our Nabi is in a lot of pain, right? Let me blow on it for you." Balo didn't know how to explain. He could only remain silent, unable to say anything more. Meanwhile, Chu immediately questioned him. "Don't know the meaning of fear? To the point of chasing after a fierce tiger, huh?" Luis so suddenly grew quiet, pensively thinking about the animal in front of him. Even though it was a fierce tiger, it was still a cub and had no mother. Isn't this a bit strange? The more he thought, the more wrong it felt. Luis. So, after a moment of thought, had a realization. Luis So glanced behind him. A powerful force was rushing toward him, making him feel imminent danger. What? What is it? This powerful energy is. Could it be the mother tiger? Balo and Chugan also noticed the abnormality and quickly turned around, their eyes widening in shock like Luis So's at the sight before them. The ancient trees shook, and the roosting birds immediately took flight. A loud noise grew louder and clearer in front of the group who were wondering, what on earth is that sound? A creature with dark green scales and long claws was slowly crushing the scattered branches on the ground as it advanced. An ancient centipede, with a massive body, eyes full of malice, and green scales, was slowly searching for something. Chugan quickly panicked. Too many things had happened today, making him feel overwhelmed and tremble. Oh my God, that is. Before he could finish his sentence, Luis So moved in and clamped his hand tightly over Chugan's mouth, preventing him from panicking. Shh, be quiet. As soon as Chugan had calmed down, Luis So quickly deployed his own formation. A purple barrier was slowly erected, gradually enveloping their surroundings. If we move now, we'll only attract its attention. We have to hide first. A purple barrier was erected, surrounding the entire team, created by Luis So. The magical space of the formation was transparent. Luis So stood with his arms outstretched, sweat starting to bead on his forehead as he had to both think and maintain the formation. Outside the formation, only a white, snowy landscape remained, restoring the quiet atmosphere that existed before the team arrived. The team had arrived. Chugan's eyes widened in amazement as he observed the magic formation Luis created, endlessly marveling at something so rare in the world. My God, is this divine spatial magic? A large spatial barrier was created in an instant. Chugan looked at Luis's back, silently questioning the one setting up the formation before him. How could a child do this? He was already suspicious of Luis, but now Chugan was even more horrified by the scene in front of him. The sound of the monster's footsteps grew clearer and clearer. It was getting closer to the team as if searching for their hiding spot. The creature was fumbling around, using its keen sense of smell to sniff out its prey. It looked around to pinpoint their location. Chugan's face immediately darkened, shocked by what he saw. In my entire life, I've never seen a saber-toothed tiger and an emperor centipede that hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. What on earth is going on? Chugan found himself at a loss. His thoughts were stuck on those rare creatures as he tried to reason. Wait a minute, could the dragon live on Mount Kathia? Chugan looked at the emperor centipede hissing in front of him and understood. Is it that emperor centipede again? Chugan fell into deep thought, momentarily feeling disappointed. If that's the case, then there's no dragon at all. But not letting that despair linger, he immediately glanced over at Luis. The boy was standing to maintain the formation, his face tense with observation. Chugan thought to himself, he sensed These's appearance faster than anyone else. This boy also deployed his magic skillfully in an instant. Observing the formation once more, Chugan's heart began to fill with doubtful questions about Luis. What is this kid's identity anyway, to possess such a genius level of power? Looking at Luis's back as he reinforced the protective magic circle, he was filled with suspicion and admiration. No. With this ability, can the word geniuses even begin to describe it? Suddenly, a thought quickly surfaced that made his pensive expression turn to surprise. Could this child be? Before he could connect the dots to reach a conclusion, the roar of the emperor centipede overwhelmed the team's morale, causing everyone to panic. The beast started to become ferocious. Frustrated at not finding what it was looking for, the emperor centipede let out an angry roar. Luis quickly found himself in trouble, not knowing what to do. Damn it, why did the emperor centipede appear here? He glanced towards his collar, where Phi quickly tried to find a way to deal with it with his master. Phi, do you have a way to deal with that emperor centipede? Phi replied worriedly. To his master, Thez is a magical beast formed from the very blood of the demon dragon Begi. Even if it's just a small part, it still has dragon's blood, so even a dragon can't escape it. Phi answered Luis, while Thez was still fumbling around, searching for the team. Luis looked pensive, constantly worrying about the situation after hearing Phi's words. Moreover, if we want to confront Thez, we need at least 2 to 3 level 1 powerhouses. If this continues, we'll be annihilated by it. It's slowly approaching, using its nose to pinpoint the scent. Meanwhile, Luis had to use both his brain and his physical strength. It's supposed to be deep inside the forest, so why did it come all the way down here? It seems to be looking for something. Luis glanced over at Nabi, the little white tiger who was cowering in fear. Could it be looking for this tiger? Thez seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned sharply to the left. It quickly headed straight towards the mountains. Luis let out a sigh of relief as he watched Thez leave, thinking to himself with ease, thank goodness, it looks like it gave up and went back. Suddenly, from the sky, a lightning-like light flickered into view. Luis's eyes immediately widened as he looked up in surprise at the sky. Could it be? A bolt of lightning tore through the newly quiet space, striking straight down. That bolt hit the wreck that was heading towards the forest, making it cry out in pain. Not sparing Luis's team, the lightning also simultaneously struck down on the magic barrier surrounding the entire team. Luis quickly raised his hand to reinforce the shield, and let out a grunt. Ugh. The lightning bolt struck the barrier head-on, with Luis now struggling to hold it. The magic bracelet on his arm finally had a chance to shine, quickly glowing and absorbing the magical energy from the lightning. Luis felt a sense of relief, breathing out. Whew. As the residual electricity from the bolt still crackled around him. But where did it come from? The wreck was now standing right in front of the team, its ferocious gaze looking like it wanted to swallow them whole, startling even Luis. He was at a loss for words, unsure how to face this situation, and could only manage a bitter smile. The divine barrier has been broken, there's nothing more we can do. 5 people and 1 beast took to their heels, running and screaming. Behind them, the wreck roared as it chased after them. Hey! Hey! The twins, with tears welling in their eyes, ran with all their might while screaming for help. Luis heard them but didn't care, shouting in annoyance, "Shut up and run!" Khan called out loudly, "Luis, it's chasing us." He also added, "I'm so scared." Balo urged Chugan to run as fast as he could, as he was falling behind the others. Hurry up. Before being caught by the monster, Chugan thought of something strange while running. How are those kids running so fast? He looked at the backs of the kids running ahead of him, a suspicion rising in his heart. As I thought, they're not ordinary people. From behind, Chugan immediately whipped his head around when he heard a shout. Watch out! The wreck's mouth was right behind him, opening wide as if it wanted to swallow the person in front of it whole. Chugan had no other choice, quickly stammering as he brought a hand to his mouth to whistle and cast a spell. Come to me! From somewhere, the cry of a bird startled the monster, causing it to turn towards the sound. A giant bird flew in, its ferocious expression clear as it extended its talons and shrieked, "Kree!" It quickly swooped past the monster's head, using its claws to slash the wreck's head, causing blood to spurt out. The wreck cried out in pain. Luis, who was running, became overjoyed, thinking to himself, "Great, at this rate, I'll have enough time." Finn also popped out from Luis's collar and quickly gave instructions. The wreck's legs aren't agile. Distract it, and run towards the dense trees. Luis listened to Finn, and immediately informed the group, who were running for their lives, hurry and run towards the mountain. The entire team simultaneously sped up, running towards the snow-covered mountain. Mingyu was fiercely attacking the wreck, which let out a frustrated breath. Its eyes showed a look of resentment as it aimed straight for Luis's fleeing group. Grr! The wreck unleashed a roar filled with magical energy that radiated a yellow light, spreading across the entire area. Oh, the giant bird! Mingyu was hit by that magic attack and cried out in pain. Kree! It couldn't hold on and fell from the sky as Chugan watched. Chugan's face darkened as he looked towards Mingyu, shouting loudly, "No, this can't be happening." He abandoned the team that was running towards the mountain. Balo was caught off guard, unable to stop Chugan from running in the opposite direction towards the wreck, screaming, "Mingyu!" Luis looked at Chugan in annoyance and thought, "So much for the green chain serum, is no match for Thek. What are you running over there for with that weak body?" Luis looked towards the mountain, deep in thought. If I just keep running up the mountain, I can survive. But then his thoughts suddenly darkened, as if he was thinking about something. He turned back in frustration, silently cursing Zugan. Damn it. Luis chased after Zugan, who was running for his life towards the Thek. If we survive this, you're going to get it from me. The twins with the backpack watched Luis running with Zugan and called out in surprise, "Young Master Luis, wait for us." Without hesitation, the 3 of them ran after Zugan and Luis, leaving only Nabi behind, trembling and unsure of what to do. It looked pitifully towards the forest, then back towards Luis's group, hesitating. Nabi reluctantly ran after the team, letting out a resentful cry. Zhugan had reached the great bird, shouting anxiously, "Mingyu, wake up!" Mingyu was injured, trembling and crying out weakly, "Chirp, chirp!" Thek wouldn't let go. It bit into the great bird's neck vein in revenge, making it cry out in pain. Seeing this, Zhugan grew even more furious, shouting curses as he unleashed magic from both hands. "You damn stone pet!" He channeled a spell from both hands and launched it at Thek, which was biting into his Mingyu. The stream of magic shot out quickly, a purple light striking the unprepared Thek. A patch of skin on Thek's shoulder was scorched, making it somewhat annoyed. Its eyes widened, its pupils narrowing as if it was identifying a target. Staring intently in one direction, it furiously whipped its long, large tail to the side, roaring, "Gra, ah." Before Zhugan could even process what was happening, he let out a scream, his face filled with terror. "Ah!" The whip of its tail came from the side as it roared in anger. "Gra, ah, eh." Zhugan was terrified. Everything happened so fast he couldn't even process it. He could only raise his hands instinctively. A small hand grabbed the hood of Zhugan's cloak and pulled him back. It was Louis S., who quickly yanked him backward, his face clearly annoyed as he yelled, "Dodge, you idiot!" Just as Louis S. pulled Zhugan away, the monster's tail whipped past, creating a whooshing sound. Louis S. realized how tense the situation was, and immediately began to cast a spell. His hands created a purple area of crystalline spatial energy, and right away, that crystal mass transformed into a cluster of sharp stakes hovering between Louis S.'s hands like an energy bullet. The condensed crystal gathered by Louis S. and flew in one direction on his command. He launched that magic bullet towards Thek, turning the surrounding space a solid purple. Louis S.'s attack struck the Thek right in the neck, causing it to immediately cry out and roar in pain. "Gra! Ai! Zhugan seized the opportunity, rushing to the side of the great bird that was in pain, on the snow, instantly trying to calm it. "Mingyu, wake up!" Suddenly, Thek regained its composure and immediately bit down on the crystal Louis S. had created, crushing it between its teeth. Louis S. was shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. "Oh my god, can you believe it? It broke a divine spell with its mouth?" Louis S. refused to give up and immediately spread his arms, intending to create a new spell formation. If that's the case, a sonic wave moved towards Thek, enveloping its entire body. It was Louis' spell, a divine will conversion technique. Ancient runes wrapped around Thek's head, making it dazed as it cried out. "Ugh." Louis S. looked triumphant, seeing it being controlled, his hands still tightly maintaining the spell formation. "Great, I've got it under control, just keep it, like that." But Thek refused to give up. The moment it was subdued, it immediately shattered the spell formation that Louis S. had painstakingly created, then roared loudly. Going from one surprise to another, as Dek destroyed the magic circle. "Impossible? Is the divine will magic ineffective?" Fian popped out from his collar and quickly explained to Luis, "So that the monster only knows gluttony and slaughter, there's no way divine will magic can control it." Luis so didn't know what to do, and said in frustration, "Damn it, just how stupid is it?" Dek changed its target, turning towards Luis so, and opening its massive mouth as it charged like an arrow. The twins quickly provided support, rushing in front of Luis so. With swords in hand, the two of them charged forward and slashed at Dek's body. Khan exclaimed, "Ah, it's so tough." Kani, holding twin swords, also had tears welling up. "Ugh, my hands hurt so much." Although Dek wasn't externally injured, the twins' magic had enveloped it, causing it to cry out and groan in pain. "Huh?" Luis so suddenly noticed the monster's pain. "What?" "The attack on its head from the twins is effective." A voice called out from behind the twins, making them turn around. Luis so commanded, Connie, attack again." Luis so pointed at the creature's head. "Its weak spot is its head. Keep attacking its head." Hearing this, the twins felt a surge of excitement. The weapons in their hands were summoned once more. "We got it. Let's go." Khan and Connie, in a two-person sword combination, attacked Dex's head, making it cry out mournfully. Luis so said triumphantly, "Great, its stamina is weakening." Luis so gave a devilish smile, summoning divine magic with both hands. "Looks like I underestimated our full strength. Even though we're young, we're still pure-blooded dragons." While the twins were busy fighting Dek, Luis so, from a distance, also slowly charged forward with divine magic, creating streaks of light in his hands. "Today, let's turn it into a grilled gecko." Chugan and Balo watched in astonishment, not blinking. Good heavens, Chugan, even more surprised, said. They're fighting a deck? Who on earth are those kids? Balo could only laugh awkwardly to brush it off. Haha. My grandkids are just a bit energetic, Chugan asked doubtfully. Are they really your biological grandchildren? Balo, not knowing what to say, just gave a vague reply. You shouldn't dig too deep, or you might get hurt. Without hesitation, Luiso quickly launched the divine magic he had just prepared towards Deck. Combined with Connie and Khan's attack, it made the monster scream in helpless agony. Ka-ai-ai. It collapsed definitively, crying out, Gua, UK. Luiso was visibly overjoyed. We did it. We're about to catch it. Connie, who was holding twin swords with Khan, couldn't stop her tears. Luis. I'm so tired. My arm hurts. My shoulder hurts. Luiso was not lenient and pushed the twin spirits. Endure it a little longer. We just need to attack one more time. The roar of a deck rose again, terrifying the three children. This time, it was another deck, covered in brown scales, that was speeding towards the kids. Aye. Luiso's face darkened, unable to believe another deck had appeared. We're screwed. There's another one. The green deck was groaning, lying there trembling. Khan asked helplessly. Luis, what do we do now? Luis was out of options, not knowing what to do, and could only think of one thing. There's no other way. Luiso looked towards Chugan, who was staring wide-eyed at the newly arrived deck. I don't want to show him, but the only way is to reveal my true form and carry Balo and Jacob away. Luiso said to the twins, You guys now. Before he could finish, there was another sound. Another sky-shaking roar erupted, startling the three kids. It was a pair of mighty tigers charging down from the mountaintop. The attention of the brown centipede shifted towards the pair of tigers. Yeah. The two white tigers lunged forward, biting and tearing at the centipede. The three beasts were clashing with each other, causing the sounds of battle to echo endlessly. Roar. Nabi B, with sparkling eyes, was crying out whimperingly, as if it had recognized its parents. Chugan was once again utterly astonished. Oh my god, are there two mighty tigers? Luis S. became happy again, his heart filled with joy. That's right. When the kids are in danger, the parents have to step up. Khan and Connie were also happy to witness the scene. Ooh, look at that bigger kitty over there. Who? The green centipede seemed to have woken up. It recovered a little and started to think about escaping. Luis S. noticed and cast a spell that produced chain hooks from his hands, then smugly shouted, Where do you think you're going? Those chains bound the green centipede, making it unable to move, only able to cry out weakly. Seeing the monster immobilized before them, the three kids quickly ran over, wanting to capture the beast. Don't let it escape. Oh ho. Luis S., confident of victory, thought to himself, Let us finish you. Luis S. stretched out his hand to cast a spell, chains shot out, and he yelled, Where are you going? A length of chain shot forward and wrapped around Deck. It roared in pain, its eyes shut tight. Luis S., along with Connie and Khan, charged in. Luis S. shouted, Don't let it go. Deck was in agony, unable to even scream as it was tightly bound. Luis S. turned and ran back, saying, Balo, make your move now. Balo immediately rushed forward and shouted, Yes, I'm coming. Young Master Jia Khan stood from a distance watching everyone fight the centipede, his face bewildered, not understanding what had just happened, stammering to himself, What, young master? A moment ago you called me your nephew. A terrifying roar echoed throughout the forest. Jia Khan turned around with a horrified expression. Nabi B pounced, roaring loudly. Roar! It jumped onto Deck and bit its back, startling Deck into letting out a long cry. It bit into Nabi, making Nabi cry out in pain a few times. Deck immediately used the momentum to fling Nabi B into the air. It fell and hit the ground hard, crying out in agony. Its mouth was bleeding, its whole body trembling and muttering. Deck let out a huge roar, radiating an aura. Nabi's face turned pale, it coughed up blood, screaming in pain. Deck turned its back, intending to whip its tail at Nabi, and roared. Lying on the ground, it cowered in pain, looking up. It charged forward, letting out a mighty roar. Roar! Nabi saw Deck's attack. Deck whipped its tail at Nabi, making it scream. Nabi was slammed hard against a tree, clearly in pain. It seemed to be in shock from the powerful impact, spitting blood and screaming. The mighty tiger saw Nabi collapse, its face pale, and it angrily radiated bolts of lightning and roared. The mighty tiger charged at the centipede. It let out a powerful roar. It bit into Deck's body, sending lightning coursing through it. Deck screamed in pain. The mighty tiger kept its grip tight on deck, allowing the lightning to surge powerfully through its body, making it scream. The mighty tiger's face was furious, its teeth clamped down on deck. It let out mighty roars. Deck was in pain, thrashing its tail around under the effect of the mighty tiger's lightning. It screamed loudly. Nabi watched in bewilderment, its eyes filled with worry. Having been saved, it was incredibly moved, letting out a few soft sounds in its throat. From behind, there was a loud scream, and the centipede fell to the ground, its body looking as if it had just been burned alive. Luis S., along with Kani and Khan, panted exhaustedly. Luis S. spoke, but his tone was still a bit incredulous. It's over. Then Nabi B took a deep breath and sighed. So tired. Balo pointed towards, looked in a certain direction, and said to Luis, "Young master, the fierce tiger is coming." The fierce tiger, its body covered in bruises and wounds, was slowly approaching. Nabi rushed towards the fierce tiger, crying out. It and the tiger bumped heads after the recent battle for survival. The corners of Nabi's eyes welled up with tears, whimpering softly. The fierce tiger turned to look towards Luis, its face looking as if it wanted to say something to him. Luis thought to himself, could it have recognized my true form? The fierce tiger turned to leave, and a startled Nabi cried out, tearfully rushing towards it and shouting at the fierce tiger. Luis stepped forward to block Nabi, leaving it utterly confused. Luis looked towards the fierce tiger. The fierce tiger stopped and looked back at them, radiating a happy and contented smile. The fierce tiger leaped high and headed off to an unknown destination. Nabi, sad, and on the verge of tears. Phi, sitting on Luis's shoulder, said with a pensive look, perhaps that tiger was ready to die, sacrificing its life to protect its child. Truly, the king of the forest. A flash of light erupted in the middle of the forest, startling everyone. Phi said worriedly, that light is. Luis held Phi tightly in his palm, then let her go. As he started to leave, he told her, you watch over the children, she asked, puzzled. What? Where are you going? Luis replied, I'm just going up the mountain, and we'll be right back. Phi looked visibly startled and worried, saying, But it will be dangerous. Luis still began to leave, his face resolute as he said, I'll only be a moment, you don't need to worry. Phi replied, Yes, you absolutely must be careful. Luis noticed something and looked down. Nabi was lying on the snow-covered ground, sadly sniffling and looking up at Luis. It let out a few snorts. Luis looked at Nabi. Do you want me to get on your back? Nabi looked at Luis and nodded in response. He thought for a moment, then decided, all right, let's go together. Luis sat on Nabi's back, and as it ran through the snowy mountain forest, Luis seemed surprised and thought to himself, it's really fast. How could the twins have possibly caught it when it runs this fast? Nabi suddenly stopped, its eyes welling with tears as it cried out. It was a massacre, with the corpses of the D and the fierce tigers lying scattered across the snowy ground in the freezing cold amidst pools of blood, Luis said with concern. Oh my God, did the tigers take them all down with them? Nabi sobbed uncontrollably, rushing towards the bodies of the tigers, wailing. It went to one of the tiger corpses and checked its body. It let out a tragic, heart-wrenching cry, as if trying to wake the dead tiger. Luis stood behind, feeling a somber sadness for Nabi. He was upset, his face showing clear frustration as he clenched his fists. He thought, you've lost your parents too, just like I did in my past life. Luis placed his hand on Nabi's head and stroked it, hoping to somehow comfort and soothe the pain in its heart from having to witness its parents sacrifice themselves just to protect it. In the forest, blanketed in white snow, 2 graves appeared on the path, built from stones. Nabi cried as it sat facing the 2 graves. Luis looked towards Nabi, his expression pensive as he thought, so that's it. This is why the Chu clan formed a bond with the fierce tigers. He continued to think, since the D and the fierce tigers both lived on the same mountain, clashes were naturally unavoidable. He recalled the image of the massacre between the Day and the fierce tigers and continued to ponder. Even if I hadn't intervened, both sides would have been wiped out in the end. Luis looked towards Nabi, whose eyes were still filled with tears. He placed a hand on his chin, thinking, and so, I've ended up taming an orphaned tiger cub. He created a brilliant red magic, a beautiful crimson glow. A slight smile touched his lips as he thought, however, since I'm here, I won't let that happen. He pointed his hand forward and released a burst of energy, that beautiful magic into Nabi. A mysterious, enigmatic voice called out, look at me. Nabi looked over in confusion, and saw Luis So, enveloped by the shadowy, sinister image of a dragon. Nabi trembled in fear, letting out a cry that sounded like a sob. Luis So looked down, his face radiating a murderous aura, and said, Don't be afraid. If you trust me, I will take you in. Luis So held out his hand, looked at Nabi, and with a gentle, affectionate smile he asked, will you come with me? Not understanding the situation, Nabi cried out, yip yip. Nabi placed its paw on Luis So's hand and yelped happily, yip yip. Luis So smiled back cheerfully. A voice from behind called out, Master, causing Luis So to turn around. The whole group was approaching him. Jia Khan looked at Luis So in astonishment and asked, what are you doing over there? Jia Khan's voice trembled as he spoke clearly. It just obediently submitted to you, something only a high-level druid can accomplish. Nabi looked on blankly as Jia Khan continued. Despite your young age, you made the fierce tiger submit unconditionally. Jia Khan pointed at Luis So. With the entire party watching, he yelled, so that's it. You really are. Luis So thought with an annoyed look. He's finally figured out my identity. The man shouted, you're a high elf? Luis So cried out in confusion. Huh? Jia Khan happily shook Luis So's hand while he just stood there dumbfounded. The man said, it's such an honor to meet a guardian of the forest like you. You must have used magic to hide your ears, right? Luis So replied in confusion. Huh? No. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Then, Luis So suddenly had a realization, like a bolt of lightning struck his mind. Wait a minute, wouldn't this be better? Jia Khan's face was a picture of satisfaction. Luis So continued to think, if I let him keep this misunderstanding, my identity won't be exposed. Luis So cleared his throat, ahem, and put on a divine air, saying, that is correct, I am the guardian of the forest. Ballo scratched his head and thought with concern, he's about to pull another scam. Jia Khan looked at Luis So, flustered and apologetic, and said, please forgive me for not realizing sooner, and please forgive my rudeness until now. Luis So smiled happily and replied, it's fine, you didn't know, so no offense was taken. Khan and Khan stood behind them with annoyed expressions, mocking Luis So. Then Khan said, are elves always this obnoxious? Khan immediately added, I wouldn't know, I'm sure Luis So has never met an elf in his life. Jia Khan turned to look at the boy and girl, asking, if that's the case, does that mean these two are also? Luis So puffed up his chest and replied with pride, correct, they are the elf warriors who escort me. Ballo sighed in the background, while Khan looked absolutely furious. Ballo thought, oh well, I'm not even going to bother, it's not like this is the first time. Hey human, I have a favor to ask of you. Luis So looked at Nabi and continued, can you take care of this child for me? Jia Khan asked, startled. What? You're entrusting the fierce tiger to my care? Khan and Khan looked outraged, yelling at Luis So who was covering his ears. They shouted in unison, absolutely not. Who said you could? Nabi belongs to us. Annoyed, Luis So glanced in a certain direction, giving a signal. Ballo immediately understood the cue. Ballo stepped behind Khan and lifted them both up. As he carried them away, they continued to struggle and protest. Khan screamed, no Nabi, Khan yelled. You're the worst, Luis So. He then turned back to Jia Khan and asked, so? Can you look after Nabi? Jia Khan replied bashfully, oh my, for the high elf himself to entrust this child to me. But Luis So interrupted him. Jia Khan said, my hidden dragon wants to take it in, but our journey will be very treacherous. Nabi listened intently to Luis's every word. I'm afraid this child won't be able to endure it, Jia Khan said with a concerned look. A journey that even you, High Eo, consider treacherous, Luis said with a cheerful expression. From what I've observed over the past few days, I think you can take good care of this child. I hope you'll look after this child until the day I return for it. He thumped his chest and replied enthusiastically, yes, you can leave it to me, sir. I'll take care of it with all my heart, like it's my own child. He turned to Nabi and said, thank you. Then I'll entrust this child to you. From now on, follow Jia Khan. Here, Nabi let out a sad cry. Luis patted its head comfortingly and said, I can't take you with me right now. If you listen to Jia Khan obediently, I will definitely come back for you. Nabi looked up at Luis and cried out regretfully. Nabi walked towards Jia Khan. He bent down, looked at it affectionately, and said, your name is Nabi, right? Let's rely on each other from now on, okay? Nabi, grr. Luis smiled lightly and thought, so it's all settled smoothly. In the future, there won't be a situation where the mighty tiger that made a pact with me turns against me and becomes an enemy. Luis turned to Jia Khan and said, oh, right. In the future, remember to give Nabi the light essence. Jia Khan asked, bewildered, the light essence? He smiled lightly and said, that's right. One day, this This child will grow up, and you won't regret it. The sun began to set as Gia-Khan and Nabi left. The two turned back to wave goodbye. Luis thought, with a satisfied expression, it was a bit of a hassle, but I guess it's all settled now. Even though I didn't get a dragon, I managed to pull a major future threat over to my side. You could call that a huge prize. Then he turned to the pouting Khan and said, all right, now let's continue heading west. Khan sulked, ignoring him and whining. Khan said loudly. Luis is a big meanie, Khan added angrily. Luis, let Nabi go all by himself. I'm not playing with Luis anymore. Luis tried to appease the two, holding two brightly shining fruits in his hand. Do you guys want some fairy fruit? The little girl and boy stared at the fairy fruit, drooling. The girl asked shyly, are you giving us 2? The boy said cheerfully, give me 3. On the bustling road, crowds of people came and went. Luis looked helplessly at Khan clinging to his shoulders. The little girl and boy looked around, shouting with excitement. Whoa, a voice said. We've finally arrived. The somewhat classic-looking port city of Lukthon appeared before everyone's eyes. Khan's eyes were filled with excitement. The boy exclaimed, Luis, there are so many people here. On the other side, Khan excitedly pointed forward and said, look, there are demi-humans too. It's my first time seeing a demi-human. Phi flew up and explained with a smile. This place is completely different from the villages we visited, isn't it? There are many different kinds of people in Lukthon. Because it's a port city, ships carrying goods are constantly coming and going, for trade between the autumn continent and the frost continent, so a lot of people pass through the city in a year. Luis raised his hand, pushed aside the curtain, and looked outside. His expression was a little curious as he thought to himself, we're finally here. It took me half a year to get from Mount Kat Somo to Lukthon. Luis leaned wearily against the carriage and continued to think, so, I've already covered a quarter of the journey. I want to get home quickly. Khan suddenly hugged Luis, their eyes shining like the sparkling stars in the mysterious black sky. He was helplessly speechless. The boy pointed forward. Luyen Tuyen said, Luis, look over there. And the little girl excitedly said, there are so many new things. After hearing this, Luis S. could only feel frustrated and helpless. He angrily struggled to get free, saying, I told you not to cling to me. Get away, you guys. Khan laughed. Ha ha, Luis S. is angry. Balo turned his head to look and said, young Master Luis S., we've arrived. Luis S. was surprised and pushed Khan away, saying, oh, really? He slowly got out of the carriage. Luis S. looked up and around. Standing in front of the Zajin Inn, Luis S. stared up at the sign for a long time, then he asked Balo, is this the familiar place you were talking about? This shabby inn? You said this was it? This rundown inn? He scratched his head and said awkwardly, I haven't been here in 10 years. Let's just go inside and see first. Let's just go inside and see. The door was pushed open in an instant. A pretty girl with orange hair, who was carrying water, turned to look and said with a bright smile, welcome, esteemed guests. The Zajin Inn is pleased to serve you. Looked and said with a bright smile, welcome, esteemed guests. The Zajin Inn is pleased to serve you. Mona walked over to Balo and asked with a smile, would you like to book a room or have a meal, sir? Asked, would you like to book a room or have a meal, sir? He didn't look at her but turned his head to look behind him and said, I'd like to book a room first. Want to book a room, Mona said doubtfully. Huh? As if not believing her eyes, Mona pointed at him and said loudly, are you Uncle Balo? Balo? He asked in surprise. Yes, how do you know me? She smiled, pointed to herself, and said, it's me. I'm Mona. Don't tell me you've forgotten, Uncle? Balo was startled and replied in surprise, Mona? Are you that little bean, Mona? Mona lightly thumped her chest and said proudly, that's me. I'm 24 years old now. She turned her head and called towards the back kitchen, Lucia, hurry out here and see who's here. A girl with reddish-brown hair pushed aside the curtain and asked, who's here that's making you so noisy, sis? Lucia was stunned when she saw him and said, oh my gosh, is that Uncle Balo? He laughed heartily and then began to praise her. Ha ha ha, Lucia, you've grown up to be so beautiful, you're ready to get married. Hearing this, Mona asked in a jealous tone, what about me? Then, he immediately praised her too. Our Mona is also very beautiful. Elsewhere, seeing Balo chatting with the two girls, Luis S. thought to himself, he really is a regular customer. Girls, Luis S. thought to himself, he really is a regular customer. Balo put his hands on his hips, looked around, and asked, but where are Haman and Julia? Did they go to the market? And Julia? Did they go to the market? When the two girls heard him ask this, their eyes filled with sadness. Lucia answered, "Our parents passed away 3 years ago." 3 years ago, Mona added, with a heavy heart. They were run over by a horse-drawn carriage. Balo was stunned and asked again, "What did you say?" Hamon and Julia. Both of them? He put a hand to his forehead, blaming himself. "I'm so sorry. I came back too late." Lucia hurriedly said, "No, uncle, please, don't be like that." Mona also added, "Look, uncle, Lucia and I inherited this inn, and we're living very well." Ba Lo, with a sad expression, placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 sniffling girls in front of him. He then said in a comforting voice, "Yes, you 2 have been through a lot." When Lucia looked over and saw the 3 children standing in front of her, she asked him doubtfully, "But who are these children? They're not your own kids, are they?" Ba Lo scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, "We don't look alike? They could be my children." Lucia looked at him in disbelief and said, "What? They don't look anything like you, uncle." Mona was confused, her eyes a bit judgmental as she said, "What on earth? Do you have a conscience, uncle?" Ba Lo, displeased, pretended to be sad and explained, These are my nieces and nephews." The 2 girls with scrutinizing eyes looked at him. Lucia said, "That's even stranger." Meanwhile, Mona said doubtfully, "For these beautiful children to share the same blood related to him." Balo panicked, breaking out in a sweat as he stammered, We're very distant relatives." Mona walked over and sat down to look at Sai and Khan. Wow. The little girl and boy had radiant smiles and eyes as clear as the vast blue sky. Both children had an appearance that was full of life and warmth. Looking closely, it was as if an arrow had pierced her heart, and her eyes filled with adoration. Mona rushed forward to hug the adorable little girl and boy in front of her, saying, "Oh my gosh, what do I do? You're too adorable." Khan giggled. The other one, being hugged, said, "It's stuffy." Luis's face darkened, and he said in an annoyed and jealous tone, "Try raising them, and maybe you'll think differently." Meanwhile, Lucia sat down and gently greeted Luis. "Hello there, I'm Lucia. Are you hungry?" Luis shyly avoided her gaze and said softly, I'm a little hungry." Hearing him say that, the 2 girls rushed into the kitchen. Mona said, "You're hungry? Let me cook a delicious meal for you." "Lucia, do we still have the meat we bought today?" Lucia immediately replied, "Yes, I'll prepare the ingredients." He watched the 2 of them helplessly, not knowing what to say. Balo looked confusedly toward the source of the sigh. Sigh. Luis held out his hands, gave a slight shrug, and sighed. Being this adored is exhausting. Balo looked at him, completely speechless. In the room, lights illuminated the entire space, and a fireplace in the center made the atmosphere even warmer and more comfortable. After the meal, Luis went into his room and flopped onto the bed, saying, It's been a while since I've eaten that well." He then sat up, propping himself up with his hands behind him, and asked Balo, "Oh, right. I couldn't ask earlier. But what's the relationship between you and those 2 sisters? You all seem pretty close." Hearing the question, he turned his head and replied, "Their parents and I were friends who went through life and death together." Luis asked doubtfully, "Life and death friends? You mean mercenaries?" Balo smiled brightly at him and replied, "Yes, sir. They were very humorous, always cracking jokes. One day, they brought Mona over to raise their child, and they retired to run this inn. Thanks to them, I became a regular here." Luis looked bored as he leaned back on his hands, cleaning his ear and saying, So that's how it is. All right, you can go now." Balo asked, "Confused, sir? Why so suddenly? Where are you telling me to go?" He scowled and said, "Where else? Aren't we going to the autumn continent to find a ship? And we need to find medicinal herbs along the way." Balo looked at him, lowering his voice to reply hesitantly, Yes. But, you mean right now? We just arrived." A black aura began to emanate from Luis. He stared intently at the man. Seeing this, Balo scrambled in fear, rushing off as he said, "Yes, of course, we must go. I'll leave immediately." Luis then turned to Fee and said, "Fee, you go with him." She flew up and said, "Yes, I understand." After speaking, Luis turned around upon hearing a noise behind him. He saw Sai and Khan sleeping soundly on the bed. The little girl and boy must have been exhausted. He looked at them, sighed, and thought to himself, "The kids are all asleep. They look like little angels when they're sleeping." Luis stretched and yawned wearily, saying, "Yawn. I guess I should take a little nap too." A short while later, Mona brought some snacks. She pushed the door open and entered, saying, "Kids, time for a snack." Lucia, who was standing behind her, tilted her head and asked curiously, "Sister, why aren't you going in?" On the bed, she saw Luis, Sai, and Khan sleeping soundly and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." Mona raised a hand to cover her mouth, smiling as she said, "What should we do? Even when they're sleeping, they're this adorable," Lucia added affectionately. "I know, right? They're just too cute." Mona and Lucia stepped out of room. She smiled and said, "Good night." Lucia also smiled and said, "Sweet dreams, kids." In that room, the door closed softly. Now, only Luis, Canny, and Khan were left in the room, fast asleep. Perhaps one day had been too tiring for them, which was why they fell asleep so quickly. Downstairs, the tavern was bustling with people coming and going. At a corner table, two men were tipsy, drinking and chatting with each other. From the stairs, Luis walked down, his face still looking sleepy, and he was yawning repeatedly. Seeing him come down, Lucia quickly turned with a bright smile and asked, "You're awake? Did you sleep well?" He sleepily replied, "Yes, I did." Looking over at the dining table, he saw Balo already sitting there. He turned to look at him, and next to him were Khan and Kanye, who were grinning happily, calling out in unison, "Luis, come over and eat." Lucia also chimed in, "I'll bring breakfast right over. You go sit at the table." As soon as Luis sat down, he asked Balo, "Have you found a ship to the autumn continent yet?" Balo replied, "Yes, of course, I've found one. They said it will set sail in 2 weeks." Hearing this, Luis nodded, saying, "Oh, good job. What about the spiritual medicine?" Hearing about the spiritual medicine, Balo scratched his beard, a bit awkwardly. After all, that was an item that wasn't easy to find. Hearing that, Luis was disappointed. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed, thinking, as expected of a dragon, they have mountains of stuff. But spiritual medicine is something an ordinary person wouldn't even have a chance to see in their entire lifetime. Looking at the man cutting a steak, he continued to think, human food only tastes delicious. Other than that, it doesn't do anything for a young dragon like me. Thinking about the journey to the autumn continent, Luis thought further, it takes about 2 months by sea to get to the autumn continent, so I have to make the most of the time before we set sail. Seeing Luis so worried, Balo spoke up to reassure him. "You don't need to worry too much. We'll probably be able to find it." Balo continued, "No matter what anyone says, this place is where all the necessities of the frozen continent are gathered. This is a crucial time." After Balo finished speaking, Luis felt relieved. He smiled and replied, "All right, let's go take a look together tomorrow." Suddenly, a loud noise from a large platter of food being placed on the table startled them. On the platter was a golden roasted chicken that made both Balo and Luis jump and turn to look. It turned out to be Muna bringing the food, followed by Lucia. Muna said loudly, "Come on, the food's here." Lucia, on the other hand, gently told everyone to eat slowly. Looking at the pile of food on the table, still steaming, Balo looked bewildered. "You've got to be kidding me? Who can eat all this food so early in the morning?" Hearing that, Muna crossed her arms, pouted, and said, "I didn't set this table for you, uncle." Balo's face fell a little. Lucia gently turned to Khan and Kanye and said, "Come on, you two, give it a try." The two kids heard this and happily replied in unison, "Okay." Balo brought a piece of meat to his mouth, muttering to justify himself, "It's not that I won't eat it," but as soon as he put the meat in his mouth, he froze. This taste. Luis had been busy eating all this time, while he silently exclaimed, "This is it. Just like the taste your mother used to make." Hearing this, Muna laughed out loud and replied without hesitation, very proudly, Hey, of course. Whose daughter do you think I am?" Then she put her arm around Lucia, who was standing beside her, and said, "Lucia helped too." Lucia hugged her arms and said shyly, "I just helped a little on the side." Remembering something, Balo turned and asked, saying it just occurred to him that Lucia was a very good singer, which slightly surprised both her and Moner. Luis was focused on his food, but upon hearing that, he also turned to ask, "Singing?" Balo said excitedly, "Yeah, Lucia's voice is the best around here." Balo recalled the times Lucia sang, how she would gently lose herself in the music. He remarked, "On any day that Lucia doesn't sing, the inn is still packed with people." The Zai-Genin Inn didn't get its name for nothing. He kept on saying, somehow, this inn became a gathering place for people. Just then, Luis happened to notice and glanced to the other side. Over there, both Moner and Lucia had their heads bowed, saying nothing. The two girls seemed to be brooding over something. Sood, Denli. Luis punched Balo hard, making him cry out, "Ah!" He clutched his arm, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was extremely confused, only able to ask, "Why?" As for Luis, he just shot him a death glare. He looked toward the two girls, wondering. Neither of them said a word, their faces still as sorrowful as before. Then Moner spoke up with a tone of regret. Lucia can't sing anymore. No. It's that she is unable to sing. Hearing this, Ballo couldn't believe his ears and pressed for an answer. What did you say? How can that be? Why would such a great talent be allowed to go to waste? Moner sighed, speaking as if she didn't want to. She was hesitant to talk about it. The atmosphere was becoming suffocating when, at that very moment, everyone was startled by a door opening and turned to see what was happening. Entering from the door was a group of men with fierce, intimidating faces. They were tall and brawny, looking like a gang of thugs. Seeing this, Luis quickly asked everyone, "What's going on? Who are those aggressive-looking guys?" The people in the inn started whispering. One person said, "They're here again? Looks like they don't get tired of it." Another person added, "Here it comes, this inn's specialty." Hearing that, Luis was a bit confused, muttering, "Specialty." Meanwhile, the thugs approached and stood before Lucia and Moner. They were large, towering, menacingly over the two small girls. Seeing this, Ballo immediately stood up and spoke out, "Who are you people? Do you know where you are?" Suddenly, in the inn, a voice rang out, "Step aside," causing everyone, including the thugs, to turn and look. They parted to the sides as if making way for that person to enter. Walking into the inn was a young man wearing white trousers and a pair of brown dress shoes. He had platinum blonde hair and wore a white fur coat, looking incredibly authoritative. Two of the thugs had to bow their heads when they saw him. He gradually revealed himself to everyone. He was a handsome young man with a noble air. He placed a hand on her shoulder and greeted, "Good morning, Miss Moner." He looked over at Lucia and added, "Ah, I haven't finished speaking." He brought out a magnificent bouquet of roses in front of Lucia. She was very surprised by this. Then he knelt on one knee and held the bouquet up to Lucia, continuing, "You are also very beautiful today, my lady, Lucia." Witnessing this scene, Luis was aghast. He thought to himself, "Oh man, that's so cheesy. It's giving me goosebumps." Holding the bouquet, Lucia hesitated and replied, "Kaji, as I've said before." Not letting her finish, Kaji quickly placed a finger on her lips, signaling for silence. He whispered, "Shh." He winked at her. "You don't need to say much, just seeing your face is enough to put my heart at ease." Hearing this, Lucia was speechless and didn't bother saying anything more, while Kaji bowed to bid her farewell. "Well then, I'll be going. Have a good day." As he turned to leave, his eyes met Luis's, and there was a moment of silence. How confusing. Key was lost in thought, not knowing what to say. Luis wasn't much different at that moment. Key curled his lip in a disdainful sneer. Seeing this, Luis thought angrily to himself, "Is he smirking at me? This guy is making fun of my height." Then he turned to Lucia, pretending to rub his eyes, and said in a whiny, cute voice, "Lucia, I'm sleepy. Can you hold me?" Lucia was a bit surprised but still indulged him, replying, "Oh my, is our little Luis sleepy? Let me hold you and take you to bed." Delighted, Luis replied, "Yes, please." Ballo heard this and thought in surprise, "Master?" Then Lucia picked Luis up, and he cunningly wrapped his arms around her neck. Lucia said gently, "All right, let's go up to your room and get you to bed," Luis said in a clingy tone. "Okay." Seeing this scene, Key trembled with rage, while Luis gave a sly smirk. "How about that? You're jealous, aren't you?" He bit his lip in anger, muttering under his breath, "Huh, you little brat." Then he angrily spun around and stormed off. He yelled at his subordinates, "We're leaving." His men quickly looked over and replied, "Ah, yes, young master." Over here, having achieved his goal, Luis pulled down one of his eyelids and stuck his tongue out at him. "Ha, you dare compete with me? Neener, neener." Then Lucia picked Luis up. He cunningly wrapped his arms around her neck. Lucia said gently, "Come on, let's go up to your room and get you to bed," Luis said in a clingy tone. "Okay." Seeing this scene, Key trembled with rage, while Luis gave a sly smirk. He thought, "How about that? You're jealous, aren't you?" He bit his lip in anger, muttering under his breath, "Humph, you little brat." Then he angrily spun around and stormed off. He yelled at his subordinates, "We're leaving." His men quickly looked over and replied, "Ah, yes, young master." Ballo frowned, pointing in their direction, and asked in confusion, "What was that? Who were those guys anyway?" Mona sighed and said wearily, "That was Key, the eldest son of the House of Bant." Hearing the name Bant, Ballo was completely stunned. "Bant? You don't mean that troublemaker Bant the Useless, do you?" Mona nodded, replying with a firm tone, "That's right. He's not a troublemaker anymore. He's become a baron." Hearing this, Ballo's eyes widened, barely believing his ears, and he blurted out, "What did you say? Bant? He became a baron? Mona recalled Bant, an incredibly powerful and cunning old man. She calmly continued to explain, yes, Baron Bant started to build his structure in the underworld. An image of the old Bant kneeling on one knee, bowing his head before a duke, as a sword was placed on his shoulder in a bestowal of trust, she continued. He was recognized for his contributions in unifying the gangster syndicates in Lufin and stabilizing the port, and was granted the title of Lord to govern this region. After hearing the story, Ballo let out a long sigh, an exclamation of wonder. My goodness, that useless guy always bragged he'd become a noble, and he finally did it. Then he burst out laughing, his voice full of mockery. It seems that kid from earlier has fallen for our Lucia. Why not tell her to give him a try? Mona placed a hand on her forehead in exasperation. She sighed. Sigh, uncle, please don't mention this again, Ballo asked in surprise. Huh, why not? He's the son of a proper noble family now. A figure of his stature is no small fry. Mona replied without hesitation. That boy Key is only 14 years old this year, just 14, while Lucia is already 22. After hearing this, Ballo's face was a mask of disbelief. He had to exclaim, What? 14 years old? Then he laughed heartily again, his voice full of humor. Well now, that boy is quite the man, isn't he? With that kind of spirit, you're ready for marriage. Mona's expression soured in annoyance. Her face was filled with indignation, and she yelled loudly. Seeing how angry she was, Ballo quickly made an excuse to slip away. He explained awkwardly, Oh my, time flies so fast, I have to go now. In the bedroom, Luis was sitting on his bed reading a book, while on the other bed, the two kids, Khan and Kaney, were sprawled out. Ballo suddenly burst open the door, his face full of excitement as he announced to Master Luis, Master Luis, I found all the shops that might sell elixirs. Hearing this, Master Luis quickly closed the book he was reading and said excitedly, Is that so? Let's go take a look. Sensing something fun was happening, Connie quickly asked, Master Luis, where are you going? Khan also chimed in, Let us come with you. Master Luis quickly tried to refuse. Ballo and I will be right back. You two be good and rest here, okay? Not getting their way, the two kids started throwing a tantrum on the bed, one of them whining, Aw, no, I don't want to, while the other begged, Please let us go with you. Suddenly, a voice called out from the doorway. Master Luis instinctively turned his head to look. Are you all going somewhere? It turned out to be Mona and Lucia who had just walked in, each of them holding 3 sets of new clothes. Lucia spoke first. You're not planning to go out dressed like that, are you? Mona added, Change into these. It was a fresh feeling. The children were as delicate as flower petals, but after putting on the coats, they seemed to be completely enveloped. The 3 of them obediently changed into the neat outfits. It was a black down coat, accented with luxurious gold details. The children looked so dapper and adorable. Looking at them, Mona couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my goodness. Lucia also couldn't hide her admiration. It suits you all so well. Mona walked over to the kids. She patted Kaney's head and said, I saw your clothes were too thin, so I prepared some. Luckily they fit. Kaney bowed his head politely. Thank you. After that, she turned to Ballo and scolded him. Letting our kids dress so thinly in this weather, only you would do something like that. Ballo's face fell, and he mumbled in his defense, It's not like that. In his mind, he thought but didn't dare to say it out loud. These ones are dragons, so they don't get cold. Master Luis flashed a bright smile. Thank you, Lucia. I thank you. I'll take good care of it. Lucia bowed her head slightly to him and said gently, You're welcome, little prince. The whole group then walked to the door to get ready. Luis and Ballo left, leaving the 2 kids behind. Mona said cheerfully, We'll take good care of the twins. Lucia added in a reassuring tone, Don't you two worry. Be careful on your way. The 2 kids also waved happily goodbye. Master Luis turned his head back to say his farewell. I'm leaving now. On the way, Master Luis asked Ballo with a hint of doubt, Are you sure you can find the elixir? He replied confidently and clearly, Of course. You can trust me. Hearing that, Master Luis felt reassured and replied, Very well. Let's go take a look then. Ballo nodded. Yes, sir. The town where the 2 of them set off, it was still broad daylight when they left. The small streets glittered with sunlight stretching out before them, but somehow, the sky had gradually darkened, a testament to their diligent search. Under the dim light of a street lamp, Master Luis sat squatting down, his dazed eyes showing clear helplessness, his weak voice echoing, There's nothing, not a single place sells elixirs. Master Luis threw the paper behind him and turned angrily to scold Ballo. What was that about? This being a crucial time, so you'd definitely find it. Huh. Balo was now in tears, kneeling down and stammering apologetically, I'm sorry. I can't believe it. Luis Chu was tense, his mind racing. This is a huge problem. At this rate, won't I die early from malnutrition? Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed out from somewhere. What do you all want? It made both of them jump in surprise and turn to look. Two groups of men who looked like gangsters were facing off. Luis Chu immediately asked, "What's going on over there? Are they fighting?" Balo recognized a familiar face and exclaimed, "Oh my god, isn't that the kid from earlier?" He pointed towards Luis Chu, also confused. "Yeah, what's he doing here?" Then Yemon, a tall man wearing a red fur-trimmed cloak, who seemed to be the leader of the opposing gang, spoke up. "That's why I'm telling you, give up on Lucia now," he continued. "Do you really think my Lucia would pay any attention to a little brat like you, young master?" Ki was now trembling with anger, biting his lip in frustration. Not stopping there, the man provoked him further. "But if it were a manly guy like me, who knows, right boys?" A subordinate standing behind him immediately chimed in to flatter him. "That's right, you're way better than some kid who still smells like his mother's milk." Kie's group couldn't stand it anymore, and drew their swords, shouting loudly, "How arrogant! Do you know who this is? How dare you speak so recklessly?" De Yaman ignored the drawn sword, his voice deep, and each word heavy as thunder. Then, with a stern and steely expression, he said, "Can we take this as a declaration of war on the Yaman faction?" Ki's subordinate flinched. "What?" Then, all of De Yaman's men raised their weapons in unison, ready to charge into battle. Seeing this, Ki and his companions were stunned. These lunatics. Then he pointed at them, roaring in anger. "So you're all out of your minds. Just wait until my father hears about this. Let's see if you can keep your pathetic lives then." De Yaman raised a hand to his chin and replied calmly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. We'll see." Then he put on a despicable expression and sneered. "I'm too lowly to understand. Perhaps your lordship could teach me directly?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Stop." All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. Balo and Luis Chu stepped forward. Balo stood with his arms crossed, his tone calm but full of meaning. "I don't know what's going on between you, but standing around pointing swords at each other in the middle of the street doesn't look very good." Ki saw him and recognized him, asking in surprise, "You're the person I saw at the Smithy Inn." De Yaman glanced at Balo and said coldly, "You look like a passerby. Don't meddle in other people's business. Just keep walking." Hearing this, Balo burst out laughing, shaking his head mockingly. "Oh my. It's been 10 years since I left this place. I can't believe no one recognizes this Balo upon my return." As soon as he finished speaking, two subordinates in Ki's group suddenly flinched. "Wait a minute, are you Balo? Could it be?" Then they shouted, "Is that Balo the Bloody Axe?" Balo remained calm, shrugging as he replied, "Oh, so someone does remember me." Hearing this, Ki turned curiously and asked, "The Bloody Axe, who's that?" The subordinate answered, "Young master, you've heard about him from the Baron. He's the one who saved the Baron's life." The subordinate recalled the time when the Baron was being pursued by enemies before he was granted his title. At that time, the Baron was fighting to unite the underworld gangs when he fell into the enemy's trap. In the very moment the Baron's life was in danger, he remembered the image of Balo, holding an axe in one hand and supporting the Baron with the other, both of them severely injured, as that Balo charged into the enemy's base with just a single axe in his hand. Despite being slashed 8 times, he ultimately saved the Baron. Hearing this, Ki was astonished and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What did you say? That person is our family's benefactor?" Then he stepped forward and grabbed Balo's hand. "Full of gratitude, I never expected to meet you here. My father has told me so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Balo, faced with this situation, was the same as always. He replied nonchalantly, Oh, yeah, it was just something from when I was young." Then he awkwardly scratched his head. "It's nothing to make a big deal out of. Ha ha." Luis So stood there thinking to himself, putting on airs. De Waimon, also, spoke up. "I never thought I'd meet a legendary figure I've only heard about through rumors like this." Then he brought his hand to his chest and introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am DY Monday. I run a small organization in Lukna." Suddenly, Luis So noticed something about him. He was emitting a strange aura. He wondered, the energy coming from him. What is it? It's unusually unsettling. Then the man politely bowed to Balo and said, "It seems you are acquainted with this young master, so we will take our leave." With that, he and his subordinates turned to walk away, not forgetting to glance back, to bid farewell. "Goodbye." Balo was bewildered. They're just leaving like that? How dull. Meanwhile, Luis so still kept his eyes fixed on DY Monday. He thought, I'm not certain, but if my feeling is correct, looking at his back radiating with so much demonic energy, even from a distance, I have a suspicion that he will sooner or later cause a great disaster. At a magnificent and grand mansion, the home of the Bant family, Ba, to spread his arms to welcome Ba Lo. Following behind was Ca. He embraced Ba Lo emotionally. It's been so many years. Ba Lo laughed heartily. Ha ha, it's been 10 years, Ba Tu said, half joking and half reproachful. You are so heartless. You should have contacted me from time to time. Ba Lo gave a sheepish, apologetic laugh. Ha ha, I'm sorry. Life has been tough, and I was so busy making a living that I lost touch with everyone. With that, Ba Lo looked up at the luxurious chandelier in the mansion. I never thought the Jiang Ho to you so of the past would become so brilliantly successful like this. I must live a long time to see and admire how this world works. Ba Tu replied with his hands on his hips. It's all thanks to. If you hadn't saved me that day, I wouldn't be standing here so proudly today. Hearing this, Ba Lo laughed loudly. This smooth-talking kid, ha. Then he glanced over at Luis So, ha. He was standing there watching, looking very annoyed. Ba Lo suddenly remembered. He said awkwardly, Hey, I didn't come here for this. Hearing that, Ba Tu immediately understood what he meant and said, I heard everything from Ki. I heard you're looking for a spiritual medicine. Ba Tu clenched his fist and said firmly, Don't worry, I have already sent people to search for it, and in a few days, we will definitely find what you need. Luis So, who was standing with his arms crossed, immediately interjected, From what I can see, your family is having a conflict with another organization, so will that affect the process of finding the spiritual medicine? Hearing him speak, Ba Tu turned around in surprise. Huh? You are? Ba Lo, a bit flustered, quickly introduced him. This is Luis, my nephew. The kid's a bit ill-mannered. I hope you, Luis, So glanced at him with an annoyed look. Ba Lo immediately felt a shiver and mumbled, Humph. Ba Tu was a little surprised. A nephew? Then he pondered. Yes, as you said. Recently, those guys from the Xi faction have been causing trouble for me. Ba Lo crossed his arms and asked curiously, even if they're gangsters, they wouldn't dare to mess with a noble so easily. What happened? Ba Tu replied seriously. Actually, the merchant guild's ship under my authority, Bader's protection, have recently been running aground for unknown reasons. You could say it's just bad luck. But Louis listened intently, which surprised him greatly. The ships that ran aground and returned, their crews rumored that their vessels had been caught by ghosts. Therefore, a group of people are starting to doubt the Bator family's protection. He wondered, ghosts? An image of Weimon appeared, looking incredibly cunning, and he continued, Yaman has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He's openly opposing me so blatantly. Hearing this, Ba Lo asked curiously, if that's the case, can't you just ask the Lord to handle it? After all, he's the one who granted you the title of Baron. Bator could only bow his head and let out a sigh, saying, To the Lord, it doesn't matter who it is. As long as Luthen is governed peacefully, he'll just stand by and watch as if it has nothing to do with him. Wasn't I originally from the underworld myself? Then he continued, even if Yaman were to steal my position, the Lord wouldn't care much. Ba Lo could only sigh at that. Man, this is a real headache. Bator came closer, putting an arm around Ba Lo's shoulder and continuing, Come on. It's been a while since we brothers have seen each other. We can't just talk about these troublesome things. I'll treat you right. Let's head to the coast. Ba Lo heard this and his eyes lit up as he said, Oh, that's a great idea. It's been a while since I've pulled an all-nighter. After saying that, Ba Lo suddenly remembered Louis, now turning to look at the boy's reaction and stammering, playing at the beach, but that thing. Louis was still standing there with his arms crossed, his annoyed expression unchanged, but he was sensible enough to gesture to Ba Lo. Don't mind me, and just go have fun. As long as you find the elixir, I can let you have your fun with these things. Hearing that, Ba Lo's face immediately lit up as if it were a festival. Then he said loudly, All right, let's go. Let's drink until we drop tonight. No going home sober. Bator clapped him on the shoulder, laughing as he replied, That's my brother. I'm in. The two of them left up the stairs, leaving Louis and Kaj behind. But Bator didn't forget to tell his son, Kaj, remember to take good care of Louis. Kaj listened intently, but Louis turned to look at him with extreme annoyance. After hearing that, he froze for a few seconds, then glanced at the kid next to him. Louis didn't look very well behaved either, staring at him intently as if they shared the same thought. Kaj and Louis sighed, both thinking to themselves, I have to hang out with this kid? How many years apart are we? He tilted his chin up and ordered, Follow me. Louis immediately asked, Where to? Kaj glanced over and replied, Still asking where? My father told me to look after you, so where else would we go but my room? Hearing that, Louis said with a smug look, All right, then let's see you introduce your room. Let's see how good a noble young master is at babysitting. Provoked by Louis, he immediately got angry, only managing a few words. Ha, this little brat. They both arrived at Kaj's room, which looked very neat, tidy, and clean, but also quite luxurious. Flopping down onto a chair, Kaj said unwelcomingly, Sit wherever you want, but don't just touch my things. But ignoring his words, Louis had already picked up a knight figurine and was twisting its arms and legs. Seeing this, Kaj jumped to his feet in alarm and yelled, Hey! He snatched the knight figurine back from Louis's hands. Don't just touch it, you're going to break it. Louis saw this and put his hands on his hips, as if mocking Kaj, saying, You act all grown up. But you're still a kid, huh? You still like toys like this? Hearing Louis say that, Kaj blushed, not knowing how to respond. No, it's none of your business. As Kaj placed the model on the top shelf so Louis couldn't reach it, he said, This knight is a limited edition. As he spoke, Louis's attention seemed to shift to the papers on the desk. They were letters written by Kaj himself. He then picked one up and read it aloud. To my girl, Lucia. This is the necklace that holds your sparkling eyes. Hearing those familiar words, Kaj was startled. His face turned bright red as he yelled, Hey! And lunged forward to snatch it back. He reached for the letter. Don't just read other people's mail. But Louis blocked him with his foot, then picked up a box and said, Is this the necklace? With that, he opened the box to look. As soon as he did, Louis gasped as a beam of light shot out from the box. Inside was an exquisite necklace with a sparkling blue gem. Seizing the moment while Louis was distracted, Kaj immediately snatched the box back and yelled, Give that back! Louis then commented, Your letter-writing skills are terrible, but you picked a beautiful necklace. It'll probably look great on Lucia. Hearing that, Kaj's mood brightened. Really? He cradled the box in his hands, saying softly, Thank goodness. I had a really hard time finding this necklace. Louis then asked, It looks expensive, but isn't it easy to find a necklace like this? Kaj immediately retorted, This one is different. Cradling the box, he continued, This is very famous. This is the Tear of Zen. Louis reacted casually. Oh, so that necklace is the Tear of Zen. Suddenly he froze, thinking about something. All at once, Louis remembered something, his expression changing instantly as he shouted in alarm, The Tear of Zen? Is that really the Tear of Zen? He couldn't help but ask in shock. It's not a fake, but the real thing? Hearing this, Kaj calmly replied, What are you talking about? Fake. Even an appraiser confirmed this is the real deal. Hearing this, Louis was in disbelief, thinking to himself, Oh my god, why is that item here? Picturing Zen, he recalled the legend behind the name. According to the original story's legend, the Sea King cherished his daughter more than anyone else. He collected his daughter's final tears and preserved them within a gemstone. The necklace with the blue-green gem appeared in his mind. That was the Tear of Zen. The important thing was that this Tear of Zen was the key to the Sea King's underwater labyrinth. The entire underwater labyrinth was a crucial place for the main character of the original story to level up. The Sea King's domain was the place for the characters. He thought pensively, I have to be the first one to get my hands on the Tear of Zen. Having made up his mind, he immediately changed his attitude, lowering his head and saying softly, Brother Kaj. Kaj asked in surprise. Huh, brother? He thought to himself. Did I hear that right? Louis pouted with innocent eyes, speaking in a whiny, cute voice. Can you give that to me, please? Just moments ago, his attitude had been sharp, but this sudden switch to being well-behaved was instantly creepy. He stiffened and asked, Are you sick or something? But Louis ignored him and kept up the act with that same voice and look, slowly sidling closer to Kaj as he spoke again. Please just give it to me. At this point, Kaj couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, Hey, you little brat! What's wrong with you? You're giving me goosebumps. Get lost. Outside the mansion, Louis's voice still rang out, giving him goosebumps. Screw you. Kie shooed him away in fear. Don't come near me. Suddenly, Louis bowed slightly and called out softly, Big brother? Kie was stunned, thinking, Did I hear that right? Louis was using an adorable face with sparkling eyes, trying to act cute as he whined to Kie, Can't you just give it to me, huh? Kie panicked, quickly pulling the box behind him and shouting, Don't even dream of it, this is a gift for Lucia. Luis put his hands on his hips, tilted his head up, and said, "Damn it, looks like that didn't work." Key ignored him and sighed. Luis suddenly turned and asked suspiciously, "By the way, what if Lucia doesn't accept the gift?" Key was stunned after hearing this and replied, "No, that's impossible. Every woman has always loved expensive gifts." The bodyguard had said so, but Luis explained further, "Some people are like that. But it seems Lucia isn't the type to accept expensive gifts for no reason." Key asked in confusion, "Huh? Is that so?" Luis calmly pulled out a chair and replied, "It's no use." With a smug look on his face, Luis sat down, smiled, and said to Key, "Sit down, now I'll show you what real romance is." In Key's room, he seriously took out a pen and paper to jot down what Luis, sitting opposite him, was explaining and saying. So he looked at his notebook thoughtfully, and asked, "First, I have to create a sense of closeness with her, and only then can I express my feelings, right?" Luis, sitting across from him eating a cake, nodded and replied, "That's right, and you can't confess suddenly or give expensive gifts." Luis gave the example of Key giving a large bouquet to Lucia, and continued to advise, "A sudden approach will actually have the opposite effect." Kie quickly wrote it down. After hearing this, Kie's face darkened, and he bit down on the pen in his hand and said, "I've already." Suddenly, he threw the pen and notebook away and screamed, "I've already done the opposite of all of this." Luis calmly continued chewing his cake and replied, "That's what I'm saying. If you want relationship advice, you have to choose the right person." After finishing the cake, he turned, pointed at him, and asked suspiciously, "But why do you like Lucia anyway? What's your motive?" He was suddenly startled. With a look of infatuation, Key began to reminisce and replied, "The first time I met that girl, it was 5 years ago now." Luis sat opposite him with a disgusted expression. Returning to Key's flashback, a girl with long brown hair was humming a tune with her clear singing voice as she performed for the audience below, among whom he was also captivated, lost in her singing, and he said further, "The first moment I saw her singing at the Zijin Inn was like a light in my dark future." A girl so beautiful and gentle appeared in his mind again as he said, from her hand gestures, her beautiful smile, and her singing voice. In that moment, it was as if she had stolen my heart. Back in the present, after hearing his confession, Luis sighed and said, "After all that explaining, you just fell for the image of Lucia singing." Key angrily replied, "It wasn't just ordinary singing. Lucia's voice is a perfect harmony." Luis calmly asked back, "If she sings so well, why doesn't she sing anymore?" He hesitated and replied, "That was due to an unfortunate incident." Flashing back to 4 years ago, in the inn, the singer that Lucia admired was holding a performance on stage, with spotlights shining down on her beautiful figure. And to get there, of course, Lucia had begged her parents to go see the show. Since Mona wasn't used to crowded places, they decided to let Mona and her family were on their way to see a performance. But on the way, something happened. A man suddenly appeared. He was frantically trying to control 2 panicked horses that were charging toward their family of 3. Lucia suddenly turned around, but she couldn't react in time. People around them shouted warnings, "Lucia, get out of the way." The unfortunate event had already happened. Lying there, Lucia, with a wound on her head, fluttered her eyes open and let out broken cries. She sat up, holding her head, which was still in pain, and called for her mother and father. She sat there, her face darkening, her eyes filled with disbelief at the sight. Right in front of her, across from her were 2 familiar figures, but beneath them was a pool of blood. She was terrified. Her eyes widened in horror as 2 streams of sorrowful tears flowed, and she screamed. She collapsed helplessly in despair beside her 2 loved ones. Both of Lucia's parents died under the carriage wheels. She trembled, unable to speak. Because of this shock, later on, Lucia could no longer sing. After hearing the story, Luis thought pensively, so that's what happened. She thinks her parents died because of her love for singing, so she can't bring herself to sing anymore. He smiled as if he had a brilliant idea and thought, "If I just handle this," he thought smugly, "I'll have done a good deed and I can get Zen's tear." With that thought, he immediately put his plan into action, turning to Keiji and saying, "How could you even think of giving Zen's tear to Sister Lucia? In this situation? Are you out of your mind?" Kaji replied in alarm. "Huh?" With the precious, shining necklace, Luis continued, "Giving Zen's tear from Zen. The girl who can't sing. If Sister Lucia receives this gift, wouldn't it just bring back the nightmare from the past that she has forgotten?" Kaji answered in a panic. Is that so? I didn't think of that." Luis sighed and said, "Oh my, I have to teach you everything from scratch. You really don't know anything." He continued speaking to Kaji, who was sitting and listening intently. Across from him, "That's why I have a proposal." With a cunning smile, Luis asked, "Do you want to hear it?" That evening at the tavern, the door slowly opened. Luis walked inside and said cheerfully, "I'm home." Mona was cleaning up and saw him return. She replied, "Oh my, where's the mister? How come you're back all by yourself?" Luis casually answered, "He went drinking with Mr. Tuss and will be back later." Mona heard this and said angrily, "What? That man will do anything. Letting a child come home alone in the middle of the night. What if something had happened?" Luis reassured her and said, "I'm fine. Where is Sister Lucia?" Mona heard him and replied happily, "Our Luis wants to see Sister Lucia. Lucia is in her room. You can go on up." Luis then happily walked up the stairs towards Lucia's room and said, "Yes. Thank you, sister. I'll go up first then." Mona also replied gently, "Okay, go ahead. I'll bring up some snacks for you." Luis continued, upstairs with a confident smile, thinking to himself, "All right, now's the time. Let's begin." Flashing back to some time earlier, in Kaji's room, the two were discussing the conditions for their plan. Luis said clearly, "If I can make Sister Lucia sing again, you have to give me that necklace." After hearing this, he replied in alarm, "What? No way." Luis asked scornfully, "Why? Don't you want to see Sister Lucia sing again?" Kaji hesitated and replied, "Well, yes, that's true." But Luis quickly pressed Kaji, "So what? To you, is that necklace more valuable than Sister Lucia?" He was startled and denied it. "Of course not. As long as Lucia can sing, I'll give you any necklace you want." Luis, having achieved his goal, happily replied, "Awesome, so we have a deal. If I succeed, you have to give me this necklace." Kaj replied with a reluctant face, "Humph." Seeing that he was still hesitating, Luis added in a serious tone, "Is that all your devotion to Lucia is worth? You said you would offer her the whole world? Were those just the words of a child?" As if his words had hit a nerve, Kaj immediately and decisively sealed the deal with Luis and said, "Fine, just succeed, and I'll give you the tears of Zen." Waiting for this exact moment, Luis quickly shook hands with Kaj to finalize it and said, "Excellent. Transaction complete." Like a true man, Kaj immediately replied, "Say no more." Back in the present, in front of Lucia's room, Luis knocked gently on the door. The door slowly opened, revealing a cheerful Lucia who said, "Oh my, Luis, when did you get back?" With a bright, beaming smile, Luis replied, "I'm back." He also thought to himself, "Operation start." Inside the room, Lucia said with a smiling face, "Oh my goodness, Luis, you're back?" Luis, seeing her from outside, excitedly replied, "Lucia, I'm bored. Will you play with me?" Lucia also smiled as bright as a flower and indulgently replied, Oh, it looks like our Luis is very bored, isn't he?" She gently invited Luis inside and said, "Then come into my room." Stepping inside, Luis looked around and exclaimed, "Oh." Inside the spacious room were shelves hanging on the walls, holding books and lush green potted plants. Luis walked behind Lucia and exclaimed, "Your room is so beautiful." Lucia smiled gently and replied, "Haha, thank you. Even though I haven't decorated it much, I'm glad you still like it." Suddenly, Luis seemed to spot something. He looked into a corner of the room and saw an instrument propped up next to a cabinet and said, Not knowing what kind of instrument it was, Luis turned to ask Lucia, "What is this?" Hearing him, Lucia was startled and replied, "Ah, that." She continued to explain, "It's called a lute. It's an instrument used for performances." Luis immediately started gesturing excitedly, begging Lucia, Oh, Lucia, I want to hear it. Please play it for me." Hearing this, Lucia replied flusteredly, This is." Luis continued his act by grabbing Lucia's dress, looking up with an adorable face to plead with her, "Come on, please." Seeing this, Lucia was helpless and replied, "All right, I'll play a little for you then." Lucia sat on the bed with the lute in her hands to perform for Luis, who was sitting on a chair opposite her. Lucia took a deep breath as if to calm herself and exhaled gently, steeling her nerves. Her nimble fingers danced across the instrument, creating soaring melodies. Sitting across from her, Luis couldn't help but be amazed by the wonderful sound Lucia was producing. Luis was moved, marveling to himself. Lucia seemed to become one with the music and her instrument, creating an incredibly poetic scene. Luis thought to himself, "So beautiful." Luis felt as if he was immersed in the atmosphere, silently admiring both the sight of Lucia playing and the sound of the music. Truly wonderful. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, no wonder that guy Kaj is head over heels for her. The music ended, and Lucia stopped, letting out a soft breath. A moved Luis jumped to his feet, applauding and shouting, "Bravo! Bravo!" Lucia laughed shyly and replied, "It's been a while since I've played, so it wasn't very good." Luis immediately denied it, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he said, "What are you talking about? It was truly an absolutely wonderful performance." Lucia replied, flustered, "Really? That's a relief." Luis suddenly got excited and exclaimed, "Sister, I want to try playing too." Lucia replied in shock. "Huh?" she asked again, confused. "You mean the lute?" Luis replied excitedly, Yeah. I want to learn how to play as beautifully as you do." Lucia turned to a cabinet as if looking for something and said, "If you want to, just wait a moment." Luis stood by, completely puzzled. Lucia was rummaging inside the cabinet, wondering to herself, "I'm sure I put it in here, right?" Luis peered over, wondering what she was doing. Inside the wardrobe, Lucia took out an instrument similar to the one she had just played and said, "Ah, found it." She took the instrument and handed it to Luis, saying, "Here, take this." Luis reached out to take it and replied, "This is?" Luis happily held the instrument that Lucia had just given him. She said, "It's a gift for you. This is the one I used when I was little. It seems like it would suit you well, so I'm giving it to you." Luis replied with sincere joy, "Wow, thank you, sister. I'll practice hard." Lucia smiled and replied, "Okay, it's late today, so we'll start lessons tomorrow, okay?" Luis replied, "Okay." Luis left with the instrument, waving to Lucia, and saying, "Good night, sister." She also said goodbye to him, replying, "Yeah, you sleep well too." Back in his room, Luis sat on his bed, admiring the instrument Lucia had just given him. Floating beside the bed was Phi. It spoke up, flying closer to Luis, and asked, "You said you were going to make her sing again and help her forget her heartache?" Luis sat tuning the strings of the instrument, nodded, and replied, "That's right." Phi scratched its ear, and asked quizzically, Wouldn't it be faster to use mind magic to control her memories?" Luis disagreed. "No, that won't work. That method might be a temporary solution, but at any moment, she could be hurt again." He raised the instrument and declared, "You reap what you sow. Good deeds are rewarded with good, that is my life's motto." Luis smiled and continued, "Since they've treated us well, we must also treat them well in return." Phi sighed and replied, "Sigh, we're going off script again this time." Luis suddenly replied, "Not at all." Beside him, Phi, startled and confused, turned to look at Luis. He sat on the bed, holding the instrument, and began to play a melodious tune, and continued, "That won't happen. Just trust me this once." 3 days later, the sound of a soaring melody could be heard coming from inside the house. It was Luis, practicing the instrument in his room. Sitting across from him was Lucia, who was speechless with surprise. Luis suddenly turned to Lucia and asked, "How was that?" "I think I've gotten a little better." Startled, she stammered in reply, "Ah, yes, you're playing very well." Luis went back to studying the musical notes and asked, "Let's see, do I play this part like this?" Lucia thought to herself in awe, "This child is a true genius." As Luis performed, completely and passionately immersed in the music, Lucia thought in astonishment, "He only learned for 1 day, and already got the hang of playing. On just the 2nd day, he had memorized all the rules, and today, he can already play a difficult piece that even adults would struggle with." As she witnessed Luis's performance, Lucia thought with disbelief, just where in the world did this child come from? After finishing the piece, Luis said excitedly, "Sister, please teach me the next song." Lucia replied, flustered, "Ah, yes." The sky was clear and blue outside the guild hall. On a street corner, people were gathering excitedly, chattering amongst themselves. On the wall was a prominently displayed notice from the Epic Guild, recruiting contestants for a melody performance night. Person. As for how to register, a hand suddenly shot out and ripped that paper down. A tall figure with a fur cloak, it was Day One, and beside him were his underlings. Holding the paper in his hand, he said, A performance by a beauty. What is this? Is it singing?" A man from behind stepped forward to explain to him and said, "Yes, that's right, sir. This is one of the events held at this time every year. The participants who sign up will compete in a singing contest and receive prize money." A girl was standing at the front, with coins as the prize for winning, and everyone was cheering. The man explained further, "That's the most famous of all the events. I heard that those who are eyeing this year's prize have been practicing very hard." After hearing this, De Wyman smiled mysteriously and said, "Is that so? Excellent." The man, confused, asked again, "Sir, What do you mean? Daewamin crumpled the announcement paper with both hands and replied in his mysterious voice, the more people that show up. With a terrifying laugh and scary eyes, he turned and continued, the louder the screams will be. The songstress. Early in the morning, on the bustling streets of a town, Balo's face was full of discomfort, clutching his stomach as he staggered back and forth. As he walked, he was in so much pain he wanted to cry, his voice a mere whisper, I'm going crazy. He held his forehead and sighed. Oh man, I'm really getting old. I only drank for a few days and I'm dead tired. As he was getting close to the inn, he heard a familiar sound, and he stopped short, wondering, huh? That's the sound of a bahum. The music was coming from the house, the notes seeming to frolic and dance. Suddenly, he burst open the inn's door. He joyfully shouted, Lucia, are you finally singing again? But when he stepped inside the inn, it wasn't Lucia, but Luis, who was sitting on a chair, playing the bahum and singing. Seeing Balo, Luis spoke up, Oh my, you're just now showing your face? When he realized it wasn't Lucia, he said disappointedly, Huh, Sir Luis? It can't be. But a few seconds later, Sir Luis immediately covered his nose, saying in a high-pitched, disgusted voice, Good grief, you reek of alcohol. Don't tell me you were drinking with Sir you all night yesterday too. Hearing that, Balo sat down on a chair, laughed, and scratched his head, saying, Haha, that's because that kid to you wouldn't let me go home. So, but isn't this a bahum? I've never seen you play an instrument before. Hearing this, he enthusiastically strummed a few notes and replied, This thing, Sister Lucia gave it to me. He followed up on what he heard earlier. The music from just now isn't something just anyone can play. When did you start playing? I just started playing this yesterday after I got here. Hearing this, he was startled and exclaimed in amazement, What? So, in less than 1 week, you practiced to the point where you can play like that? Sir Luis replied smugly and confidently, Yeah, I tried it, and it wasn't that hard. So narcissistic, Balo thought to himself, annoyed. He continued, Drinking is fine, but are you doing a good job on the task I gave you? You can rest assured about that, sir. All the remaining spirit herbs in Luthagen are being collected. When asked, Balo gleefully and proudly showed off his results. Thanks to Tui's help, I've already found about 20 low-grade spirit herbs. Sir Luis's face soured as he retorted contemptuously, They're all low-grade spirit herbs? You only managed to find 20? After hearing what Sir Luis said, he froze as if petrified. Then his face fell as he said dejectedly, To find even that many, I had to work so hard, so much. Recently, finding spiritual herbs around here has been like trying to pluck stars from the sky. Luis Seo thought to himself, after all, it's a rare item. But for spiritual herbs to be scarce in a port city this large is a bit strange. He then asked him, Is there any place in this city that researches or raises spirit beasts? Hearing this, Balo was surprised and waved his hand as he replied, Spirit beasts, sir? I don't think so. As far as I know, there's no such place. Why do you ask? Luis So replied with a grim expression. Because someone other than me is buying up spiritual herbs in large quantities. He voiced his suspicions to Balo as he thought it through. Normally, spiritual herbs are used for spirit beasts or for people who want to increase their internal energy. If it's a person, they can only use a spiritual herb once. Since the supply is limited, there's no need to buy them in such large quantities. However, if someone were raising a spirit beast, they would have to provide a large amount of spiritual herbs periodically. Balo asked doubtfully, Master, according to your theory, if someone were raising a spirit beast in this city, there's no way Tio Yuso wouldn't know about it. Luis Seo crossed his arms and replied, That's what's strange. A spirit beast that needs such a large amount of spiritual herbs, and to the point where they have to avoid the Baron's eyes and ears. As he finished speaking, Luis So suddenly had a thought. He thought to himself, Could it be? Then he turned and said to the old man, Balo, can you find out who has been buying the spiritual herbs from the shops? The old man stroked his beard in thought and replied, That will take some time, but if I ask Teo Yuso for help, it shouldn't be difficult. Luis So continued, Verify the identities of these people, and track where the spiritual herbs they bought are going. Once you find the location, take Phi with you and search it. Hearing her name mentioned, the butterfly fairy Phi immediately flew over, while Balo asked, suspecting that Luis Seo was planning to steal the spiritual herbs, I will do as you say, but why are you doing this, sir? He crossed his arms and glared angrily at Balo. What, do you think I'm a thief? Although I can't be certain yet, that Yumon fellow might be far more insane than we imagined. Balo immediately replied, Understood, sir. Well then, for now, I'll just go and get some shut-eye. He was about to stand up but was stopped by Luis So, who asked, Where do you think you're going? Balo was confused and asked, Sir? Luis Seo closed his eyes, waved his hand dismissively, and said, Do it right now. The old man immediately started gesticulating wildly, protesting to Luis Seo. But I just got back. You still reek of alcohol. Luis Seo just smiled gently and said in a deeply menacing tone, It seems our dear Balo starts acting up at the slightest provocation, doesn't he? Perhaps we should relive some old memories? Hearing that, the old man let out a groan. Seeing Luis Seo's attitude and hearing his tone of voice, he had no choice but to bitterly swallow his tears, gripping the doorknob resentfully as he replied, I'm going right now, sir. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. Outside, the street was incredibly bustling, like a festival event was underway, with all sorts of people gathered, eagerly laughing and talking. Seeing Balo just standing there, a curious Luis Seo walked over, pushed him aside, and asked, What is it? What's with all these people? Hearing the question, the old man remembered and replied that the Bountiful Catch Festival was about to begin. Luis Seo repeated his words, full of doubt. The Bountiful Catch Festival? He immediately replied, Yes, although this city is now famous for its commerce, it was once just a small fishing village. Every year, they hold the Bountiful Catch Festival to pray for the safety of the fishermen who go out to sea, and brought back a full catch of fish. That festival continues to this day, and the best part of it is the night of the maidens. After he finished speaking, he asked again, What is this Maiden's Night? Balo happily explained. It's a night where talented singers gather. They compete against each other for a prize. It's quite a sight to see. He continued reminiscing. Every time Lucia participated, she won first place. He asked, suddenly intrigued. Oh, if that's the case, then since we're going out, I have another job for you. Seeing the man's face turn into a question mark, he crossed his arms and smirked. Sign her up for the Maiden's Night. The scene changes to inside Lucia's room, where she was, sitting there, staring at her instrument with a very gloomy and melancholic expression, when suddenly a loud voice called from outside. Sister Lucia. Startled, she went to open the door. It was Luis standing there. Seeing him, she asked, Luis, have you practiced the song I taught you? He laughed and replied, Hey, of course. But sis, there's something I want to ask you. Lucia asked cheerfully, What is it? He put on a cute act, poking his index fingers together and pouting. I heard there's a festival. Can you take me there? Just as he finished, C and the rowdy Khan suddenly appeared from behind the two siblings, clamoring loudly. What? A festival? That sounds like fun. We're going too. Seeing this, he glanced back in annoyance, thinking, to himself, Damn it, these kids have sharp ears. Lucia saw this and covered her mouth with her hand, smiling as she said, So you want to go see the festival? It makes sense. It's been so lively outside lately, so you kids are curious. Lucia rested her chin on her hand and said worriedly, But because it's festival season, there are a lot of foreign tourists, so we can't just leave the inn unattended. While she was worrying about what to do, a voice suddenly spoke up. Let's go. Everyone turned towards the voice to see who it was. Mona walked in with her hands on her hips and shouted, Let's go, everyone, let's go see the festival. She cheerfully patted Luisa's head and said, Our little princes and princesses want to go see it. Of course we have to go, right? The little boy smiled brightly. Ha, ha. Then Lucia turned to Mona and asked, Are you really going? What about the inn? Mona was patting the kids' heads as she continued. Closing for one day is fine. Besides, we don't have any guests yet. Let's just have a blast today, and we can work hard again tomorrow. Hearing her say that, Lucia had no choice but to agree, saying, Yes, ma'am. I'll go get ready then. Mona excitedly raised her hand high and shouted, Kids, let's go have some fun. Hearing that, the rowdy Chan also replied in unison, Let's go. After that, they temporarily closed the inn and went out into the streets where the festival was taking place. As they walked, C asked, There's going to be a lot of delicious food at the festival, right? Mona immediately replied, Of course, I'll buy you all some really tasty food, Khan said excitedly. I'm so excited. Meanwhile, Luis was walking behind them, observing. He thought to himself, Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. Time for the next step. One evening, the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Down in the town, it seemed like something was happening as all the houses had their lights off, looking peaceful and a bit lonely. Phi was dressed just like a detective on an investigation. Right now, she was lurking, peeking back and forth outside of a warehouse. After making sure no one was around, she swooped down into a nearby barrel, then used her hand to lift the barrel lid, and continued observing the building in the distance. as if she had seen something. She let out a small gasp. Faye wondered what that was. Could this be the warehouse Balo mentioned? Faye recalled Balo's words, that the merchants primarily traded spirit herbs at the warehouse on the far west end of this harbor. Although I don't know what Master Luis is looking for now. You should investigate that building just in case. The flashback ended, and she confidently declared, "All right then. I am the loyal servant of Master Luis. No matter what they're hiding, I'll bring it to light." With that, she zipped right into the building through a window. Inside, 2 guards were on duty, passing the time by playing cards. Faye, at this moment, had flown inside and was now hanging from a spider's thread on the ceiling. Then, she landed softly onto a distant crate. Meanwhile, one of the guards, a man with short brown hair, let out a huge yawn and complained, "Ugh, I'm bored to death. How much longer do we have to stay in this damp warehouse?" The guard with long white hair, who was holding his cards, heard this and replied irritably, "Stop whining. Shut up and draw a card." The boss said he'd contact us before the festival is over. Just as they were about to resume their game, a loud rumbling sound echoed from behind the white-haired man, startling him immensely. Faye, who was hiding behind a crate, also peeked out to see and thought to herself, what was that noise? Could it be a wild beast? The 2 guards, however, remained calm. The brown-haired one said, "Humph, it's acting up again." The white-haired guard broke the tense silence, saying, "Hey, I went last time, now it's your turn." Hearing that, the brown-haired guard walked over to a stack of crates and picked one up, and as he carried it, he grumbled, "Just how much does it need to eat to be satisfied?" Meanwhile, Faye had gathered her own forces, a few mice. She gave an order to one of the mice. At that very moment, the mouse immediately darted out. It rammed right into the leg of the guard carrying the crate. The impact made him lose his balance, and he stumbled and fell, causing the entire crate he was holding to drop. Afterward, all the spirit herbs inside spilled out onto the ground. The white-haired guard saw this and sighed in exasperation. "You pathetic oaf. Can't you carry it properly?" The brown-haired guard shot back an annoyed look and yelled, "What was that?" Suddenly, she saw what had spilled from the crate and was shocked, thinking, "Wait, aren't those spirit herbs? If so, does that mean all of these crates are filled with them? This is bad. I have to find out where these spirit herbs are going." With that, while the 2 guards were still arguing, she stealthily flew over to the spilled crate of spirit herbs and hid inside, waiting for a chance to investigate further. Meanwhile, the 2 guards were still bickering, one blaming the other. "This is what happens when you don't bother to clean up. That's why we have mice." Faye pushed some of the spirit herbs aside to observe the 2 men's movements. The brown-haired guard was fuming as he picked up the crate, cursing the white-haired one under his breath. "Damn it. So it's my fault there are mice? He expects me to clean the warehouse?" The brown-haired guard carried the crate down a staircase, still muttering angrily, "He gets paid the same as me, so why does he act like he's my boss?" Faye, hidden inside, thought to herself, "Stairs leading down to a cellar? I wonder where they lead." A moment later, the guard had carried the crate down into a cellar that opened up to the river flowing through the city. He then placed the crate of spirit herbs on the ground and stood up to leave. But before he left, he also turned. He glanced back at the dark, distant sewer tunnel for a moment. Suddenly, a splash echoed from within, followed by a deafening scream. The sound sent shivers down his spine, tears streamed from his eyes, and he immediately scrambled away from that place as fast as he could. Only Fim was left, hiding in the barrel. After a moment, she surfaced, unable to bear the stuffiness any longer. "Is he gone?" But just as she composed herself, a massive dark figure appeared right in front of her. "Humph." A few seconds later, once her eyes adjusted, she gasped in astonishment. "Oh my god!" A monster suddenly appeared. It's dark blue with 2 glowing red eyes, some kind of red symbols on its forehead, and jagged spikes, looking like some kind of sea monster from the ocean. A strange, blue monster had suddenly appeared. The scene shifts back to the town. Everyone was excitedly enjoying the festival, and the children were dressed up in costumes of all different kinds. "It's a dragon. Run. Haha, hey, stop right there." Meanwhile, the 2 kids, C and Khan, were each holding a skewer of what looked like candy. They shouted in unison, "The festival is amazing." Mo, standing nearby, heard them and asked enthusiastically, "It's great, isn't it? They say the Full Bay Prayer Festival is the best festival on the entire frozen continent. There's a reason people say that." Louis So was intently observing the crowd, thinking to himself, "This festival is huge. I've never seen one this big before. It's almost like a parade, right?" As he was lost in thought, a food skewer suddenly appeared in front of his face. "Here, this is for you," he asked in confusion. "Huh? What is this?" It was Lucia who had offered it. She introduced it excitedly. "This is an iced fruit skewer. You can only get it at this festival. You'll love it." Hearing that, he put it in his mouth and took a bite, and after that one bite, he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Huh, this tastes just like the candied fruit skewers I ate in my past life." Seeing that Louise had eaten, Lucia turned and asked, "So, is it good? It's your first time trying this, right?" Hearing her question, he chuckled and pretended to answer, "Haha, yes, it's delicious." As they were talking, a familiar melody drifted from a distance, and Louise spoke up. "Huh? Is that a Ba Hung lute? It sounds like someone is playing one." Lucia suddenly looked a bit worried and said, "Ah, they must be holding the preliminaries for the Night of Beauties." Seeing his chance, he immediately grabbed Lucia's hand and pulled her toward the sound of the music. While he ran, he said, "This must be interesting. Let's go check it out. Hurry up, sis." But Lucia still seemed worried about something, stammering, "Huh? Okay." A short while later, they both arrived at the audition venue. It was already packed with people watching the stage. Right now, a tall, dark-haired young man was performing, but the sound of his instrument sounded like a duck quacking in a thunderstorm. A voice commented, "Humph," which made Luis's ears hurt so much he almost coughed up blood. He said uncomfortably, "Sis, why is everyone so bad at playing?" Hearing this, Lucia put a hand to her head and replied sheepishly, "It's just the preliminaries. After all, there are many talented people in the finals." He crossed his arms smugly and said, "I think you play even better than them, Lucia." But Lucia's face suddenly looked very sad. Seeing this, he turned, grabbed her hand, and continued, "This won't do, sis. You're coming up there with me." Lucia, suddenly being pulled by him, exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He ignored her reaction and insisted on pulling her along. "Come on, hurry up, sis. Hurry up," she said in a panic as he pulled her along. Wait, Luis." The two of them arrived in front of a man. He was overweight and seemed to be the conductor for tonight's festival. Seeing them rush over, he asked, "Huh? Who are you, kid? You have to register in advance to participate in this event." Luis immediately stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "I've already registered under the names Luis and Lucia. The names are on the list. Could you please look for them for me?" But as soon as he said that, the man recoiled in shock and exclaimed, "What? Lucia? You don't mean Lucia from the Sagan Inn?" Down below, the crowd heard this and began to whisper amongst themselves. "What? Lucia from Sagan? Is it really her?" "It really is Lucia. But, hasn't Lucia stopped singing lately?" "I think so. I heard she stopped singing after that incident." She became unsteady on her feet and started panting when she heard those words, feeling like the air around her was suffocating and there was no air left. Asterisk. Gasp. 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 Asterisk. She turned to run away. Suddenly, she froze, stopping in her tracks. Lucia turned back to see Luis standing there, looking at her with a serious expression. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can sing, so you just need to play the instrument." Hearing this, Lucia was surprised, her eyes widening at his boldness, and she exclaimed, "What?" Luis held out his hand, expectantly waiting for Lucia, who was holding the instrument, to agree. Luis took the instrument and handed it to Lucia, saying cheerfully, "Don't worry, I'll sing, you just need to play." She held the instrument, standing there stunned, and said nervously, "What did you say?" But. As she was speaking, the conductor came over and asked, "Are you not ready yet? If you need more time, we can do it later." Hearing that, Lucia stammered in response, "About that." Not knowing what to say, Luis suddenly leaped onto the stage, taking the performance spot from a tall, burly young man. Seeing this, the young man walked away annoyed, thinking to himself, "I wasn't done singing yet. After that, he raised his hand and shouted, "Greetings to the audience in the beloved land of Sagan. I am a guest of the Sagan Inn, Luis." He glanced at the tall young man and continued, "You've all had to endure listening to an unprofessional performance. You must be tired, right?" Hearing this, the young man became even more irritated. He thought to himself, "This little brat has no appreciation for art." Then, Luis pointed down to where Lucia was standing and continued, "Now, I would like to invite Miss Lucia to the stage to help clear this atmosphere." Hearing her name being announced, she became even more anxious, but she still staggered slowly onto the stage, clutching the instrument, towards where Luis was standing. Seeing the crowd below cheering so wildly, Lucia became even more frightened and anxious, so much so that she had to bow her head and cover her face with her hands. her whole body trembling. She raised her head, turned to him, and said, "Luis, I can't." Hearing this, Luis's eyes widened as he looked at Lucia. Then he held out his hands and said, "Give me your hand," Lucia asked, confused. "Huh? Why?" Taking Lucia's hand, he immediately closed his eyes and cast a spell. Divine magic. Of the mind. Everything will be all right. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Luis suddenly took Lucia's hand with both of his. She wondered, "What's this? I don't know why, but holding Luis's hand is making me feel more at ease." Seeing that Lucia had accepted his magic, he gave her a wink. "Everything will be fine, so don't worry, okay?" After hearing him, she let out a sigh, closed her eyes, and said, "Yeah, I know. Thank you for encouraging me, Luis." After she finished speaking, the conductor brought out a chair for Lucia to sit on and prepare to play. "Then you can sing any song you like. You play the accompaniment," Luis replied. "Yes, ma'am." Then he turned to the audience and shouted, "All right, I've kept you all waiting long enough. Now please listen to me sing." But after he said that, the people below seemed disappointed, saying, "Huh? It's not Lucia singing, but that little kid? What's going on? Even though the child is cute, a kid like that, what can he possibly sing?" He let out a sigh, ignoring the chatter and looking down at the audience. Then he spread both his arms and began to sing. But the moment Luis's voice rang out, the audience below was captivated, listening in awe and exclaiming in amazement, "What is this? His voice is incredible. Since I was born, this is the first time I've heard a voice so clear and high." Despite the continued murmurs, he kept on singing. His voice carried a mournful tune, a sorrow so perfectly measured. He too carried a deep melancholy, a sorrow that could fill a ship's hull. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly burst into tears. It's sad, so sad. And even though it's heartbreaking and suffocating, at the same time, my heart feels like it's being set free. On stage, Luis gestured to Lucia, his eyes seeming to say, "Sister, now's the time." She was suddenly startled. Receiving the signal, she immediately placed her hands on the instrument and began to play the first notes. After so many years, he was still lost in his song. The heavens send a wind that tears at a cuckoo's wings, every step a measure of hardship. One calls out endlessly, while another covers their ears and sleeps in peace. It's fine if you're indifferent. It's fine if you never return to me. I'd rather be a magpie bridge than be separated by life and death. At this point, the crowd below could no longer contain their emotions. Everyone began to cheer and scream. Just like that, one person sang and one person played, and the combination of voice and instrument made everyone listen with deep emotion. The conductor witnessed this scene and was so surprised that the stack of papers he was holding suddenly fell to the floor. A moment later, when their performance ended, everyone below was stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. They all stood there, bewildered. Luis, however, was still smiling brightly. Then, in unison, they shouted, "Amazing, one more song." He waved to the audience and said cheerfully, Thank you everyone." Luis grew even more excited and proud, thinking to himself, "Everyone. This is the power of the music from that day." Lucia, however, was still dazed, sitting with a pensive expression, lost in thought. Luis shouted loudly, "Thank you." She remained seated, wrapped in her own unspoken thoughts. After the performance, it was getting late and bright. Twinkling stars appeared in the sky. Everyone had returned from the festival to the inn, and Luis sat down on a chair, looking tired and saying, "Oh man, I'm exhausted. Singing isn't easy, is it?" Mona walked over, ruffled his hair, and said with a smile, "Luis, you were great today. How can you sing so well?" Being praised, Luis got a big head and tilted his chin up, replying, Everyone just couldn't take their eyes off me, could they?" The two kids looked on with utmost admiration, as if they were meeting their idol. Their eyes widened as they said, "Luis is amazing." The cheerful atmosphere was suddenly broken when Lucia spoke up to Mona. "Sister, I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to go rest first." With that, she started up the stairs. Mona heard this and turned her head to reply, "Oh, okay, you go get some rest." Mona watched Lucia go with a worried and sympathetic expression. Suddenly, she continued, "Lucia." A moment later, in Lucia's room, she was lying on her bed when suddenly from outside a voice called out, "Lucia, I'm coming in." Lucia remained silent, facing the wall without a word. It turned out to be Mona who was worried about her. Mona walked over and sat down on the edge of Lucia's bed, saying, "How are you feeling today?" She cheerfully and gently continued, "You liked it, right?" But Lucia, still facing the wall, gave a short reply to Mona's questions, "Yes, I liked it." Mona smiled and continued. That's a relief. It's been so long since I've seen you on stage, so I also really liked it. As she was speaking, Lucia suddenly sat bolt upright, looked at Mona, and asked, Sister, you don't hate me, do you? Hearing this, Mona asked in surprise. Me? Why would I? At this point, Lucia could no longer hold back her emotions, and said through her tears, because of me, our parents. Before Lucia could finish her sentence, Mona immediately gave her a light knock on the head and angrily shouted, Will you stop with this nonsense? The sudden pain made Lucia cry out, Ah! I've told you so many times already, that wasn't your fault. It was our parents' choice to protect the one they loved most. And I also love you more than anything in this world, just like our parents did, so don't say things like that anymore. She was surprised to hear Mona's words. With that said, the two sisters hugged each other and sobbed. Mona continued through her tears. I won't force you to sing right away, just keep performing on stage little by little, like you did today. One day, you'll be able to sing again just like you used to, right? Our voices are most beautiful when we sing, aren't they? Hearing those words, Lucia began to cry like she had never cried before. Yes, sister. Outside the door, Luis had been standing there listening to everything, and he chuckled softly. Ha, I've done it again. He snapped his fingers as he walked back to his room, not forgetting to say, Step 1. A complete success. But when he opened his room door, he was shocked. Huh? After seeing the scene before him, he yelled, Finn! She was injured, collapsed on the floor, her body covered in wounds, and she trembled as she said, Gasp, gasp, Moss, master. Seeing this, he immediately ran over, scooped her into his arms, and worriedly asked, What happened? Why are you injured this badly? Finn gasped for breath and struggled to reply, That thing. The guy at the warehouse on the west side of the port. Before she could finish, she collapsed in Luis's arms. Seeing this, he panicked and yelled, Finn, wake up! He screamed again as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Scene change. A warehouse appears, its lights still on. Balo hurriedly kicked the door, sending it flying open. With an angry expression, the two guards on duty were startled and yelled, What? What the hell? Who are you? He didn't answer their question, but stood with his hands on his hips and said, Well, I was wondering where all the elixirs in Luthien went, and it turns out they're all here? The white-haired subordinate heard this and played dumb, asking, You, what the hell are you talking about? We didn't. The moment he finished speaking, Balo rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. He said with a fierce look, I know everything you've been doing here. While I'm still being nice, you'd be wise to bring it out. The white-haired man was terrified but still pretended to be clueless, asking, Huh, what on earth do you mean? As soon as he said that, a footstep was heard from behind him, and a voice said, I'd appreciate it if you'd let my subordinate go. It turned out, that person was none other than Digimon. He then continued, Although I don't know what brings you here, Sir Balo, but let's try talking first. Maybe we can clear up this misunderstanding. After hearing that, he immediately threw the subordinate he was holding far away, and turned back to say to him, Usually, only those with ill intentions want to talk. However, Balo then pointed towards the stack of barrels on the other side, then looked at Digimon and asked, All right then, explain why you all are hiding so much spirit medicine in this warehouse? His expression turned grim as he said, Don't tell me you're plotting some kind of secret conspiracy? Hearing Balo say this, Daemon wasn't scared at all. In fact, he replied smugly, I don't understand what you mean, sir. He then smugly pointed towards the barrels of spirit medicine and said, Those barrels of spirit medicine are legally purchased goods for export to the Autumn continent. I don't know where you heard this story, but there must be some misunderstanding here, right? Balo immediately replied, Is that so? In that case, it wouldn't be a problem if I searched the warehouse, would it? He casually replied with ease. If you wish. That was all Balo needed to hear. He immediately grabbed his huge hammer and charged straight for the door, then kicked it wide open, revealing a staircase leading down. This was the place Phi had been to before he ran into trouble. Once he got to the bottom, he stood there observing his surroundings for a moment, before asking, This place is? Before he could wonder any further, Digimon and his two subordinates also came down, and he said, I heard this was where they built small fishing boats, back when the Gen was still a fishing village. Digimon smugly crossed his arms and said, Now we occasionally use it when transporting goods. But he didn't believe him and replied, From what I can see, it looks like this place is hiding something. Balo gripped the hammer in his hand, as if preparing to throw it. Suddenly, he hurled the hammer hard to the left. Instantly, the hammer shot off like an arrow as he shouted, Spirit object. Then, the hammer flew into the pitch-black tunnel. He started to get so worried that sweat began to pour down continuously. However, after the hammer had been flying for a while, there was still no sound. Seeing this, Balo was surprised, the sweat coming down even more as he exclaimed, "Damn it! Why isn't there any reaction?" Daemon saw this and said to Balo, "You see, sir, didn't I tell you there was nothing here?" Meanwhile, he was still in disbelief, saying, "No, it can't be." Balo got angry, snatched the torch from a subordinate's hand, and continued, "I'll go confirm it myself." Following behind him were Daemon and his two subordinates. As they walked, he said, "You seem more persistent than you look, sir." After walking for a while, they reached a dead end, with a solid wall in front of them. Balo became even more bewildered and said, "Is there really nothing here?" Meanwhile, Daemon, feeling emboldened, stepped forward and said triumphantly, "I already told you, there's nothing here." He continued with a contemptuous look, "If you continue to make things difficult for me, I won't be able to just sit back and do nothing, Mr. Balo." At this point, having found nothing, he had nothing left to say. He could only close his eyes and sigh, "Humph," and had to give up. A moment later, they all stepped outside the warehouse. Luis was already standing there waiting. Seeing Balo, he pretended to wave and asked, "Hey uncle, what are you doing here?" He waved his hand and said, "Mona is looking for you. You didn't sneak off for a drink somewhere again, did you?" After that, Balo walked over to Luis and whispered to him, "I went down to the tunnel like you said, but there was nothing there." Hearing this, Luis replied to him, "It seems we've moved. I'll handle this. Step aside." With that, Luis stepped forward and said, "Hello. Sir, we've met before. You said you were Daemon, right?" The man asked curiously, "You're Luis So?" He put on a fake smile and replied, "I'm Luis So, staying at the Sagan Inn with Uncle Balo." Hearing this, the subordinate with white hair spoke up, "Boss, that's the kid I told you about from the night of the pageant." The man seemed to remember and said, "Ah, I see." Daemon came closer, leaned down in front of him, and flashed a bright smile. "Ah, you're the kid who went up on stage to perform with Lucia, right? I heard you're a very good singer." Luiso laughed and replied, "Hee. Yes, that's right." He grinned, showing off his bright white teeth, but it didn't look friendly at all, as if it were hiding some evil scheme. "It's not easy to convince Lucia to get on stage. You've got some talent, huh, kid?" Daemon leaned in closer, still smiling as he spoke to Luis. "So, think you can convince your uncle for me?" Luis asked blankly. "Convince him of what?" Daemon made a vicious face and said in a threatening tone, "If you corner someone without any evidence, you might end up with a sudden death just like Lucia's parents." Hearing those words, Balo flew into a rage, ready to charge forward and fight the man, yelling, "What did you just say, you damn bastard?" Seeing this, Luiso immediately raised a hand to stop him, saying, "My uncle is a simple man, so he acts without thinking. I'll do my best to convince him." The man replied with satisfaction, "Good. It's lucky you're such an understanding kid." Suddenly, Luiso noticed that Daemon was wearing something behind him, and he thought to himself, "Humph, that thing." He looked at the man and took the opportunity to ask, "But sir, I have a question." Daemon was visibly startled, then glanced back at Luiso and asked, "What is it?" He quickly replied, "The horn you're wearing on your belt, what is it?" The man's expression darkened as he asked, "Why are you so curious about that?" He nonchalantly smiled and replied, "It looks so cool, so I want to buy one too." The man looked a little scared and broke out in a cold sweat. "They aren't sold everywhere, so it's very hard to buy one." "Well, we'll be going now." With that, he and his two subordinates went back into the warehouse and slammed the door, leaving the two of them standing there, staring blankly. Balo asked, "Master, what should we do now?" "First, I'll go tell Siwoo." Luiso replied, "No." He continued grimly, "If Siwoo gets involved now, this city will immediately erupt into a war. Many innocent people could die." He looked at Balo again and continued, "More importantly, we can't let this ruin Lucia's comeback stage, right?" he asked, confused. "What? A comeback stage?" "Yeah, I originally planned to take more time, but at this rate, we need to speed things up." Luiso grinned and said, "This is going to be the most lively festival ever." Inside the warehouse, the white-haired subordinate was being held by his collar and slammed against the wall. Daemon furiously shouted, "Even that docile Balo is suddenly acting up. How the hell have you guys been managing the warehouse?" The white-haired subordinate, trembling with fear, replied, "Boss, I don't know either." Hearing that answer made him even more furious. "Oh, is that so? It's a real shame you don't know." After saying that, he picked up a small sword and stabbed the white-haired subordinate. The man let out a pained gasp as blood from his wound splattered everywhere. Immediately, the subordinate collapsed in agony. Gurgle coldly turned his back and walked away, telling the other brown-haired subordinate, "At this rate, we have to speed things up." At that moment, the brown-haired subordinate who witnessed the scene said with a tremble, "Speed things up? But we still haven't tamed it." He then pulled out the bloody knife, looked at it, and continued, "There's no more time for hesitation now. That Balo has already caught our scent, so we need to act before he catches us. I'll deal with him at the perfect moment during the opening of the beauty pageant's final night." The brown-haired man's face turned pale with fear, sweat pouring all over him. Finally, he concluded with a phrase just like Luis, "It's going to be a wild festival." When night fell, the night sky appeared with sparkling stars. The following evening, Luis So and Balo were walking along the harbor road, searching for something. As they walked, Balo asked, "Master, even if we turn this place upside down, it'll be hard to find any trace of that sea monster. Do you really think Yimon will make his move tonight?" Luis So replied, "That's right. When you're about to get caught, do you think you'd just wait any longer?" His eyes sharpened as he reasoned. And if his goal is to take down Tor Usher, then after causing chaos during the festival, he'll make a show of subduing the monster himself. That would be the perfect time to impress the Lord. Balo asked, puzzled, "If he wants to do that, he'd have to be able to control the sea monster, right? Does that mean Yimon is a druid, just like Jacob?" Luis So shook his head. "No, he's not a druid, because I don't sense any spiritual attribute energy from him." He then added cheerfully, "But he does have a pretty good item on him." Luis So recalled the object Yimon carried, the horn of the Dragon King. According to legend, the horn of the Dragon King was a horn crafted from the horn of a sea dragon. Luis So pictured a sea monster under the horn's control. If one could tame the sea monster with the horn of the Dragon King, they could command it at will. That precious artifact was always with Yimon. Luis So thought to himself, even though he didn't know where Yimon had found that treasure, just having that item was enough to control the sea monster at will. Even without being a druid, he rubbed his hands, a sly look on his face. Though he thought to himself, that thing looks pretty expensive. What Luis So said was, if we could snatch that horn from him, couldn't we significantly shorten our travel time to the autumn continent? Hearing this, Balo closed his eyes and sighed, thinking to himself, "Isn't that your real goal anyway, Master?" Then Luis So pointed at him and continued, "Anyway, that guy is definitely making his move tonight, so I need you to keep an eye on the harbor around the clock." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Me? By myself?" "Master, where are you going?" he answered. "I have something to take care of first." A while later, Luis went alone to the center of the town, which was lavishly decorated. As people gathered and chatted, Luis suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. The person was lurking outside a window. Seeing this, he walked closer and shouted, "Hey man." He was now standing behind Kaj, asking with a probing gaze, "What are you doing there?" Kaj, the son of Baron Tor Usher, jumped in surprise when he heard Luis So's voice. Caught red-handed, the flustered man stammered out an explanation. No, I was just taking a stroll. It's been a while since Lucia was last on stage, so I wanted to come and congratulate her." Hearing this, hearing the other person stammer, Luis froze, looking incredibly suspicious to anyone watching. Luis sighed and replied, "Even so, your head isn't completely empty, is it? I knew you'd have those kinds of twisted thoughts." Hearing this, Kaj immediately got angry and said, "Whoa, what?" Then he continued, "Perfect timing. I have a job for you today. During the event, you need to fill the square with an audience." Hearing this, Kaj didn't understand and asked, "Fill it with an audience? Why?" Luis replied, "Don't ask too many questions, just do as I say. Unless you're afraid of a little hard work." That remark seemed to strike a nerve with the great young master, so Kaj shouted, "Hard work? I just need to mobilize my household, and that'll be enough to fill the square." Seeing that he had taken the bait, Luis turned his back, smiled, and continued, "Excellent, see you later then." Suddenly, he stopped and said, That's right." Luis winked good-naturedly and said, "And when you come, remember to prepare flowers. You have to make an impression when it counts, you know." Hearing this, Kaj didn't understand, and rested his chin on his hand, thinking and whispering, "When it counts?" The night sky was truly peaceful, but the scene below was anything but. As the event's performance time drew closer, more and more people gathered in the square, especially near the festival stage, where Lucia and Luis were slowly approaching. Lucia was clutching her instrument, and seeing such a scene, she became anxious and said, So So many people, huh? There weren't this many people at the last servants' night. Were there? Meanwhile, Luis looked around with his deadpan eyes, thinking to himself, how did he pull this off? That guy Kaj really did fill the square. Just then, the music on stage began to play, making Lucia even more nervous. Then, a female host appeared, waving and saying, thank you everyone. Lucia stood there, looking up at the stage, thinking to herself, I never thought this day would come. She turned to look at Luis, thinking, if it weren't for Luis, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of this day. On stage now, the female MC had given way to the conductor. He said, yes, and next up on the program, he said, enthusiastically pointing down at the audience, are our impressive contestants, aren't they? That's right, it's Lucia and Luis. Please give them a round of applause. After hearing the introduction, Lucia immediately became anxious and started breathing heavily. Who? Luis's voice rang out, reassuring her, sister. Hearing him call, Lucia looked down and stammered, Luis? Seeing this, Luis turned and placed a hand on Lucia's, saying, coming this far is enough, sister. Don't just run away from the painful memories anymore. She looked down at him in astonishment. Luis, sincerely, continued, if your parents in heaven saw you unable to sing because of guilt, what would they say? Suddenly, hearing Luis say that, Lucia was completely shocked and asked, what, Luis? How did you know about that? But he didn't answer her question, instead, grabbing his instrument and walking straight onto the stage. Lucia called after him, Luis, and then, he turned his head back with a serious expression and said, listen and think carefully, sister, about what your parents truly wanted. Then Lucia hesitated, thinking to herself, what my parents wanted. After that, he stood in the middle of the stage with his instrument, getting ready to perform. Seeing this, the crowd below began to wonder, huh? Is it just that kid singing alone today? What about Lucia? Where did Lucia go? Ignoring the crowd below, he began to sing. Luis immersed himself in the melody and sang out, in the cold winter, I fall asleep under a warm blanket. In my dream, I walk across a snow-covered field. White. As his voice rang out, the people below were completely astonished. Luis continued to sing as he walked, as snow fell like a gray blizzard. Hearing those words, the man from the crowd below earlier started to cause a commotion, looking surprised. Huh, isn't this the song, A Child's Dream? I used to sing it with my parents a lot when I was little. Another person chimed in. In the preliminaries, he sang a song no one had ever heard before, but today, it's a song that everyone knows. Another person said, either way, it's wonderful to hear that boy's voice. Someone agreed, saying, that's right. It's like being drawn into some kind of magic. On stage, Luis continued to sing. Hearing the scary sounds in the dark forest, the white-furred monster gives chase. Oh, it's so scary. Mommy, Daddy, please help me, Mom and Dad. Lucia stood to the side, hugging her instrument. When Lucia heard the lyrics of that song, memories came flooding back, remembering the moments with her parents. Then she thought to herself, this is what Mom and Dad wanted. After that, she slowly walked step by step onto the stage, approached Luis, and began to sing, tears streaming down her face as she sang, recalling every memory that passed with her parents. Look at the beautiful baby sleeping in the blanket. Lucia sang while crying. Our child is about to cry. It seems they're having a scary dream. She remembered her childhood when her parents were still around. She used to sing just like this. It's okay. Mom and Dad are here. Dad will use his axe to chase away the monster. The image of her parents with their gentle smiles appeared in Lucia's mind. It's okay. Mom and Dad are here. Mom will hold you tight in her arms. Meanwhile, down below, Mona and the two kids, Khan and Kanye, were also there watching. Mona was also moved and exclaimed, Lucia. Then she clasped her hands and looked at Lucia on stage, recalling her conversation with Luis. The song that our parents used to sing to us when we were little. Why? At that time, Luis replied, because I definitely want to sing it for someone. Returning from the flashback, she covered her mouth as tears fell, whispering, that's why I asked back then. Lucia, thank you. On stage, Lucia continued to sing with Luis. My dear child, Mom and Dad will always be with you, until the sun shines and the snow melts. The performance ended, and Luis snapped his fingers lightly. A moment later, their performance was finally over. Lucia, her face covered in sweat, was speechless. Below, Key was being held up by his two bodyguards to watch, and he was deeply moved, clapping thunderously, with tears streaming down his face and shouting loudly, amazing, truly amazing. Meanwhile, the crowd was cheering wildly, going crazy. It's the siren. The siren has returned. Standing there, Lucia was just as emotional. She shed tears, bowed to everyone, and said, "Ah, thank you, thank you." Luis then snuck down below, smiling and saying, "Ha, I guess it's a happy ending after all." Luis, with a radiant face, smiled and said, "If we don't want to ruin this atmosphere, we have to finish the remaining job, right?" At the port, a man named Jae Wimon was rowing a boat by himself. Slowly pulling up to a pier, he stopped the boat at the pier, looking around coldly. He had only taken a few steps ashore when a voice called out, "Where are you coming from, sneaking around like a rat?" It turned out Balo was already there waiting, and when Jawan saw him, he looked surprised, not expecting Balo to be here at this hour. Balo looked at him with a smug expression and said, "Now, did you just hide some goodies on the rocky island out at sea?" Hearing this, the man sighed and calmly replied, "It's true that birds of a feather flock together. You've just done something exactly like Miss Lucia's parents." Hearing him say that, Balo looked surprised. He snapped back. "What? What the hell are you talking about? Why are you suddenly bringing up my friends?" The man replied smugly. "They followed me around just like Mr. Pabiodou, until they met with a tragic accident and unfortunately passed away." Balo pointed a finger at him, his voice trembling with rage as he asked, "Don't tell me you caused that accident?" The man chuckled and replied, "Who knows? It's hard to say." He continued smugly, "But I can guarantee that I will never let anyone interfere with my work." At this, Balo could no longer contain his anger and grabbed his hammer. He charged at the disgusting man and cursed, "You bastard!" Rushing forward with eyes full of fury, Balo swung his hammer down hard, but Demon blocked the hammer with his two swords. He said with a confident tone, "Did you really think I could face Tuseo without having any strength of my own?" After speaking, he used his two swords to push Balo away, and immediately, his subordinates appeared from all directions, surrounding Balo. Seeing that he had the upper hand, he sheathed his two swords. He continued arrogantly, "Oh, by the way, you don't need to worry about the two young ladies in Zajan." He laughed vilely and said, "I'll take good care of them, haha." Hearing those words was like adding fuel to the fire, making Balo even more furious as he yelled, "You scumbag, I'll kill you." He was about to charge straight at him, but his path was blocked by the subordinates. Seeing this, he said, "Humph, get out of my way." Daimon was now facing the sea, holding the cabinet in his hands and saying, "Well then, shall we continue? Shall we?" But suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, are you in the wrong place, mister?" Luis, who was sitting on a barrel, said, "The festival isn't here, it's over at Flag Square." Demon turned around in surprise. He glanced over and said, "Wandering around this late at night will get you a scolding from the adults, kid." Then, Luis jumped from the barrel and replied, "Thanks for the warning, mister, but my family is pretty liberal, so it's fine." He placed his hands behind his neck and walked towards Damon, saying, "Anyway, I was planning to handle this gently." He winked and continued, "But making my sister Lucia cry is not okay, so I'll have to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Hearing what Luis said, the man immediately looked down on him, thinking Luis was just a little kid, and glared at him, saying, "You little brat, who do you think you're acting all high and mighty with?" Luis smirked and said, "But fine, I wasn't planning on going easy on you just because you're a kid anyway." After speaking, he immediately drew two swords from his hips and lunged to stab Luis. But just as quickly, Luis cast a spell, and a purple, spherical orb appeared around him, causing the man's two swords to be unable to touch him. Witnessing this, he was stunned and stammered, Spatial magic? You're a mage?" But Luis paid no attention to his words, simply cleaning out his ear and saying, "So much talking, hurry up and attack." Before Damon could react, Luis attacked with his fist, adding, "Otherwise, it's my turn." Although he managed to cross his arms to block, the destructive force of Luis's punch still sent him flying a good distance, only stopping when his back slammed hard against a wall. Damon cried out in pain. "Ugh." Luis looked at his opponent trembling on the ground and continued, "Oh, you can still take that? You're better than Balo, then." Right. Balo was dealing with his minions, and when he heard what Luiso said, he replied, "You're making comparisons at a time like this?" Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over him. Luiso was surprised. While standing there, Luiso heard a sound from behind him. It was a monster with a head like a blue dragon, a long body, and jagged horns sprouting from its head, and two eyes that glowed a blood red. It emerged from the sea right in front of Luiso. Upon seeing Luiso, it immediately roared, opening its massive maw and slamming its head down where he stood. But Luiso quickly dodged the attack, taking a few steps back and saying, "Whoa, that was a close call." I was almost a goner. But when Louis So turned to look at it, his face filled with astonishment, because the monster was now coiling its entire body. It was continuously slithering onto the shore, and Mon was standing on its body. He was holding a horn in his hand. With a smug look on his face, he let out a cold snort. "This kid's got some tricks, but this is as far as you go," he added smugly. "It's a bit earlier than planned, but there's no other way." Louis So clenched his teeth as the voice of Mon continued to echo. "First, I have to deal with you." With that, he immediately brought the horn to his lips, and blew with all his might to control the sea monster. Instantly, a red aura emanated from him. Louis So could no longer afford to be careless and immediately focused magic into both of his hands. As for the sea monster, even though it heard the sound of Daimon's horn, it didn't attack and just sat there, staring intently at Louis So. Seeing this, he was also surprised, not understanding what was happening. Huh? As for that guy Mon, it goes without saying, he was furious that the monster wasn't obeying him. He immediately kicked the monster's body hard, and yelled, "What are you doing just standing there like a dead fish? Why aren't you attacking him?" After being yelled at and kicked, the monster turned its blood-red eyes towards him and let out a ferocious growl. Meanwhile, Louis So, witnessing this scene, was secretly delighted, thinking, "Aha, it seems he hasn't completely tamed it yet." Louis So thought gleefully to himself, "In that case, let me help you tame it." With that said, Louis So immediately cast a mind-taming spell on the sea monster. Instantly, an orange stream of energy appeared and shot straight towards the monster. Controlled by Louis So's power, it cried out incessantly. Despite being hit by Louis So's spell, the monster still seemed to be very lucid. Louis So immediately pointed his finger towards Mon and commanded it, "Devour him." Hearing this, Mon cried out in fear, "What? No, you can't." Immediately, he brought the horn to his lips and blew again with all his might. This time, the blast of energy he emitted was much stronger than before, affecting the monster and causing it to go berserk. Caught between two controlling spells at once, it roared out. It cried out in pain and slammed its head hard against the ground. Bam! The impact forced Louis So to leap onto a nearby crate, from where he observed Monday. Louis So thought to himself, "Right now, my mind magic level isn't high enough, so I can't overpower the effect of the Sea King's horn." Louis So looked at his opponent with a determined gaze and thought, "But I can't reveal my true form to fight it right in the middle of the city. What should I do?" After thinking for a moment, he looked out at the sea and an idea struck him. He then said, I think I've found something, the key point." Louis said, "That's right. That's a good way." He turned towards this giant sea monster, that sea worm. He raised the corners of his mouth smugly and said, "Let's have a real fight. What do you say?" After saying that, Louis jumped high into the air and plunged straight into the sea. Seeing this, Balo cried out in surprise, "What are you doing, sir?" As for the monster, upon hearing Luis's words, it also roared and immediately dove straight into the sea in pursuit. Witnessing that scene, Daemon laughed smugly and said, "You fool. Trying to fight a sea serpent in the middle of the ocean? That's no different from suicide, is it?" The monster swam towards Luis's position. At that moment, Luis was already waiting for the monster to come down with a confident expression. He thought to himself, "Come on." Luis was astonished. He tried to hold his breath and look towards the monster rushing towards him. The monster swam very quickly towards Luis's location, then it opened its mouth, which was filled with countless sharp teeth, and quickly sucked Luis inside. The monster clamped its jaws shut, not leaving a single gap. It thought it had eaten Luis, but just a few seconds later, brilliant purple rays of light shot out from inside its mouth. Suddenly, an arm appeared from within its mouth, lifting one of the monster's teeth. Luis transformed into a dragon, his face darkening. He used his strength to pry open the monster's mouth. His body, though small, was incredibly powerful. Luis frowned, his face cold and serious, as he said, "If we're underwater, there's no need to hold back. I can just freely transform into a dragon." Luis clenched his fist, creating a source of power, and said, "And this guy's mouth." With that, Luis unleashed a devastating punch into the monster's upper jaw, and said, "It stinks. You should brush your teeth 3 times a day." Bubbles spread throughout the monster's mouth from the punch. Caught off guard by the blow, it screamed in agony. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luis quickly swam out of the monster's mouth. Luis used his wings to fly up high, looking at his opponent and said, "You were pretty smug earlier, weren't you?" Luis used his power swimming quickly towards his opponent, shouting continuously, "You're unlucky to have run into me today." He then shot forward and delivered a devastating punch to the monster's head. The opponent, caught by the surprise attack, roared in pain. Not stopping there, Luis continued to use his speed to swim around and land powerful blows all over the monster's body. At this point, it could only stand still and take the beating, letting out pathetic cries. Seeing that it couldn't fight back, it turned to flee, but Luis quickly pushed the monster down to the seabed. He let out an angry sound. "Yeah, but it's not that easy to escape." Luis quickly grabbed onto the monster's body and said, "Where do you think you're going?" Luis then used both hands and his body to pin down its tail and said, "The fun has just begun. It'd be a shame to end it so soon, you know." After saying that, he grabbed the monster's tail and spun it around continuously for a dozen or so times, saying, "Let's keep playing." Meanwhile, on the shore, Ballo had already dealt with Daemon's subordinates and was standing there panting heavily. "Huff huff, that's all of them, I guess." Then he looked out at the sea worriedly and continued, "I wonder how the master is doing, even if he's a dragon. Underwater is." Suddenly, ripples appeared on the sea's surface, catching his attention. He said in astonishment, "Huh?" A second later, the sea surface had formed a whirlpool with a black hole right in the center, and at that very moment, that waterspout slowly began to rise from the water formed a literal whirlpool suspended in midair. Seeing this, Ballo exclaimed in astonishment, "What in the world is that?" As he spoke, the whirlpool dissipated, revealing the true form of the sea monster. Meanwhile, that guy Dawaimon was just as shocked by the sight. He cried out in disbelief, "A sea serpent? Why? Why is it in the sky?" While he was still wondering, the monster was already right above his head, free-falling towards him. Realizing the situation was dire, he immediately turned tail and ran for his life, letting out several loud screams. But unfortunately for him, it seems karma catches up to the wicked. One of his feet tripped on a rock, and his entire body immediately tumbled to the ground. Dawaimon then looked back, but it was too late. He only had time to scream, "No, don't." A second later, the sea monster crashed down, crushing Dawaimon's body. With a loud thud, the impact caused the ground to shake, sending cracked earth and rocks flying everywhere. Everything was now shrouded in dust and smoke, and his horn was sent flying. It quickly slammed against some nearby rocks. The impacts caused it to crack. The scene at the dock now looked no different from a battlefield. The sea monster's body lay on a pile of rubble. Beneath it was that guy Daewimon and his underlings, surrounded by thick, swirling dust. The overall view was one of utter devastation. As for Ba Lo, he stood there stunned, his face darkened, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, out on the sea, there appeared geysers of water shooting up. Ba Lo witnessed this and quickly shielded his face with his hands. Luis emerged from beneath the sea, his expression cold, with the full moon behind him, and the splashing water droplets added to his mysterious aura. He quickly transformed back into his human form, flashing a friendly smile. Luis swiftly landed next to Ba Lo. He shook his body to get the water off and said, "Ah, that's refreshing. It's been a while since I got to properly blow off some steam. I finally had a chance to manifest fully." Ba Lo asked with a serious expression, "You did all that, just to blow off some steam?" Suddenly, from within the pile of rubble, the pained groans of Dawaimon could be heard. Yep, it turned out that Dawaimon hadn't been defeated yet, and was slowly crawling forward, fumbling with his hand as he searched through the debris, his face contorted in pain as he let out a soft cry. Dawaimon stretched out his hand to reach for the cracked horn, struggling to say, "My horn." Suddenly, Luis walked over and picked it up. He looked at the man and said, "Why are you still hung up on the Sea King's horn?" He then continued smugly, "This thing will be very useful to me now." With that, Luis put the horn to his lips and blew. However, it only produced a piercing toot-toot sound, without releasing any energy at all. Ba Lo, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but cover his mouth and say, "Sir, you might be good at playing rough, but it seems flutes and horns aren't your strong suit, are they?" Luis, being teased like that, snapped back defensively, "No, it's not that I can't blow it, it's just that this thing is." Suddenly, cracking sounds from the horn caught his attention. As Luis held it with both hands, he heard a few more cracks, and he turned to look at Ba Lo. They both said, "Well then." He turned to Ba Lo with a smile and said, "Think we can tape it back together?" Just as he finished speaking, the horn in his hands shattered into many pieces, leaving them both frozen for a few seconds. Then, all the fragments fell and scattered all over the ground. Devastated by the loss of the item, he knelt down, looked at the pile, and cried out, "Ah, no, my speedboat." While Luis in despair, dust and rocks suddenly flew up behind him again. The enraged sea monster awoke. Its entire body was massive. Lucy turned his head, saw it, and with a slight smirk said, "Ah, we're screwed." The monster immediately opened its massive maw to attack towards Luis and Ballo. It let out a ferocious roar. They both screamed, "Run," Ballo anxiously said. "Why did it suddenly go berserk like this?" Luis replied, "The Sea King's horn is gone, so it's acting on pure instinct now." Luis unconsciously looked back and said, "If this keeps up." But just then, the sea monster stopped chasing them, and instead, it turned and headed towards the central square where the festival was taking place. Seeing this, Luis said worriedly, "Damn it." Luis, sweating, continued, "Damn it, it's being drawn to the bright lights of the festival and is heading right for it." Ballo asked anxiously, "What? That's terrible. There are so many people there." Luis gritted his teeth, trying to find a solution, and said, "Damn it." Then, he anxiously gave an order to Phi, saying, "Phi, find the twins and bring them here immediately." Phi acknowledged the order. Luis continued, "In the meantime, Ballo, you and I will stop this monster." Ballo replied, "Yes, master." The two of them quickly ran towards the monster. Luis shouted to Ballo, "All right, let's go." As soon as they arrived, the monster was already enraged and had begun destroying everything in its path. Meanwhile, inside the town, the people were still unaware of the disaster about to befall them. In a small alley, a young couple was walking, laughing, and embracing. The blonde girl asked worriedly, "Honey, isn't it dangerous to go into this dark alley at night?" Hearing this, the black-haired young man, wearing a gold chain around his neck, acted all tough, replying, "Humph, what's so dangerous? I'm with you." As they continued to cuddle, the young man said, "I'm serious." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. The young man wondered, what was that sound? Just as he said that, from above their heads came a massive growl, and the monster instantly appeared before them. The monster was now opening its huge mouth, absolutely terrified. The two of them screamed, "Ah!" Seeing the monster, the young man immediately fell backward on the spot. His eyes widened in shock as he yelled, "Ah! What is that thing?" The blonde girl, seeing this, quickly urged him, "What are you doing just standing there? Run, get up quickly." The blonde girl, out of options, used one of her arms to pull him up and hoist him onto her shoulder, running while looking back. But luckily, just then, a massive hammer came flying towards them at rocket speed. A few seconds later, it smashed directly into the monster's head, causing it to roar in pain with its mouth wide open. Ballo's whole body was trembling slightly, but he stood his ground, panting as he said, "Hey, you snakehead, I'm over here." After taking a massive hit from Ballo, its eyes turned red. It let out a deep, angry roar, "Roar!" and immediately charged right at him. Seeing this, Ballo scrambled away, screaming as he ran. He was deliberately drawing its attention to lure the monster to a pre-arranged ambush spot. Then he turned his head and yelled, "Master, it's time, save me." Then, a voice belonging to Luis rang out, "Activate space magic, spatial barrier." Instantly, 4 purple walls with rectangular patterns appeared, surrounding the monster. It looked around at the space in astonishment. Feeling cramped, it roared loudly. It began to struggle violently, slamming its head and tail hard against the barrier, and cried out, "Roar, roar, roar, roar." Meanwhile, Luis had been standing on a nearby rooftop, observing the monster. He said, "Excellent, it's temporarily trapped. Now I just need to use a mental spell to calm it down and we're done." After speaking, Luis waved his hand toward the monster and began to cast another spell. Luis closed his eyes and said loudly, "Mental spell, take hold." The monster immediately opened its mouth wide, roaring in agony. Roar! But that spell from Luis only made it ram even more frantically against the 4 purple spatial barriers surrounding it. Meanwhile, Luis, with his eyes closed and sweating, controlled the spell while thinking to himself, "I can't control it, the spatial barrier is shaking. At this rate, I won't be able to cast the mental spell." Ballo, watching from below, suddenly heard a voice call out, "Sir Ballo." He turned around, startled. Baron So and his subordinates had arrived just in time, weapons in hand, charging forward to help. But when he witnessed the monster trapped inside the purple barrier, roaring its head off, he exclaimed in astonishment, "My God, what is that thing? Where did that monster come from?" Hearing this, Ballo turned back and replied, "It's something demon dragged in. It seems he intended to cause a disturbance during the festival." Baron So, surprised again, exclaimed, "What, demon? Where is that bastard now?" Ballo replied, "He took advantage of the chaos to run away, but the important thing now is to deal with that magical beast quickly. Suddenly, Luis shouted in an annoyed voice, "Balo, how long are you going to stand there chatting?" Luis continued in a strained voice, "Do something with your friend to hold the monster back." After hearing this, Balo immediately replied, Yes, I understand. Let's go, To." So, he turned his head and said to Baron Tae-so. Tae-so, flustered, replied, "Huh? Yes." Up above, the two kids, Connie and Khan, suddenly appeared behind Luis and shouted, "Luis, we're here to help." Seeing them, Luis turned and replied, "Great, while Balo gets ready, you two distract it." Hearing that, Connie and Khan enthusiastically replied, "Leave it to us." With that, the two of them, swords in hand, leaped from the rooftop together, flying straight toward the monster, and began to fight. The twin sisters' skills were lightning and thunder magic. They created a battle of flying lightning bolts that struck the monster's body. Seeing the two of them, Luis thought to himself, "Looks like we can hold out a little longer." As he was thinking, Balo called out from below, "Master, we're ready." The ferocious sea monster was looking toward them. It seemed to know Luis and the others' intentions, so it stood up straight and, coiling its tail, began to flee. It slithered forward swiftly like a snake. Balo and the others, who were holding the rope, saw this, and Balo immediately shouted, "Now's the time, pull, heave-ho." Instantly, a rope was snared around the monster's body. Tightened, it immediately used its strength to shake its body violently, struggling to escape, and letting out deafening cries, "Ruar, Ruar." Meanwhile, Tae-so and the others below were also pulling with all their might. Tae-so encouraged everyone, "Hang on, absolutely do not let go." Back with Luis, he suddenly leaped high into the air. In the air, he began to use magic. With sharp eyes and a serious face, he said, casting multi-layered spatial compression spell. A block of purple jade appeared, surrounded by sources of blue energy. A second later, he slammed his hands together, and rays of light shot out from them. Luiso thought to himself, "Compress space." Instantly, boom! A massive explosion erupted on the monster's body, stopping it in its tracks. Following that was a shockwave that directly hit the monster's head, which only had time to cry out before collapsing. Its two red eyes slowly began to close. Then, Luiso walked over to the monster's side and placed a hand on its forehead. Luiso said cheerfully, "Everyone worked hard. Now let me help it rest in peace." With that, he began to cast a mind-soothing spell, and immediately, lights appeared above the monster's head. A moment later, it slowly opened its eyes, and instead of the fierce, bloodshot red eyes, they were now sparkling blue. The monster's eyes had returned to their original blue color. Seeing Luiso standing there, the monster slowly approached him. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "Aha, that's right, good boy." While the monster obediently licked all over Luiso's face with its long tongue, suddenly, Thoyer stepped forward with a cold expression. Thoyer slowly advanced, raising his sword and shouting, "Die." But just then, Thoyer was hit by a spell, creating chains that bound his hands to stop him. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, "Huh, what's this?" Luiso looked at him and said, "There's no need for that." Luiso stood there and explained, "It was being controlled by Daemon, so it was forced to do this. It's not at fault." As soon as Luiso finished speaking, the two kids, Ka, Ni, and Khan, jumped right onto the monster's back, bouncing up and down, laughing gleefully. Baron Tuuso, witnessing the scene, was still a bit worried, and said, "But to let a monster like this roam free," Luiso replied, "I'll take care of it, don't worry." A while later, the monster returned to its sea. It bowed its head to listen as Luiso said, "You understand? From now on, don't come near the human city again. Go back to the place where you used to live, and stay there." It obediently agreed with a cry. The sea monster turned its back and swam towards the ocean. The two restless kids stood there waving their hands. Khan said, "Live well." Kani added, "Don't follow any more bad old men." After that, Luiso stood up and said, "Now then, we should get ready too." Hearing Luiso say that, the two kids asked in confusion, "Get ready? Get ready for what?" Luiso turned back, his face beaming with joy, and said, "Now that the job is done, we have to go too." Out on the sea, Daemon was alone on a small boat. He rowed, while saying in a resentful tone, "Damn it, Daemon, will not end like this." His eyes became furious, and he growled loudly, "I will get revenge on those who turned me into this, even if I have to burn all of Luthegen to the ground." As he was speaking, Daimon's boat was suddenly lifted up slowly. He cried out in alarm, "Huh, what's happening?" It turned out the sea monster had appeared, and was staring intently at Daemon. Without waiting for Diamond to react, the monster bit a corner of his coat and lifted him up. Damon screamed. Ah! A second later, he was forcefully thrown into the air by the sea monster. Below the sea's surface, the monster had its mouth wide open, waiting. Damon slowly fell, filled with terror. He screamed endlessly, "No, it can't be, no!" The sea monster leaped up, one bite and one gulp. He was already inside the monster's stomach. The blood-curdling screams still echoed. No, after getting its revenge, the sea monster dove deep into the ocean, leaving behind only the coat of a cruel and wicked man slowly sinking into the sea. After a spectacular performance, Lucia's feet stepped down from the stage. She closed her eyes tightly, let out a long sigh, and said, "I have to sing 4 more songs. I'm completely drained." Looking around, she couldn't see Luis anywhere. Lucia was confused. But where's Luis? Right after the first song, he just disappeared. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from behind. Moner excitedly hugged Lucia, praising her. "That's our mermaid for you. You did great. Absolutely amazing." Moner was moved to the brink of tears, whispering, "If Mom and Dad could have seen today's performance, they would have been so proud." Lucia was just as moved, calling out softly, "Sister." Suddenly, a cough from behind caught Moner's attention. She asked suspiciously, "Kaji, why are you here?" Kaji flinched, stammering, "Well, the thing is..." He was hiding an exquisite bouquet of fresh flowers behind his back. With just one look, Moner figured out Kaji's intentions. She quickly walked over to Kaji, creating an opportunity for him with Lucia. "Lucia, it looks like Kaji has something for you." Moner pushed Kaji forward, encouraging him, "Go on, give it to her. Flowers are meant to be given at times like this." Kaji's cheeks flushed red as he mustered up the courage to confess, "Well, congratulations on your successful return to the stage. Our mermaid, Lucia." Looking at the fresh bouquet in front of her, Lucia was momentarily stunned. She accepted the flowers, taking in their sweet fragrance, and said gratefully, "Yeah, thank you." Kaji shyly scratched his head for a long moment. From a hidden corner far away, Luis had witnessed the entire scene. He remarked, "Well now, what a wonderful moment." He let out a satisfied sigh and said, "Now you can do just fine. Without me. Right?" A few days later, on a ship, a soldier stood up high and announced, "The Hain Sunny, bound for the autumn continent, is about to depart. All passengers, please board quickly," Moner shouted, trying to hold them back. "Don't go," she said tearfully. "Do my little ones really have to leave? Don't go. Can't you just stay and be my siblings?" Kaji laughed happily, while Khan gently reminded her, "Sister, that tickles." Balo cowered in a corner, saying pitifully, "Hey, I'm leaving too." Moner's attitude did a complete 180 as she scolded, "It doesn't matter if you go or not, old man. All you ever do is chug booze." Balo quickly tried to clear his name. "Hey, those were all important drinking parties." Moner got even angrier. "You dare try to justify yourself?" Suddenly, Lucia's soft voice called from behind, "Luis." She looked sad as she asked, "You will come back, won't you?" Luis found it hard to answer, replying, About that." Moner, unable to contain her emotions, grabbed Luis's hand tightly and said sincerely, "Luis, you absolutely have to come back, okay?" He helplessly had to agree. "Yes, sometimes," he said awkwardly. "Well, if I get the chance, I'll drop by." As Luis was about to turn away, Lucia's warm arms suddenly wrapped around him, clinging to him, unwilling to let go. Tears streamed down Lucia's face. She whispered intimately, "You have to come back. Got it?" Luis gently touched her hand, comforting her. "I'll remember, Sister Lucia, I definitely will." Before he could finish, he immediately felt Kaji's gloomy eyes staring daggers at him. Luis felt a mischievous urge to tease, "Oh, you're here?" Sister Lucia's heart. How heartwarming. Kaji was furious, growling, "You bastard." He immediately shoved a glowing treasure into his hands. Seeing the item in the box clearly, Luis exclaimed, "Oh, a mermaid's tear." Kaji was being nice but was shy. He tried to act calm and said, "I'm only giving this to you because you kept your promise. You made Sister Lucia sing again, after all." Picking up the sparkling ring to admire it, Luis asked, "What's this?" Kaji quickly explained, "If you ever come back, use that ring. This ring is engraved with my family's crest, so you'll receive help anywhere." In Lufenin, Luis understood what he meant. In other words, it was a free pass in Lufenin, right? How cool. Kaji, with a soft heart but a sharp tongue, tried to act displeased with Luis. "But I hope you don't come back, you hear? He didn't hesitate to tease him one last time. Kaji, don't do anything weird, okay? Only do what I told you. Afraid of his secret being exposed, Kaji angrily scolded. Shut up. I'll handle everything myself, so stay out of it. Luis noticed his hand, trembling non-stop as he tried to suppress his sadness and couldn't help but be surprised. Finally, he managed to say what he truly felt. Thank you for everything. His subordinate reminded him. You have to say it with more sincerity, sir. Kaji, embarrassed to the point of anger, yelled, Shut your mouth! Watching this scene, Luis couldn't help but feel helpless. This kid is actually kind of cute, he happily remarked. At the same time, Count Dronzer also arrived. He spoke up, Sir Ballo, are you about to leave? Noticing him, Ballo quickly responded. Oh, Dronzer. Is the port repair work progressing well? Dronzer replied. The damage wasn't minor, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Considering what happened, that's a good outcome. Then he turned his attention to Luis and said, But that boy doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. A memory surfaced, and Dronzer recalled the scene of him taking down that sea worm instantly. An ordinary person could hardly do that. Ballo scratched his nose, pretending to be naive. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. That's just my nephew. Dronzer, understanding the situation, smiled and said, I know you two are just distant relatives. I'll keep the secret about your nephew. You can trust me. Ballo quickly agreed. Yeah, thank you. I owe you one again. After the fond farewells, Luis's group boarded the ship to return. Mona reluctantly waved a final big goodbye to them. Goodbye, my little ones. Lucia was also no less sad. You have to come back, you hear? Luis was incredibly grateful and shouted back. Goodbye, Sister Mona. Sister Lucia, I had a great time with you all. The sky was vast and blue, and the ship was still moving slowly across the sea. Just then, Nani remembered something important and asked, But where are we going now? Luis was exasperated with her and said, You're only asking now? Luis laid out the plan. We're heading to Port Dotman on the Autumn Continent, and from there, we'll cross the Autumn Continent by land. Luis asked, Ballo, how long will it take to get to Port Dotman from here? There was no reply from Ballo. Curious, Luis went over to check on him. What are you doing over there? Why aren't you answering? Before he could finish his sentence, Ballo's seasick face, looking like he was about to die, came right into view. Luis asked, What's wrong? Don't tell me you're seasick? Ballo weakly spoke up. Master, He couldn't finish his sentence, but he was about to finish puking. A large puddle was released onto the deck. Seeing this, Luis could only sigh in exasperation and say, Such a big body, but you can't handle the seasickness? He scoffed at how annoying it was. Then, Luis gently placed his hand on Ballo's back. He began to cast a sleep-inducing psychic spell. Ballo couldn't resist the psychic magic. His eyes grew heavy as drowsiness quickly washed over him. After successfully putting Ballo into a deep sleep, Luis, Connie, and Khan went back to exploring. He spoke up. He'll sleep for a few hours now, and he should feel better when he wakes up. Let's go check out the cabins. Connie immediately and cheerfully agreed. All right. One was cheerful, the other lethargic. A stark contrast. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared behind Ballo. The strange person's voice rang out. This guy has to be at least level 3, yet he was put to sleep so easily. The person clicked their tongue in disbelief. The figure of an old man with white hair appeared, wearing a long cloak. He looked towards Luis. Then he declared, Looks like this long sea voyage is going to be very interesting. And that's all for now, everyone. If you want to keep following this series, then smash that subscribe button. And while you're at it, hit that like button too. Thanks for watching all the way to the end.